Ned Stark had always known that Jon Snow's existence posed a dangerous question, one that had no easy answers and one that was rapidly becoming a threat to every promise the Warden of the North had sworn to uphold. He had brought Jon home from the war, had shouldered the burning stares from Catelyn, from Winterfell's halls, even from his own men, all because of a promise he dared not speak aloud. Jon, with his dark hair and watchful eyes, reminded Ned of old secrets whenever he looked at the boy. Yet until the day King Robert arrived with an offer that threatened to unravel everything, Ned had believed he could keep Jon close, hidden and protected by the snows of the north. But in the aftermath of the rebellion, Ned could no longer afford to let blind faith guide him. He remembered the tension in Robert's voice when they last spoke of the Targaryens. He remembered the unquenchable anger that lurked beneath Robert's hearty laughs, an anger that had erupted when talk of Rhaegar Targaryen surfaced. All the hatred, the rancor, the searing fury, Robert would never forgive the Targaryen bloodline, not ever. And so, as Ned stood in the Godwood one cold dawn, the Hearttree's face seemed to stare at him with sorrowful eyes. He prayed for guidance, for the wisdom to protect Jon's life. Something in that silent communion with the old gods spurred him to a resolution before he traveled south to accept Robert's appointment as Hand of the King. Before he had to face the intrigues of King's Landing, Jon Snow must be sent away. He would not be sending him to the wall as planned, at least not yet. That had once seemed a safe choice. Jon, a bastard, set upon a life's path as a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, beyond the realm of politics. It would keep him far from the dangerous swirl of King's Landing. But Ned realized now that sending Jon to the wall immediately would only spotlight the fact of his bastardy, intensifying questions that might one day lead to the truth. The boy was not yet a man. Let him have a taste of the world beyond Winterfell's gates. Let him travel as a ward or squire to a knight who held the king's favor, someone honorable but distant enough to keep prying eyes away. Ned chose Ser Gawain Swan of Stonehelm, a minor but respectable knight from the Stormlands. House Swan had proven their loyalty long ago to House Baratheon, and while they did not hold the power or influence of the greater lords, they were respected enough not to invite suspicion. In his youth, Ser Gawain had impressed Ned with a certain unaffected integrity in the midst of war. The man was not cunning in the ways of court, no Littlefinger, no Varys, but he was capable, steadfast, and had fewer entanglements than most. The Stormlands were far from the north, far from the heart of the crown's intrigues, yet close enough that if Robert took any interest, the arrangement would be acceptable. Ned quietly put this plan in motion. He wrote letters to Ser Gawain, delivered by a trusted Winterfell courier. Meanwhile, he explained to Catelyn, in the hush of their bedchamber, that this was the only way. She looked at him with that mixture of tension and relief in her eyes. Tension that Jon Snow always brought. Relief that perhaps now she would no longer see the boy lingering at Winterfell's walls. She was not cruel, he knew. But Jon was an unhealed wound for her. A reminder of betrayal, or so she believed. She nodded quietly and said, "The gods see all. If they have mercy, this will be the best for him." He told no one else of his true reason, the spark of Targaryen blood that coursed in Jon's veins. He hoped to bury that truth deeper than any grave. Let the realm believe the boy was just a bastard, sired in Robert's war. Let them believe anything at all, so long as they did not learn that Rhaegar Targaryen had fathered him by Lyanna Stark. Ned would take that secret to his own grave. Jon, when told, bowed his head in subdued acceptance. At 14 name days old, he was a lean, dark-haired youth who had begun to move with a quiet grace that reminded Ned far too strongly of someone else, someone long gone. With a blade in his hand, Jon was quick and careful, not brash like the other boys. Ned found his heart aching as he explained that this was not a punishment. "I do this for you," Ned said, resting a broad hand on Jon's shoulder. "One day you'll understand." Jon's lips tightened, but he nodded. "I understand, father." The word was still a blade in Ned's chest. "I'll do my duty." They left Winterfell soon after, the confusion among the household only half contained. The official explanation was that Jon was going to squire for Ser Gawain, that it was an honor to serve a knight who had proven his valor under Robert's own eye. And so, with a small retinue, Ned himself rode with Jon south. His ultimate destination was King's Landing, to serve as Hand, but first he would see Jon settled. Their journey was marked by cold breezes that gradually warmed as they traveled down the King's Road. Jon seemed more subdued than ever, absorbing all he could from the changing skies, the unfamiliar towns, the lusher forests of the riverlands. Each night around the campfire, Ned tried to impart a sense of the world to him. This is what's out here, this is how to speak to lords, how to keep your head down in the presence of men who might scorn you for your name or for your father's name. Ned found himself speaking softly, not as a father who scolded, but as a man who recognized the boy's tenuous position and wanted to protect him. By the time they reached Stonehelm, it was near dusk. The fortress loomed upon a bluff overlooking a wide, glimmering river that fed into Shipbreaker Bay. The seat of House Swan stood solid, unpretentious, with high walls and sturdy battlements. There, Ser Gon welcomed them as honored guests. He was a square-jawed, middle-aged knight, his hair turning to silver around the edges. His voice was cordial, his manner quietly dignified. He took Jon's measure at once, though he did not prattle on about the boy's bastardy. As agreed, Ned said softly, after the initial greetings, Jon will be in your care. Train him as you see fit. He's had some decent swordsmanship lessons in Winterfell, but he's still raw in many ways. Ser Gon nodded. I'll see him well looked after. His eyes flicked between Ned and the boy. Lord Stark, I recall your sense of honor during the rebellion. You can trust I'll not speak out of turn regarding any matters you keep close to your heart. Ned inclined his head in gratitude. Thank you. Jon said nothing as they parted the next day. He stood in the courtyard, brow furrowed as Ned's horse stamped the ground. He was a boy learning too soon that farewells can be final. Ned reached down, grasped his shoulder one last time. Write to me. Train hard. You are of my blood, remember that. And Jon answered with a quiet murmur, I will. With that, Ned Stark turned his retinue toward King's Landing. The wind carried him into the south, into the realm of intrigues and the demands of his old friend Robert, who now wore the crown. Yet, as the miles passed, Ned found an unexpected sense of relief stirring in him. Jon, at least for now, was safely away from the center of the realm's darkest secrets. If someone dared to question the boy's parentage, they would find him hidden among the Stormlands, overshadowed by more pressing concerns in the capital. Ned prayed it would be enough. King's Landing shimmered under a cruel sun. The city was bigger, dirtier, more crowded than Ned remembered. On the day of his arrival, the people thronged the streets, curious to see the new hand pass through the gates. The gold cloaks parted the way and Ned's horse clopped slowly, the noise of the crowd ringing in his ears. He forced a polite smile. The city's stench made him yearn for the crisp mountain air of the north. Within the Red Keep, servants rushed forward, knights saluted, and lords and ladies whispered behind gloved hands. Ned ignored them for the most part, determined to find Robert, to understand why he was truly called south. The old friend he remembered from the rebellion was not the same man who now ruled. That much Ned knew. Robert had grown heavier, drunk more, and his appetites had only increased in proportion to his power. He was ushered into a grand hall lined with pillars. The king sat upon a comfortable chair near the dais, not the Iron Throne, not now, but a more mundane seat. Robert Baratheon's presence dominated the space. His broad chest, thick arms, and black beard showed flashes of the warrior he once was. Yet there was a heaviness about him, as though the crown weighed upon his soul. Ned! Robert exclaimed, standing with surprising agility. His face lit up in a big grin as he strode forward. Gods, it's good to see you, old friend. Come here. We've too many years to make up for. Ned inclined his head, smiling despite himself. Your Grace. Robert snorted. Don't start that nonsense. We've bled together, you and I. There's no grace between us, not when we're alone. He clapped Ned on the back with enough force to jar his bones. Seven hells, I hate all this formality. I called you here because you're the only man I trust with the realm, and because I can't abide another minute of these leeches. He made a sweeping gesture as if to indicate the entire court. You'll do it, won't you? Serve his hand. Ned took a breath. I will. Good, Robert said. Then his gaze flicked behind Ned as if searching. And how fares your family? Cat, the children, and what of your bastard, the one you brought home after the war? Ned's heart lurched, but he kept his voice steady. My daughters have come with me. My sons remained in Winterfell to learn the duties of the North. As for Jon, I've made other arrangements for him. Robert's brow arched. Arrangements? He's your blood, Ned. Some might say you'd do better to keep him close. Perhaps, Ned answered, but he needed seasoning, a chance to see more of the world. He's been accepted as a squire to Ser Gon Swan in the Stormlands. Robert stroked his beard. The Stormlands? That's no bad place for a boy to learn steel. Gon's a loyal dog and Stonehelm's not far from my old stomping grounds. He seemed to dismiss the topic with a shrug. Well enough. Ned saw little reason to linger on the subject and was relieved to let the conversation turn elsewhere. He listened as Robert grumbled about the demands of the lords, the empty treasury, and his frustrations with the Lannisters. As the king continued, it struck Ned how easily Jon's name had been brushed aside as though it was a trifling detail. That was for the best, if Robert had harbored any suspicion. But he did not, it seemed. In the old days, Robert might have prodded about the boy's mother or teased Ned for his squeamishness. Now, as king, Robert had bigger worries than an old friend's bastard. But the notion of Targaryens was never far from Robert's mind. That same day, as they shared a cup of wine on a balcony overlooking the sea, Robert's expression darkened. "I hear rumors," Ned whispers, "of Viserys Targaryen, the beggar king, across the narrow sea. They say he marries his sister off to some Dothraki Khal, tries to raise funds for an invasion. And you know what will happen if he crosses that sea. Fire and blood, they say." Ned inclined his head. "The Targaryens have no support here. The realm is united under you." Robert snorted. "Mostly, but I'll not have them breathing one more day than they must. If that girl gets with child, that's another Targaryen to threaten my line. Gods, I should have had them killed years ago." Ned forced himself to remain silent. He remembered the child Rhaenys and the infant Aegon murdered by the mountain. He remembered the blood, the dishonor. And somewhere in the midst of all that tragedy, there was Jon hidden under the guise of bastardy. Robert might be Ned's friend, but a friend who would kill a child if it carried Targaryen blood, any child. That was the reason Ned had decided to send Jon away, to keep him out of sight. Robert could never learn that truth. Days turned into weeks as Ned settled into his new duties as Hand. The Red Keep whispered with conspiracies, and though Ned was a straightforward man, he could not ignore the undercurrents. The Master of Coin, Lord Peter Baelish, offered sly smiles and riddles. The Master of Whispers, Lord Varys, flitted about with soft steps and insinuations, wearing a mask of servile courtesy. Grand Maester Pycelle coughed up half-truths amid his elaborate courtesies. Ned found himself longing for the honesty of steel in the training yard. Sansa and Arya were with him, each reacting differently to the southern world. Sansa strove to adjust to the manners of the court, enthralled by dreams of knights and ladies. Arya resisted all attempts to make her into a proper lady, preferring the sword lessons her father quietly arranged. So consumed was Ned by his children's well-being and the labyrinth of the court that Jon Snow's presence in the Stormlands felt like a memory growing distant. He wrote to Jon when he could, short letters urging him to be diligent. Jon's replies, when they arrived, were spare but earnest, reports of training with the sword, how Ser Gawain taught him the care of horses, the correct way to address higher lords, the humility expected of a squire. The words lacked bitterness, which reassured Ned. He still felt a pang whenever he read the lines. Jon always signed them your son, Jon Snow. One night, Ned sat by candlelight reading those words over and over. Guilt gnawed at him. Did Jon feel abandoned, cast away? Perhaps. But at least he was safe. Safe until Robert, in one of his moods, decided he might want to see the boy. Or until the Lannisters, always suspicious, decided to poke around. Ned found himself cursing the day secrets were born. But he had no choice except to endure. Half a year passed in King's Landing. Ned discovered the kingdom's treasury was nearly empty, that the crown was drowning in debt, and that Robert's appetites, his feasts, his justs, his lavish gifts only worsened the situation. Meanwhile, the king grew restless. The news from across the narrow sea spoke of Daenerys Targaryen's marriage to Khal Drogo, of Dothraki hordes that might one day sweep across the sea. Robert's paranoia about Targaryens flared hotter with every rumor. In a council meeting, Robert demanded to know the whereabouts of every last Targaryen sympathizer. He wanted them rooted out. He wanted Viserys' head on a spike. He fumed at the possibility of a Targaryen child being conceived. "I'll not have another dragon spawn growing up to claim the Iron Throne," he roared, pounding his fist on the table. A chill raced down Ned's spine. Such hatred and fear in Robert's voice. He was reminded again that if Robert ever suspected Jon Snow might have Targaryen blood, he would not hesitate, not for an instant. Ned sat there, outwardly calm, inwardly trembling. Later that evening, Ned decided to pen another letter to Jon, something that might reach Stonehelm quietly via trusted messengers. He might warn the boy to be even more discreet, though Jon could not possibly know the true reason. As he finished scribbling the lines, a messenger arrived from the Stormlands, carrying an urgent note. Ned's heart tightened as he recognized Ser Gawain's seal. The letter spoke of an upcoming tournament in Storm's End, planned in honor of Lord Renly's patronage. Ser Gawain was to attend, and he asked if Ned might permit Jon to accompany him. He has grown in skill, Gon wrote, but he remains uneasy in matters of heraldry and courtesy. A tournament, I believe, would let him see the realm's proud traditions firsthand. It would be good for the boy. Ned leaned back, considering. Tournaments drew knights and lords from all over. The potential for rumor was high. If Jon were recognized, if someone made too close a connection. But perhaps it was best that Jon learn how to navigate such events. If he were to remain in the south, he would need more than swordsmanship. Another half-year undergone, and Ned intended to nudge Jon toward the Night's Watch, assuming the boy still had no other prospects. In the end, Ned wrote back, granting permission. He would not let fear imprison Jon. Besides, to forbid him might raise more eyebrows than to allow it. A month later, Ned traveled with Robert and the royal entourage to Storm's End for that very same tournament. Robert saw it as a chance to reacquaint himself with his younger brother, Renly, and to indulge in feasting and sport. Ned saw it as a duty to ensure the king's safety, to observe the realm's knights, and to keep an eye on the intrigues that never ceased. In the back of his mind, he knew he might see Jon. He was not sure how that meeting would go or whether it was wise to be seen giving too much attention to a bastard squire. Still, his heart yearned to see the boy to confirm he was well. They arrived in Storm's End to the briny tang of the sea air, the fortress rising proudly atop massive drum towers. Renly Baratheon welcomed them with a warm grin, looking every bit the charming lord. He had prepared a lavish event that brought together knights from the Reach, the Stormlands, the Crownlands, and beyond. Brightly colored pavilions dotted the field outside the castle. The clash of arms and the laughter of small folk mingled under a bright sky. The day of the tournament dawned clear. Ned, in his capacity as Hand, sat with the royal family in the stands. Robert at the forefront with a horn of ale, Cersei beside him adorned in green silk, Joffrey sulking, Myrcella and Tommen fidgeting. Sansa and Arya were with him, Arya bored, Sansa enthralled. The heralds announced each knight before they rode in the lists. Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, drew cheers with his gleaming armor and pretty mare. Lord Beric Dondarrion, clad in lightning bolt sigils, impressed the crowd. Many others took their turns. In the bustle, Ned finally spotted Jon. He wore plain leathers, lacking the distinctive sigil of House Stark, only Ser Gawain's swan crest on the corner of his cloak. Ned's heart twinged to see how the boy had grown taller in the months away. Jon was busily grooming Ser Gawain's horse, checking straps, handing up the knight's lance. He looked every inch the diligent squire, his eyes alert, his stance balanced. At one point, Jon happened to glance toward the royal box. Their gazes met briefly. Ned saw a flicker of cautious joy in Jon's dark eyes. He dipped his head, just a subtle motion of acknowledgement, then turned back to his duties. It was Arya, quick-eyed as always, who whispered, "Father, that's Jon down there. Why is he with that knight?" Ned replied softly, "He's squiring. The Stormlands suit him well." Arya frowned. "He doesn't look happy." "He's busy," Ned said, gently ending the conversation. "Not here, not with so many ears around." Throughout the day, knights were unhorsed, cheers erupted, the king bellowed his approval at bone-jarring justs. The final round saw Ser Gawain's swan facing off against a renowned knight from the Reach. Gawain lost, but only after a valiant tilt which earned him applause from the stands. Ned allowed himself a small surge of pride. Jon had helped prepare Gawain, and it showed in the crisp manner of their approach. After the day's events, feasting began in the great hall of Storm's End. Lords and ladies mingled while squires and servants tended to their superiors. The swirl of music, laughter, and clinking goblets made Ned's head ache, but he endured, all the while keeping track of Robert. The king was deep in his cups, recounting old war stories, slamming the table in delight. The Lannisters hovered nearby, with Cersei's green eyes glittering dangerously and Jaime standing like a golden sentinel. Midway through the night, Ned slipped from the main throng and found Ser Gawain speaking quietly to a few lesser knights. Jon stood a step behind, arms folded. Catching Ned's eye, Gawain dismissed the others. He then said, "My lord Hand." Ned extended a hand to Gawain, but his attention went to Jon, who offered a polite bow. "You've grown," Ned said, not quite smiling. "Ser Gawain, I must thank you for looking after him." "He's a good lad," Gawain said. "I'd have him as my squire as long as he's willing. He learns fast." Jon ventured a quiet, "I've done what I can, father." There was weight in the word father. Perhaps an edge of longing. Ned was acutely aware of the risk that someone might overhear. But the surrounding guests were lost in their own amusements. "Walk with me a moment," Ned said, directing it to Jon. Gawain nodded his assent. They stepped through a side door into a corridor lit by torches and the faint glow of the moon through arrow slits. Ned led Jon to a corner where the noise of revelry dulled. There, he turned to face the boy. "How are you faring?" he asked quietly. Jon looked up at him. I do my duty, my lord. Ser Gawain has been fair. He teaches me swordplay, lance riding. He says I'm quick to learn, but that I must be less guarded in my expressions. Jon gave a tentative half-smile. He says I remind him of you. Ned felt a pang in his chest. Is that so? Jon nodded. He speaks well of you. Says you were always honorable. But I miss Winterfell sometimes. Ned reached out, gripping Jon's shoulder gently. Winterfell is your home. When the time is right, you'll return. But for now, keep learning. The realm is wide, and knowledge may keep you alive as much as steel. Jon's gaze flickered. Father, will I ever join the Night's Watch? Ned hesitated. That had been the plan. But each day in King's Landing had taught him that the political tides were shifting. Jon's presence might draw attention. Yet the Watch was not the safe haven it once was imagined to be. In time, Ned said softly, for now, stay with Ser Gawain. Learn. Watch and listen. Yes, my lord. A voice echoed down the corridor. Lord Stark? The king's looking for you. Ned sighed. I must go. He spared one last glance at Jon. Be careful. Southron courts can be dangerous. Jon's lips tightened. I will. Ned left him in the corridor, returning to the feast. Already, the swirl of intrigue threatened to sweep him away, but for a moment he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The boy was alive and safe, growing into a man who might someday understand Ned's choices. That was enough for now. Yet the realm turned and fate wove its tapestry with little regard for Ned's careful hopes. A moon's turn after the tournament, rumors of Daenerys Targaryen's pregnancy reached King's Landing. Robert's fury was terrible to behold. He called a small council meeting in the Tower of the Hand, demanding that an assassin be sent across the narrow sea to end the Targaryen girl and her unborn child. Ned stood in staunch opposition, outraged at the notion of murdering a child. We fought a war to end the Targaryen reign, Ned said, but I will not be part of murdering an innocent girl who poses no immediate threat. Robert slammed his fist on the table. She poses every threat. Her child has a claim on my throne. It's them or us, Ned. His eyes burned with righteous anger. Have you forgotten Rhaegar? Have you forgotten what they did to your sister? The mention of Lyanna was a knife in Ned's heart. If only Robert knew. But he couldn't. The truth would see Jon dead. Maintaining his composure took all Ned's strength. This is dishonorable, he whispered. I cannot serve you in this. Robert declared that if Ned would not help, he would find someone else who would. That same day, Ned resigned his hand to the king, though Robert refused to accept it on the spot. For a tense few days, the question of assassinating Daenerys Targaryen divided the court. Ned tried to keep his distance, his mind churning with the knowledge that Robert's hatred for the Targaryens remained as fierce as ever. In the background, shadowy threats lurked. Varys dropped cryptic hints that others watched Jon Snow's progress in the Stormlands. Littlefinger teased that bastards often rose to interesting positions when they had powerful sires. Ned said little to either of them, but the seeds of doubt were sown. At Stonehelm, Jon continued his squiring duties, unaware of the storm brewing in the capital. He was beginning to develop a name among the local knights as a courteous, capable youth. Some of the other squires teased him for his bastard surname, but Jon's skill in the practice yard earned him their grudging respect. Ser Gawain watched him closely, ensuring he was never drawn into petty quarrels that might escalate. Late one night, Ser Gawain called Jon to his solar. The knight's face was grim in the candlelight. I've received word from King's Landing. Your father has parted ways with the king on certain matters. There are rumors swirling. Jon swallowed, uncertain. Parted ways? But I thought he served his hand. Gawain gave a curt nod. He did. Now he might not. There is talk of a plot to kill Daenerys Targaryen overseas. Your father's honor would not allow him to sign off on that. The king, well, the king's anger is legendary. Lord Stark is at odds with him, and that's dangerous. Even rumors of ill will between them might cause others to act. Jon's heart pounded. Is my father in danger? Ser Gawain exhaled heavily. I do not know. But these are precarious times. If Lord Stark's position at court weakens, your own position may be affected. I'll do what I can to shield you. But be wary of anyone who asks too many questions about your lineage. My lineage, Jon said bitterly. I'm a bastard. Gawain's eyes flickered. That you may be, but you are Ned Stark's blood. Do not underestimate the significance, nor the curiosity it draws. Some might see you as a tool to use against him. Jon had never felt so powerless. He bowed his head and murmured a thank you. In the days that followed, tension hung in the air. Then a raven arrived from King's Landing. A summons from Ned Stark. Jon was instructed to come to the capital, escorted by Ser Gawain, under the pretense of assisting the Hand in some upcoming matter. Ser Gawain shared the letter with Jon, the older knight wearing a concerned frown. "I wonder if this is truly wise," he muttered. "But I cannot refuse your father." They set out within a fortnight. Jon's stomach churned with worry. He had never seen kings landing up close, never walked its chaotic streets, only heard the stories. But more than the city, he worried about the meaning behind this summons. Why, after sending him away, would his father now ask him to return? Jon entered King's Landing with Ser Gawain and 3 other knights in their party. The heat, the stench, the crowds, he felt overwhelmed. This was nothing like the crisp air of Winterfell or even the Stormlands. Everywhere, people bustled, shouting, hawking wares. Animals defecated in the gutters, and the river of traffic pressed around them. Ser Gawain's men kept a careful eye on pickpockets, one hand near their sword hilts. Eventually, they climbed the hill to the Red Keep, a fortress of red stone perched above the city. The gold cloaks at the gate checked their sigils and let them pass. Within, the courtyard teemed with guards, servants, and lesser lords. A steward escorted them into the keep's interior. Jon tried not to gape at the size of the walls, the intricate carvings on columns. They were taken to an antechamber near the Tower of the Hand. It was there that Ned Stark himself appeared, stepping quickly inside. He wore a simple brown cloak over his tunic, his face drawn tight with worry. Yet when he saw Jon, a glimmer of relief crossed his features. "Jon." Jon inclined his head. "Father." Ser Gawain stepped forward, bowing. "Lord Stark, we came as you requested." Ned's gaze met Ser Gawain's. "Thank you for bringing him safely. We'll speak more soon, Ser Gawain. But for now, if I might have a moment with my son." Gawain nodded. "Of course, my lord." He withdrew, leaving Jon alone with his father. Ned closed the door, then turned with a heavy sigh. "Jon, I'm sorry to pull you into this. I had hoped to keep you away from the capital, but events have moved quickly." Jon stood tall, forcing himself to meet Ned's gaze. "I'll do what you command, father, but I don't understand." "I have reason to believe my position here is no longer secure," Ned admitted. "The king and I disagreed about a matter of grave importance. More importantly, I've stumbled upon knowledge, dangerous knowledge, that could turn half the realm against me. I want you where I can see you. If something happens, I need to know you're safe." Jon's mind spun. "What kind of knowledge?" Ned pursed his lips, then shook his head. "Something I cannot speak freely about. It's enough to know it involves the throne." His eyes flicked over Jon's features. "I must speak to the king soon. Until then, remain discreet. Don't draw attention. Ser Gawain can keep you near him, or if need be, I'll find a place in the Red Keep for you to reside." The mention of secrecy reminded Jon of Ser Gawain's warnings. He asked carefully, "Are people suspicious?" "About me?" Ned's expression darkened. "Perhaps not yet, but be cautious. This is a city of whispers." Jon felt a knot in his stomach. He nodded obediently. Ned stepped closer, lowering his voice. "No matter what you hear, do not act rashly. Stay near Gawain or me. I promise, once this is resolved, I'll see you safe." Jon swallowed. "Yes, father." They parted. Ned departed to speak with the king, and Jon was left to find quarters in the barracks designated for Ser Gawain's knights. The place smelled of sweat and oiled steel. Jon felt more comfortable there than in the gilded corridors of the main keep. If only that sense of unease would leave him. But the city hummed with tension, a tension Jon could not name. The men in the yard swapped rumors that the king's heir was not as it seemed, that the queen had paramours, that the Lannisters plotted behind closed doors. Everyone feared the Targaryens across the sea, the Dothraki horse lords talk of a dragon baby in the womb. Jon recognized how complicated politics truly were. He felt lost, dwarfed by forces he had never learned to navigate. One evening, after training with Ser Gawain in the yard, Jon was approached by a slender man in fine doublet. He had a mocking smile that never reached his eyes. "Jon Snow," the man said, voice lilting. "The bastard of Winterfell, come to see the wonders of the capital. I am Littlefinger. I serve on the king's council." Jon stiffened, unsure how to respond. He inclined his head politely, remembering Gawain's lessons. "My lord." Littlefinger gave a theatrical bow. "Oh, but I'm no lord, merely a humble counselor." He straightened, studying Jon. "Curious that Lord Stark would invite you here after sending you away. Have you missed the north so dreadfully that you had to come all this distance to the heat and stink of King's Landing? Jon said nothing, sensing the man's provocation. Littlefinger's smile deepened. No matter. One day, perhaps, we'll all understand your father's mysteries. Until then, do be careful. The capital can be most unkind to a wolf alone among lions. He slipped away, leaving Jon uneasy. That night, Jon wrote a brief letter to Robb, though it would be a long time before it reached Winterfell. He simply said he was well, that father had summoned him to the capital, and that the city was not at all like home. Days turned to weeks. Tensions reached a breaking point when King Robert went on a boar hunt, taking a cask of strong wine with him. He returned mortally wounded, the boar's tusks having torn a deadly gash. As he lay dying, he named Ned Stark as regent for Joffrey until the boy came of age. Ned, however, had uncovered the truth. Joffrey was not Robert's true son, but the product of Cersei's incest with Jaime Lannister. Torn between loyalty to the crown and his sense of honor, Ned wrote a letter to Stannis Baratheon, the rightful heir, seeking his help. But events moved against him. Cersei acted faster. The moment Robert died, she seized control of the Red Keep, placing her son on the Iron Throne. The Gold Cloaks turned on Ned and chaos erupted. Ned was arrested for treason, accused of plotting against the rightful King Joffrey. Word reached Jon in the barracks that men loyal to Stark were killed in the throne room. Ser Gon heard it from a knight who survived. A hush fell over the yard. Jon felt a sick lurch in his stomach. Treason? His father? Impossible. Ser Gon met Jon's panicked eyes. We must leave, the older knight said tersely. We have no protection here. The Lannisters will move to secure all threats. You, as Ned Stark's bastard, may be next. Jon's first instinct was to run to the Red Keep to demand his father's release. But Gon seized his arm. That's madness. They'll arrest you on sight, or worse. We must think. Jon yanked free, eyes blazing. I can't just abandon him. We do no good if we're both dead, Gon snapped. Listen to me, boy. Lord Stark had secrets. He likely wanted you away from the capital long before this moment. My oath was to keep you safe, and that's what I aim to do. If your father is imprisoned, perhaps there will be a trial. You can't help him by throwing your life away. Jon stared, torn between rage and despair. He had no idea what to do. Where can we go? The city gates are likely watched. Gon's jaw tightened. We'll leave by the mud gate at dawn, posing as Stormland's knights returning home. It's not unusual for us to depart. The Gold Cloaks might not challenge us. But if they do, we'll fight if we must. Jon nodded stiffly, grateful for Gon's loyalty, but a whirlwind of pain tore through him. His father was in chains, or possibly worse, and Jon was slinking away. That night, Jon scarcely slept. He paced the cramped barracks room, thinking of his father, of the secrets Ned Stark carried. If Joffrey was not the true heir, then everything had changed. He recalled Robert's anger at Targaryens and shuddered. Maybe his father's knowledge extended further. Maybe it would cost him his life. By dawn's first light, they slipped from the barracks. The city was on edge. Jon could smell the fear in the air, rumors of war, of Lannister might, of House Stark's downfall. Even the small folk cowered, sensing that heads would roll. Gon's knights, wearing neutral cloaks that bore only a small swan crest, walked calmly through the streets. Jon tried to keep his expression blank, but inside he felt sick. At the mud gate, a small contingent of Gold Cloaks halted them. The captain eyed them. Where are you going? Returning home, Gon said, his tone brisk but polite. We serve House Swan of Stonehelm. Our business in the capital is finished. The captain's gaze flicked across their faces. Then his eyes landed on Jon. You there? Show me your face. Jon lifted his chin, letting the man see him. You're a Northman, the captain said suspiciously. The kings declared the North is an open rebellion. Are you Stark's man? Gon stepped in smoothly. The boy is my squire. We served in the tournament under King Robert's good grace. If you doubt me, speak to the Castellan of Storm's End. We have a right to return. The captain hesitated. Then, with a grunt, he waved them through. Jon didn't breathe again until they were outside the gate, passing into the outskirts of the city. They made their way south, hearts heavy. The plan was to reach the Stormlands, where at least Gon would have some measure of safety. Jon felt numb, each day spent in silent torment. When they stopped at inns, they heard rumors that Lord Stark would be tried as a traitor. Another rumor claimed he had confessed his crimes to the king. Another said he was to be executed. Halfway down the Rose Road, they received the news that Ned Stark was dead, executed by King Joffrey. Gon heard it from a traveler who carried the story from King's Landing. Jon refused to believe it at first, pressing the man for details. But the traveler seemed certain, describing how the crowd had gathered at the Great September, how Ned Stark stood on the steps to make a confession, and how Joffrey had called for Island Pain to strike off his head. That night, Jon broke down in the stable of a roadside inn, tears burning down his face. Gon tried to place a hand on his shoulder, but Jon shook it off. He felt hollowed out as though a piece of him had been carved away. His father was gone, Honorable Ned Stark, the man whose secret burdens had shaped Jon's entire life. And now Jon was alone in the south with nothing but uncertain parentage and a bastard's name. Gon's voice was low. "I'm sorry, lad. Truly." Jon barely managed a nod, his throat closed. He remembered Ned's last words to him, "Stay near Gon. Stay safe. In time, you'll understand." But that time might never come. In the darkness, a quiet fury began to replace Jon's grief. If the Lannisters and their puppet king had done this, they would pay. If only Jon had the power to make them pay. But he was just a squire, a bastard boy of 14 name days with no banner, no castle, no allies. He had nothing but a sword and the faint protection of a Stormlands knight. Back in King's Landing, a final, cruel twist occurred when Joffrey demanded the heads of all who were loyal to Ned Stark. Sansa Stark remained a hostage. Arya Stark escaped under mysterious circumstances. The realm was splintering. Robb Stark in the north was declared king in the north. Stannis and Renly both claimed the Iron Throne. The Lannisters held King's Landing, and the Targaryen girl across the sea was rumored to have hatched dragons. War was breaking out in all directions. Jon Snow found himself in Stonehelm once more, perched on a wooden bench in Ser Gon's solar. Outside, the courtyard was busy with men drilling, hammering, preparing for a conflict that might wash over the Stormlands. Gon had pledged his loyalty to whichever Baratheon brother commanded the Stormlands, but even that was divided, as Renly declared himself king and Stannis did likewise. Jon wrestled with confusion. He had once thought to join the Night's Watch. Now, with his father dead, that path seemed hollow. The Watch might be honorable, but it meant abandoning all chance of avenging Ned Stark. And part of Jon burned for vengeance. Then there was the secret of his birth. Something Ned Stark had never revealed in full. Did it even matter now? His father was dead. The only person who truly knew was gone. Yet, as the days passed, Jon began to notice subtle shifts in how Ser Gon regarded him. He would study Jon's face with a curious intensity, as if searching for something he had not seen before. Finally, Gon summoned Jon privately. They sat together in the solar, a single candle flickering between them, wind rattling the shutters. "Jon," Gon said, voice low, "before he died, your father sent me a letter. It arrived days after the news of his execution, hidden among the baggage of one of my men who escaped the Red Keep." Jon's pulse quickened. "A letter?" Gon nodded. "I've debated whether to show it to you. Lord Stark's words are cryptic, but I believe he intended for you to read them if the worst happened to him." Hands shaking, Jon took the parchment. The wax seal was broken, the Stark dire wolf pressed into the hardened residue. Inside, the message was short but carried a heavy weight. "If I should fall, keep Jon close. He must know that my silence was to protect him. Tell him that his mother's name was not a dishonor but a crown. The promise I kept was a matter of life and death, for the king would have no mercy. Know that I have loved him as my own true son." Ned had signed it simply with his name. Jon read it over and over, struggling to parse its meaning. His mother's name was not a dishonor, but a crown? He looked at Gon with wide eyes. "What does that mean?" Gon exhaled. "I am not certain. Your father wrote in haste, but it might suggest your mother was of royal blood." Jon's throat tightened. "Royal blood? Did you ever wonder why the king, Robert, might have threatened your life if he knew of your mother?" Gon asked gently. "Lord Stark wrote that the king would have no mercy. It implies that your mother's identity could have sparked the king's wrath." Memories tore through Jon's mind. Robert's hatred of Targaryens, his father's guarded manner whenever the subject arose. A swirl of half-forgotten remarks about Rhaegar Targaryen's abduction of Lyanna Stark. Could it be? Jon's voice came out barely above a whisper. "Rhaegar Targaryen. Lyanna Stark. My father's sister." The world began spinning. "Are you saying my mother was Rhaegar's wife, Elia Martell?" "No, that can't be. She was a—" He stopped, recalling the horrible murder of Elia Martell. That poor woman had died. Unless Ned had lied about the mother entirely. Another name surfaced in his mind, Lyanna herself. She was said to have died in childbirth. Robert hated Rhaegar because he thought Rhaegar abducted her. But if there had been love between them, if a child had come of it. It made a dreadful, impossible sense. Why else would Ned keep him hidden? Why else would Robert kill him if he knew? Because he would be Targaryen by half and a direct threat to the Iron Throne. Gods, Jon breathed. He was protecting me all this time. Gon said nothing, letting the realization settle. Jon's stomach roiled. He felt fury and grief warring within him, fury at his father for not telling him, grief that Ned had died trying to protect a lie that was no lie at all. If Jon was half Targaryen, that made him a claimant to the Iron Throne in a sense. A flash of terror coursed through him. If the Lannisters discovered this, they would never rest until he was dead. If Stannis or Renly discovered it, how would they react? As for the Starks, would Robb even look at him the same way? Yet an odd clarity followed the terror. Jon felt as if pieces of his life clicked into place, his sense of not belonging, the curious glances that saw something Stark-like yet not quite. He remembered the darkness of his hair, but Rhaegar had famously been silver-haired, though the Targaryens had intermarried with houses that brought darker features. He felt dizzy. What will you do now? Gon asked quietly. Jon raised his gaze, eyes still shiny with unshed tears. I don't know. I have no illusions of claiming a throne. Why would I? That had never been his dream. He had once yearned to be a sworn brother of the Watch. But if the Lannisters discover this, they won't from me, Gon said firmly. I gave your father my word. But the times are dangerous and knowledge can be gleaned from many places. If there is anyone else who knows, they might speak up. You must be prepared. Jon ran a hand through his hair. We're on the brink of war. If I reveal myself, he swallowed. Robert is dead. Joffrey sits the throne. Stannis and Renly fight over it. The realm might tear itself apart. What difference would another Targaryen make? Gon's voice was calm. It might unite or it might divide, depending on how the lords see it. Many despised the Mad King. Rhaegar was beloved by some, but hated by others. The realm is in no shape for another pretender. My advice, keep your secret. Go north or find a place far from this conflict. Live, but Jon's heart still screamed for vengeance against the boy king who murdered Ned Stark. The swirl of new identity did not overshadow the rawness of that wound. Could he simply hide while the Lannisters consolidated power, while Sansa was hostage, while Arya was missing, while Robb fought a war in the Riverlands? He set the letter down carefully. I must think. As war raged across the Seven Kingdoms, Robb Stark capturing Jaime Lannister at the Whispering Wood, Renly Baratheon marching with the Tyrells, Stannis holed up at Dragonstone, Jon Snow kept to Stonehelm. Ser Gon refused to let him ride north to join Robb's army. You'd be recognized as Stark's bastard. The Lannisters would place a bounty on your head. And if they suspect more? Jon fumed, restless to do something. Gon gave him a half measure. We'll do our part in the Stormlands. If Renly or Stannis calls, we'll answer. But for now, we hold Stonehelm. Letters reached them from time to time, rumors of Robb's victories, the crowning of the king in the north, the rise of Tywin Lannister's host. Meanwhile, the east offered rumors of Daenerys Targaryen, who supposedly had dragons, forging her own path. Jon felt an odd stirring at that name, Daenerys Targaryen. If the puzzle of his heritage was correct, she might be his aunt by blood. That was a fearsome concept. He was no closer to her than he was to the Starks. All his life, he had believed he was only Ned Stark's bastard. One day, as the leaves turned gold, a raven arrived from the Storm's End garrison. King Renly Baratheon demanded all loyal Storm Lords to rally to his side. Ser Gon had sworn no fealty to Stannis. His local liege was the Lord of Stonehelm, who in turn was leaning toward Renly. And so, they prepared to march. Jon tried to decide what to do. Marching with Renly's host would put him face to face with a claimant to the throne. If Renly triumphed, he would be crowned. But if the truth of Jon's birth came out at the wrong time, it could spark chaos. Ser Gon approached Jon one evening in the keep's courtyard. The Lord of Stonehelm will ride for Bitterbridge, where Renly is mustering. I cannot leave you behind. But you realize this is war, and there's no guarantee Renly will win. Stannis is said to be a hard commander. Tywin Lannister has a massive army. Robb Stark fights in the Riverlands. Jon's face was set. I'll go. Gon's brow furrowed. War is no place for a lad who's never seen a real battle. You'd better be ready. Jon's mouth tightened into a grim line. My father was executed. My brother fights in the north. I can't be idle any longer. Gon nodded slowly. Then steel yourself. War is not a song. Within a week, they joined the march. Tents, horses, wagons. Renly's host was large, including the banners of many southern lords. Jon kept a low profile, a simple squire's cloak with no distinguishing sigils except Gawain's small swan crest. He listened to talk around the campfires, gleaning the mood. Renly was beloved among many storm lords, charming and bold. They believed he would crush Stannis, then challenge the Lannisters. Jon felt uneasy. This was the man who had not lifted a finger to save Ned Stark in King's Landing, who was away from the city when it all happened. Could Renly have saved Ned if he'd acted sooner? That question haunted Jon. But the alternative was to do nothing. They reached Bitterbridge, where Renly himself appeared in splendor, green and gold banners billowing. He dined with his bannermen, including the Lord of Stonehelm, while lesser knights and squires found their place in the outskirts. Jon expected to remain unnoticed. But on the second day, as he fetched water from the stream, he heard a crisp voice call, "You there, squire. Come hold my horse's reins." Jon turned to see Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, seated astride a sleek mare. Loras hopped down gracefully and handed the reins to Jon without a second glance, stooping to wash his face in the stream. Jon obeyed, swallowing a prickle of resentment at being ordered about by a southern lordling. When Loras turned back, he took a longer look at Jon's face. "Have I seen you before? At a tournament, perhaps?" Jon shrugged. "I've squired for Ser Gawain. Loras snapped his fingers, memory stirring. "Yes, the Storm's End tournament. You helped unhorse a knight from the Reach, if I recall. Or at least, your knight nearly did." He gave Jon a closer stare. "Dark hair, gray eyes? You almost look like..." Jon's heart pounded. "Like who?" Loras paused, then shook his head, stepping away. "Someone I once glimpsed in King Robert's retinue. But never mind." He mounted his horse again, offering a brief nod. "My thanks, squire." And he rode off. Jon released a shaky breath. Perhaps Loras had recognized a resemblance to Ned Stark. Or to someone else. He had to be more cautious. The host moved on, eventually camping within a day's ride of Storm's End. It was there that a fateful night arrived. Renly's host was poised to face Stannis in a confrontation that could decide the fate of the Stormlands. But darkness brought treachery. Rumors swirled of a shadow that crept into Renly's tent, slaying him before dawn. When the sun rose, Renly was found dead, his bannermen in chaos. Stannis arrived with his smaller army, and many of Renly's bannermen deserted to join him. Others fled. The Lord of Stonehelm, uncertain, pulled his men away from the field rather than bend the knee to Stannis. Jon found himself caught in the swirl of confusion. In one night, the Baratheon threat to the throne had fractured again. With Renly gone, Stonehelm's position was precarious. Ultimately, the Lord decided to return home rather than risk Stannis' wrath. So, they left the encampment under cover of confusion, riding hard south. Once again, Jon felt the sting of retreat. So many knights had died in the night, and he had never even drawn his sword. Some weeks later, they were back in Stonehelm. The war had moved elsewhere. King's Landing in turmoil, Robb Stark in the west, Stannis preparing ships at Dragonstone, Tywin Lannister maneuvering with ruthless efficiency. Jon felt increasingly isolated. He gleaned bits of news about the Starks. Robb had won another victory, but winter was approaching, and the Freys were rumored to be uneasy allies. Sansa remained captive in King's Landing. Arya was still missing. Bran and Rickon were rumored to be in Winterfell. One morning, Jon stood on the battlements, gazing out at the waters of the bay. He wondered if Daenerys Targaryen would cross the sea with her dragons. If she did, what would that mean for him? If he was indeed her nephew, would she see him as a threat or an ally? He had no desire to be king. All he wanted was to honor Ned Stark's memory and see justice done for his father. Gawain approached, resting his hands on the stone. "You've stayed your course longer than most would, lad." Jon gave him a wry look. "I haven't accomplished anything." "Not yet," Gawain allowed. "But you're alive, which is more than can be said for many. That means there's still a chance you'll find a path." Jon exhaled. "The Night's Watch used to be my dream. But now, my father is gone. My family is scattered, and the realm is ablaze with war. I can't take vows to forsake all of that." Gawain nodded. "War may end one day, but oaths, once sworn, are forever. If you must fight for your family, do so." They stood in silence for a time. Jon turned to the older knight. "Ser Gawain, if the realm learns I might be Targaryen, All manner of lords could try to use me. I have no desire to claim the throne. I only want to see the Lannisters answer for Ned Stark's death, and to see my sisters safe." Gon's jaw tightened. "The Lannisters are powerful, and they hold the capital. I see no easy path for you to take revenge." "Robb Stark marches," Jon said quietly. "He's declared himself king in the north. If I joined him, might that help?" Gon looked pained. "He might accept you, or he might fear the secret you carry. Even if he accepted you wholeheartedly, you'd be just one more blade in his army." Jon set his jaw. "At least I'd be home in the north with my family." Gon studied him. "Do you wish to reveal who you are to Robb?" The thought sent an icy stab of uncertainty through Jon. "No, not yet. Let him think I'm only his half-brother, a bastard. That will be enough. I don't want to distract him or have him question my loyalties. I'm done with secrets, but this one is too dangerous." Gon placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Then I'll help you get there, if that's what you want. Stonehelm has been my duty, but the Lord here is content to remain neutral, waiting out the storm. If you ask for my sword, I'll ride with you to the north." Jon's throat tightened. I don't know how to repay you." Gon managed a small, sad smile. "You owe me nothing. I do this for Lord Stark. He was a good man, and I gave him my word. Let's pray it's not a fool's errand." They left Stonehelm in the early hours of dawn, with only a small band of Gon's most trusted men. The journey north would be perilous. The Rose Road was lined with potential dangers: Lannister patrols, bandits, or even Tyrell men checking travelers. The war had shattered the king's peace. Jon and Gon wore simple cloaks, no finery. They traveled as a small, armed company of sellswords, using coin Gon had saved. At inns and towns, they avoided attention. On the long stretches of road through forests, they kept watch in shifts. One evening, they found themselves near the fringes of the Riverlands, where the land was ravaged by skirmishes between Lannister foragers and Northman outriders. Smoke rose from some distant farmsteads. They pressed on carefully. Outside a burned village, they encountered a group of refugees. Peasants carrying what few possessions they had left, children crying. The sight twisted Jon's heart. War spared no one. They asked which army was near, and the refugees answered that Northmen had been sighted a day's ride away, but also Lannisters scouring the countryside. Jon and Gon pushed on, hoping to find the Northmen. If Robb Stark was indeed near, they might safely join up with his host. By late afternoon, they saw banners on a ridge. Banners bearing the direwolf of House Stark. Jon's breath caught. Home or something close to it. But approach was not so simple. A mounted patrol intercepted them, swords drawn. "Halt! State your purpose." Gon lifted his visor slightly. "We come from Stonehelm. We seek the host of King Robb Stark. My companion is Jon Snow, bastard son of Ned Stark." Jon tensed as the men eyed him suspiciously. Some sneered at the mention of a bastard, but one older knight's gaze softened at Ned Stark's name. "We heard the Lord of Winterfell had a bastard. We also heard he was killed in King's Landing, along with half his men." Jon swallowed. "Some of his men, yes, but I survived. Now I want to join my brother." The knight scrutinized him, then nodded. "We'll take you to the king." They rode under guard, the patrol flanking them. Jon's heart pounded with every hoofbeat. The camp was a sea of tents and men in boiled leather or chainmail, the air thick with the smell of sweat, horses, and cooking fires. Direwolf banners flapped in the evening breeze. Jon inhaled, feeling an odd surge of belonging. He was led to a large pavilion near the center. There, the guard announced them, "We have a visitor, Jon Snow, who claims to be the bastard son of Ned Stark." A moment later, Robb Stark emerged. He was taller than Jon remembered, face sterner, with a roughness that spoke of war's toll. Grey Wind, the direwolf, stood at his side, hackles raised. When Robb saw Jon, a flicker of stunned relief crossed his features. "Jon!" Jon swung down from his horse. He approached his half-brother, his voice tight with emotion. "Robb, I'm sorry about father. Robb nodded stiffly. You too. We heard you were in King's Landing. Then the rumors said you vanished. I'm glad you're alive. They stood awkwardly a moment, then clasped arms, uncertain how to express all that had happened. Grey Wind sniffed Jon, then let out a soft whine. Jon's eyes stung at the memory of the direwolf pups they had found so long ago. I want to fight for you, Jon said simply, looking into Robb's eyes. I want to avenge father. Robb studied him, then gestured for him to enter the pavilion. Ser Gon was invited in as well, though the others were asked to remain outside. Within, the table was spread with maps of the Trident, the Neck, the Westerlands. War markers stood in neat lines. Robb pointed at a seat. Sit. Tell me your tale. Jon recounted his journey, how Ned had sent him south, how Ser Gon had taken him in. He omitted the truth of his parentage, only saying that Ned had wanted to protect him from the intrigues of King's Landing. Father was arrested, executed by that boy king. I fled the city with Gon's help. Robb clenched a fist. We all want justice. The Lannisters will pay. He turned his keen gaze on Ser Gon, who explained his own loyalty to Ned Stark's memory, how he felt honor-bound to protect Jon. Robb gave a small nod. You're welcome here, Ser. And you too, Jon. We need every good sword. But know this, we are at war. We've won battles, but the Lannisters still hold my sisters captive in King's Landing. They hold the throne. My men have crowned me king in the north, and they want the north free. Will you bend the knee to me as your king? Jon felt a burst of conflicting emotions. King in the north, Robb, his half-brother. But also the question of Targaryen blood flickered in his mind. He forced it away. This was the family he had known, the brother he had grown up with. He dropped to one knee. I swear my sword to you, Robb. You are my brother, and I will follow you. Robb reached down, pulling him upright. Good. Then we'll march together. Jon tried to hide the tears that threatened to well. If Ned Stark could have seen them standing here, two sons of different mothers, united in cause, would he be proud? Or would he fear for the secret that might shatter everything? And so Jon Snow entered the northern host. He took up arms beside men who had known his father, men who cursed the Lannisters and cheered Robb Stark as the young wolf. In the weeks that followed, he tasted real battle, clashes with Lannister outriders, skirmishes by riverbanks. He learned that war was not a glorious affair, but a brutal grind of steel on flesh. He saw men gutted, heard the screams of horses, smelled blood in the mud. Ser Gon fought with grim determination, always keeping an eye on Jon. They survived each encounter, though not without scars on their souls. At night, Jon sometimes sat outside Robb's tent or near the fires with the other men, listening to stories. They spoke of the direwolves, of Grey Wind's uncanny ferocity. They told tales of how Robb outfoxed the Lannisters, capturing Jaime at Riverrun. They whispered that Walder Frey was a treacherous ally, but that the twins were essential for crossing the Green Fork. Jon wrote to no one. He had no one left, save this army, save the family that recognized only half of who he was. He kept the secret close, reminding himself daily that Robert Baratheon would have killed him if he had known. Now Robert was dead, but the Lannisters would be no less murderous if they suspected a Targaryen heir lurked among the northern host. That truth weighed heavily, as if threatening to explode at any moment. Meanwhile, as the war raged, word came from across the narrow sea that Daenerys Targaryen lived Till, forging alliances in the east, building a following. Some of the Northmen scoffed at the idea of dragons, others prayed that she stayed far away. Jon listened in silence, feeling a sense of disquiet. She was possibly his aunt. If she ever sailed west, would she see him as kin or competition? But day by day, the war demanded his focus. For the first time, he was forging bonds of brotherhood with these northern soldiers who accepted him as the Lord Stark's bastard. They teased him, fought beside him, and offered him wine at night. Jon felt a sense of belonging, tempered by sorrow. Weeks turned into months. The tides of war shifted. Tywin Lannister's host moved east to threaten the Vale or Harrenhal, while the northern host sought to secure alliances with the River Lords. Robb dispatched envoys to the Reach, uncertain if they might be swayed from the Lannisters. Tension mounted. The cost of continuing the war was rising. Jon found Robb increasingly burdened by leadership. One night, Robb confided in him quietly, I never wanted to be king, Jon. I only wanted justice for father and to rescue Sansa and Arya. Jon nodded solemnly. We'll get them back. Robb sighed. I hope so. I miss them. I miss Winterfell. Jon hesitated, thoughts swirling of the secret he carried. He could not share it, not now. Instead, he offered his brother the only comfort he could, a vow to stand by him until the end. Thus, as the year turned and winter crept closer, Jon Snow remained with Robb Stark's host, forging a path through the blood and mud of war, an unrecognized Targaryen heir who refused to let the realm's iron crown define him. He would stand with the North against the Lions of Lannister, avenging Ned Stark in the only way he knew how. Yet in the shadows, new pieces were set in motion: Daenerys Targaryen with her dragons, Stannis Baratheon with his Red Priestess, and the unstoppable approach of winter from beyond the wall. Jon Snow, caught between two destinies, could only march forward, sword in hand, carrying a secret that might one day reshape the fate of the Seven Kingdoms or destroy him utterly in the attempt. He did not know if his father's final gambit had truly spared him or only delayed the inevitable. But he understood, at last, the enormity of Ned Stark's sacrifice to protect a boy of royal blood from a king's wrath, to raise him as a bastard in the harsh north rather than risk his life among the lords of the realm. And if the day should come when the truth emerged, Jon swore he would face it with the same unwavering honor his father had shown, no matter how high the cost. Jon Snow had endured the clash and tumult of half a dozen small battles beside Robb Stark's host, though nothing could have prepared him for the unrelenting, grinding nature of a war that spread chaos across every corner of the realm. In the Northmen's camps, men died from fevers that whipped through the tents, or from small wounds that festered in the dirty river water. Nights brought raids or midnight alarms. Days brought council, drilling, and endless marching. Yet through it all, Jon remained resolute, fueled by the mingled rage and grief over Ned Stark's murder, and by the secret that throbbed in the back of his mind like a half-healed wound. He kept his bastard name. He wore it as armor, the same way men wore steel. Bastards, especially Stark bastards, were hardly new to the lords of the North. None questioned him too deeply. They had enough to worry about. Tywin Lannister prowling west of the Trident, and fresh word that Walder Frey was restless, half insulted by the North's demands for safe passage, half likely to do something rash. Robb Stark, already wearied by the burdens of kingship, had little time to dwell on Jon's presence. He only seemed quietly grateful that one more son of Ned Stark, bastard or not, stood at his side. Ser Gawain Swan kept near Jon whenever circumstances allowed, though he too found himself needed among the rank and file of Robb's gathering bannermen. The Knight of Stonehelm was no longer young, but his skill was respected by the Northmen who saw him fight, quick-footed in heavy plate, guiding younger swords with calm efficiency. Jon felt relieved, time and again, that Gawain's loyalty had not wavered. The older knight reminded him of Ned in certain ways. A man of fewer words than many Southerners, quietly resolute, pious in his own stoic manner. Whenever Jon felt doubt devouring him from inside, a moment's counsel with Ser Gawain helped anchor him. The war's swirling chaos brought them across the riverlands, from the smoking ruins of fields near Harrenhal to the damp outskirts of the Twins, back and forth in the exhausting maneuvers that armies undertake to outfox an enemy. Along the way, Jon heard countless rumors. That King Joffrey had grown bored of his betrothed, Sansa Stark, though the court in King's Landing forced him to keep her close as a trophy hostage. That Arya Stark, Ned Stark's youngest girl, might be lost in the Riverlands or dead. That Tywin Lannister was forging new alliances in the west. That Stannis Baratheon had turned to strange gods and was preparing a fleet. They heard as well of foreign tidings, Daenerys Targaryen across the sea, rumored now to have living dragons that she treated as her children. Men chuckled at such tales around the campfire, though some grew uneasy at talk of old powers returned to the world. Jon rarely joined in these rumors, but he listened with rapt attention whenever Daenerys Targaryen's name appeared, feeling a tremor of disquiet in his blood. Some part of him understood without wanting to say the words. If she truly had dragons, if she truly aspired to reclaim the Iron Throne, then in some twisted sense, she might see him as either a threat or a missing piece of her own birthright. He took care never to speak her name in front of anyone but Ser Gawain, and even with Gawain, the conversation was sparse and uneasy. In the depths of night, he would sometimes awaken from dreams of a woman he had never met. A woman with silver hair, standing in a swirl of ash, speaking words he could not hear. He would jolt up, heart-pounding, the memory of Rhaegar Targaryen's silver hair flitting through his mind. The truth. He knew it, though he tried to bury it. a Targaryen bastard raised in Winterfell as Ned Stark's son. The tension of that knowledge wound through him like a bowstring pulled taut, threatening to snap. Sometimes he wanted to scream at the silent sky, to curse the gods for burdening him with a name that was not truly his. But each time he forced it down. He had made a promise to himself to fight for the North, for his siblings, for Ned Stark's memory. That was enough. He had no desire for crowns or dragons. Yet the war did not care about the desires of one young man. The war unspooled like a grisly tapestry. Tywin Lannister unleashed Gregor Clegane and his savage foragers upon the Riverlands, forcing Robb's scattered forces to scramble in defense of small towns. Houses that once pledged neutrality found themselves plundered or threatened. Catelyn Stark arrived at the host after traveling from Riverrun, her face drawn and weary, her hair streaked with new lines of gray. She was a grief-stricken mother who had already lost her husband, with 2 daughters missing or captive, trying desperately to keep the rest of her family from harm. Robb welcomed her with an embrace, though Jon stood awkwardly aside, uncertain of his place. Catelyn had never been cruel to him as a boy, but her eyes always carried a quiet resentment. Now, in the gloom of the war tent, she glanced at Jon and spoke a curt greeting. He bowed his head. She made no further acknowledgement of his presence. He wondered if his own mother, Lyanna Stark, might have treated him differently if she had lived. That path led nowhere but sorrow. Catelyn's arrival brought new tension as well as new counsel. The phrase, she warned, were growing increasingly put out that Robb had not formally sealed any betrothal or truly cemented their alliance. Walder Frey had only grudgingly allowed them passage once. He would not do so again without a heftier price. And the war was turning, with every moment lost to danger. Tywin might circle behind them if they lingered too long. A plan was hatched to move north once more, gather fresh troops, and perhaps reroute to try to bait the Lannisters into a costly engagement on northern ground. While the details were hammered out, Jon found himself assigned to small scouting missions, leading a handful of men to assess the foraging lines of both friend and foe. During those missions, he saw firsthand the harrowed villages that cowered under the threat of Lannister men. Crops burned, wells poisoned, livestock stolen. In one such village, they found a cluster of survivors hiding inside a half-burnt holdfast, their children so gaunt they could barely stand. Jon ordered the men to share what spare provisions they had. Later, an older soldier in the group muttered that they had none to spare, that the army was hungry enough as it was. Jon turned on him with quiet ferocity, reminding him that the North did not abandon its own nor any sworn to its cause. The soldier fell silent. In that moment, Jon was reminded of Ned Stark's unwavering compassion. He felt a strange sense that perhaps he could do right by the man who raised him, even if he could never be Ned's true-born son. On one such scouting foray, he and Ser Gawain rode through a sparse wood, the canopy letting in bars of sunlight. They heard the faint sound of steel on steel. They dismounted and crept closer, hearts pounding. There, in a small glade, a group of 5 Lannister scouts had cornered 3 wounded Northmen who clutched swords with trembling hands. Blood stained the ground. Without hesitation, Jon led the charge, surprising the Lannisters. The fight was savage but brief. Jon parried a strike, twisted his blade free, and rammed the pommel against the man's temple. Ser Gawain skewered another with a thrust to the gut. The Lannisters, outnumbered now, fled or fell. In the aftermath, 2 of the 3 wounded Northmen had died. The survivor was a lad no older than Jon, gazing with wide, terrified eyes. Jon helped him to his feet. They offered what bandages they had, though the boy's arm was gashed to the bone. Before parting ways, the boy recognized Jon from earlier rumors. "You're Ned Stark's bastard," he murmured. "They said you rode with us, that you disappeared in the south. Didn't know if it was true." His voice was filled with a mixture of gratitude and awe. "I thank you, Lord. I'd have died if not for your blade." Jon managed a small nod. No man had ever called him Lord without it sounding half an insult. This time it made him uncomfortable in a different way. He was a bastard, not a lord. And if truth be told, even the name Stark was not truly his. But he forced a calm smile and said, "Heal well. May we meet again at camp." They returned with the boy to Robb's main host, where the youth was handed over to the maesters traveling with the army. Robb heard the story of Jon's rescue, clapped him on the shoulder, and told him well done. Jon felt warmth bloom in his chest. Recognition was not something he had ever craved, but his half-brother's approval meant more than he could express. That sense of unity soon cracked. The road north demanded crossing the twins once again. Walder Frey had extended a brittle invitation, "Come and parley so we might see your next move, king in the north." The old lord insisted that no significant force remain outside his gates, for he was no fool and the north needed his courtesy to pass. The tension in camp thickened as Robb and his lords debated the risk of walking into the Frey's domain. Catelyn Stark's expression was grim, remembering too well the precarious position they had been in last time they needed Lord Walder's bridges. Jon was not high enough in rank to attend the secret councils, but Ser Gon gleaned rumors from the lords who passed in and out of the king's tent. Walder Frey demanded that Robb fulfill some betrothal vow or form a new alliance by marriage. The details were murky. Robb himself was apparently entangled with another woman. Rumors pointed to Jane Westerling or someone of that house, and Frey took that as an insult. Meanwhile, the Lannisters were too close for comfort. Catelyn's entreaties urged caution, yet Robb seemed to feel he had no choice. The Freys had made their demands. They held the bridges. The war demanded action. Robb assembled a group of men to accompany him and his mother into the Twins, leaving the bulk of the northern host encamped a short ride from the castle. Jon Snow was told quietly that he would remain with the men outside. Grey Wind too was to remain outside under the watch of Robb's allies. The dire wolf had grown massive and fearsome, and Walder Frey had specifically demanded the wolf not be brought into his halls. Jon did not like the request, did not like the way it smelled of a trap, but he was in no place to overrule the king. Robb asked him to keep watch over the men, keep them steady. Jon bowed his head, biting back his misgivings. They waited 2 tense days outside the Twins, hearing little news. Lord Bolton was with the main forces, so was Edmure Tully, expecting a wedding of some sort. Robb had assured them that the Freys would host a feast, then allow the Northmen through unmolested. Even so, Jon felt an unshakable prickle of unease. He had heard Walder Frey's name spoken in scornful whispers for years: cunning, petty, easily insulted, never to be trusted. How could Robb believe this man would so meekly stand aside when half the realm was at war? The third day, at sunset, a young outrider came galloping back to camp, disheveled, gasping for breath. They're playing music inside, loud as anything, but something's wrong. I saw crossbowmen on the walls, Lord Snow. He blurted the name out, not sure how else to address Jon. Too many men with weapons up high, not enough Freys outside. Could be not, but a... Jon turned sharply to the outrider. Gather your wits. We may have to move. If crossbowmen are lining the walls in large numbers, it's no feast. Fetch Ser Gon. He found Ser Gon within moments. The older knight's face set like stone as he heard. This reeks of betrayal. We must do something, or at least prepare. If the Freys spring a trap on Robb and the others inside, how do we... Before he could finish, a wail of horns sounded from the direction of the Twins. The music that wafted across the fields took on a hideous tone, some sort of jarring, discordant tune that set Jon's hair on end. The tents around them stirred. Men grabbed weapons. Horses whinnied in fear. The watchers by the castle gates shouted frantic warnings. Then, in an explosion of violence, arrows rained down on the small pockets of Northmen who had been stationed near the outer gate. From the walls, Frey archers loosed bolts as a drawbridge was lifted, ensuring none could easily charge inside. Jon's blood turned to ice. He whirled to see distant torches flaring. He glimpsed men in Stark livery outside the keep collapsing under a volley of quarrels. The hideous music within the walls rose and fell like a nightmarish beast howling. He knew in that moment this was no mere falling out. This was a slaughter. Men in camp cried out that they must rush the gates, but the path was blocked and shielded by raised walls and cunning fortifications. A handful of outriders tried to gallop forward anyway, and crossbow bolts cut them down. Ser Gon grabbed Jon's arm. We can't storm the Twins. It's suicide. They've built those bridges and walls to be near impossible to take by force. Jon's mind raced, searching for some desperate solution. Inside those walls, Robb was trapped. Catelyn Stark, Edmure Tully, dozens of Northmen, men from the Riverlands, none of them had anticipated such ruthless treachery. The king in the north was effectively walled in with his sworn enemies. But for all that, Jon could not bring himself to stand idle. We have to try. There must be a postern gate or some lesser approach. If we can distract them. No signal was given from the fortress. No White Wolf banner waved. Nothing. Only the savage clang of weapons, the whine of crossbow bolts, the distant screams. Panic rippled through the northern ranks as men realized their liege lord might already be dead. Some captains shouted frantic commands to form lines. Others argued for retreat. Why feed more men into a massacre? At last, the castle gates opened slightly, just enough for a line of mounted Freys to thunder out. They carried torches and wore mail, a dozen of them heading straight for the outskirts of the northern camp. While archers still manned the walls, this cavalry aimed to sow confusion. Jon looked around, saw that none had yet formed a solid shield wall, so he grabbed his sword and bellowed for the men to join him. "Archers, stand to. Knights with me." He did not know if they would listen. He was not a highborn lord of rank, only a bastard. But in the chaos, they needed any rallying cry. Some men responded, drifting into a ragged line with pikes and shortbows. Ser Gon swung atop his horse, drawing steel. They braced themselves, but the phrase did not charge fully in. They circled the edge, loosing crossbow bolts from horseback. Northern men fell. Another wave of panic surged. Jon recognized that they had no chance of breaching the twins. The best they could do was hold off these raiders and hope, by some miracle, that Robb and Catelyn escaped from within. Struggling to maintain order, he raised his voice again, ordering a volley of arrows. Some soared and found their marks, felling a few Fry riders. The rest wheeled away. By the time the sky darkened to fill night, the moaning of the wounded echoed across the field. The torches on the twins' walls flickered, illuminating ranks of Fry bowmen. Inside, the hideous music had stopped. Now, only the occasional cry or clash drifted out, half-swallowed by the thick stone walls. Hours passed with excruciating slowness. Attempts by outriders to scout the drawbridges ended in more bloodshed. When dawn finally broke, Robb Stark did not appear. No white direwolf raced out to greet them. Instead, a scrawny Fry retainer rode forth under a tattered banner of parley. He tossed a burlap sack onto the ground before the assembled Northmen. Within lay the severed head of Grey Wind, the direwolf's eyes glazed, muzzle parted in a silent snarl. Men recoiled in horror. Jon felt bile rise in his throat. He clenched his jaw so hard it ached. The retainer sneered. "King in the North is dead. Walder Frey will show mercy to those who bend the knee to King Joffrey or to Lord Roose Bolton as Warden of the North. The rest of you can face the same end." The old man turned and rode back to the gate, leaving the stunned survivors. Cries of grief echoed in the still morning air. Robb was dead. The heart of the Northern cause had been torn out in a single, traitorous stroke. Catelyn Stark's fate was unknown. Rumors that day claimed she too had been slain after some frenzied act of vengeance. Edmure Tully was taken prisoner. The Red Wedding, as men started calling it that very morning, had shattered the North. In the wake of that horror, some Northmen fell to their knees, either in despair or in resignation. Others raged, calling for immediate assault. The more pragmatic saw that they were outnumbered and unprepared. Walder Frey had planned this night well. He had crossbowmen in every tower, a moat around the fortress, and fresh men behind the walls. They might have tried to break free if they'd had a larger army, but much of that army now lay within the castle's edge. All's slaughtered. Jon stood frozen, staring at Grey Wind's head as men murmured in shock. The last shred of hope fell away. Robb was gone. The brother who had embraced Jon as his own, after Ned's death, was no more. In one stroke, the Lannisters and their cunning allies had gutted House Stark. There would be no quick rescue of Sansa, no glorious northern victory. Even if the war continued, the North was in tatters. Ser Gon touched Jon's shoulder. "We have to leave. This field is lost, and the men will scatter." Jon turned eyes of raw grief on the older knight. "My family is gone, Ser. What do I do now?" Gon pressed his lips together. "You live. We find a way. We can't fight an entire castle with a handful of men. Some of these soldiers might follow a new leader, maybe your elder brother by law. But we both know the Boltons have their own designs on the North. If you stay here, you'll die or be captured." The mention of Boltons churned Jon's gut. Roose Bolton had always been a cold man, but if he had a hand in this treachery, and rumor said he did, Jon wanted to bury his sword in that man's chest. But that would do nothing to help Sansa or Arya. He looked around at the scattering men. Some were forming ragged columns to retreat. Others simply fled on foot, or slumped to the ground in hopelessness. He saw Lord Bolton's standards far to the east, white flayed man on pink field, pulling away from the chaos as if entirely unscathed. That told him enough. Roose Bolton had known. He was complicit. Another surge of fury threatened to tear away his reason. Only the memory of Ned Stark's calm voice guided him back from the edge. "Think before you act, or you will not live to act again." Jon turned to Ser Gon, swallowing the dryness in his throat. "We ride. We gather what we can of the loyal men. Then we flee. But I won't rest until I find some way to avenge this." His hand clenched on the hilt of his sword. Gon nodded, his face ashen. "I'll follow you." They set about gathering a few remnants of Stark loyalists, those who refused to bow to Walder Frey or King Joffrey. No more than 50 men joined them, ragged and stunned. Some were knights or master-at-arms from smaller northern houses, others simple foot soldiers who had lost everything. The group formed up behind Jon as he donned his battered cloak. He was not a lord, but Ned Stark's blood, so they believed, still ran in his veins, and that was enough for them to look to him in the absence of any other Stark. They slipped away, riding hard eastward, mindful of outriders. The ground seemed to weep with blood beneath them. The men were too numb to speak. Behind them, across the wide fields, the twins squatted like a carrion crow, devouring all hope. The king in the north was dead, and the dream of a free north with him. Days later, they reached a patch of low hills and thick woods, battered by a cold drizzle. Half the men had deserted along the road, choosing to make their own way home. The remainder set up a rough camp under the dripping canopy. Jon crouched beside a small fire, letting the meager heat soak into his sodden boots. Ser Gon stood across from him, arms folded. One of the men, Harbert, a grizzled archer from Deepwood Motte, spoke softly, addressing Jon. "My lord, what do we do now? We've no king, no cause. The Lannisters have beaten us at every turn. My home's far to the north, but the roads are crawling with Freys, Boltons, or worse." Jon swallowed. "I'm not a lord," he said softly. "I'm only You're Ned Stark's boy," Harbert insisted. "I've seen you fight with us. You have the old man's eyes." Others around the fire muttered agreement. Jon felt his insides twist, recalling that his eyes were not purely Ned's, but also belonged to another lineage entirely. Yet these men were lost, hoping for direction. He looked to Gon, who lifted his shoulders in a slight, uncertain shrug. Jon drew a slow breath, forcing himself to speak as best he could. "Walder Frey and Roose Bolton are allied with the Lannisters. Marching on them now would be throwing ourselves into a grave. Our first duty is to survive. Then perhaps we can still fight for the North for justice. My brothers, my king's cause cannot die with him. But we need time. We need more men or an alliance that can shift the tide." Harbert asked, "Where do we find such alliances?" Jon had no good answer. The Vale was quiet under Lisa Arryn's watchful eye. The Stormlands were shattered between Stannis and the Tyrell-backed Iron Throne. The Riverlands lay in ruin. The Iron Islands were rumored to be reaving the coasts of the north. Even the seat of Winterfell was uncertain. It left them with nothing but a frantic hope that pockets of resistance remained scattered across the wide expanse of Westeros. One man spat into the mud. "Might as well go to the wall, join the watch. Better to freeze up there than bend to the Lannisters." Jon flinched at that. For a moment, he recalled his old intention of joining the watch before Ned had changed his mind and sent him south. But the watch offered no path to save his sisters or avenge Robb. Unless he remembered that the Night's Watch was neutral in the wars of the realm, sworn to take no side. It was not a place for vengeance. Or was it? He shook his head. "I won't take the black. I have my reasons. We can head north, though, in search of loyal houses. House Manderley and White Harbor might stand with the Starks. If we could reach them, perhaps we can rally a few more. Or at least find refuge. But it's a dangerous road." The men seemed uncertain, but that was the only plan Jon could offer that did not lead directly to an early grave. After a weary hush, some nodded. They agreed to travel north in small groups to avoid notice. The next morning, the group split into 3 parties, each assigned a route that might bypass major roads. Jon led one party, Ser Gon took another. They would try to reunite in White Harbor if they survived the journey. They parted with quiet handshakes and bleak expressions. The trek north was harrowing. They slipped through the battered riverlands, circumnavigating burned farms and ravaged villages. Twice they avoided large Lannister patrols by hiding in wooded hills. One morning they stumbled upon the blackened ruins of an inn where crows feasted on corpses of travelers who had apparently been robbed and murdered. It was an unrelenting gallery of horror, but the men pressed on. A few deserted along the way, convinced it was folly to keep going. Jon did not blame them. He marched with a set jaw and hollow eyes, determined only because he had nothing else but Ned Stark's memory urging him forward. Eventually they crossed the neck, carefully navigating boggy paths that rumor said were watched by crannogmen loyal to House Reed. They saw no watchers, but felt eyes on them from behind gnarled trees. Even here, far from the main theaters of war, no one could be trusted. At Moat Cailin, a battered fort that once guarded the north, they found a small garrison of Bolton men who demanded to know their loyalties. Jon hid his face beneath his hood, letting one of his older companions speak for the group, claiming they were small folk from the rills. The Bolton guards did not press too hard, content to collect a small bribe of silver and let them pass. Still, Jon's heart pounded at the near discovery. The Boltons now called themselves Wardens of the North at the Lannisters' behest. If they recognized Ned Stark's bastard, they would likely deliver him to Tywin Lannister or dispatch him on the spot. Even more chilling was the knowledge that some Northmen had betrayed their own. After days of slogging through chill rains, they reached the outskirts of White Harbor. From a distance, the looming white walls and the shining towers seemed like a promise of hope. The Manderleys had declared for Robb Stark early in the war, though no one knew their stance after the slaughter at the Twins. White Harbor was a port city, relatively prosperous. Perhaps it was the last strong bulwark of the North untainted by betrayal. But approaching the gates was fraught with risk. The group decided that Jon and 2 men would sneak in first to see what the local mood was while the rest camped discreetly outside. Jon approached the gates on foot, cowl drawn up. Guards wearing House Manderley's merman sigil stopped him. "State your business." He offered the simple explanation, "We're travelers from the Riverlands seeking refuge. We heard Lord Manderley offers fair trade for fishers and laborers." One guard eyed them suspiciously. "Lot of folk coming up from the south these days. Wars turned half the realm into refugees." Jon nodded, trying to look as though he were merely exhausted by the journey and not lying through his teeth. "We mean no harm, sir. Only we're short on coin and starving." The guard's face softened just a fraction. "You can enter, but mind yourselves. Any trouble and you'll be thrown out or worse. White Harbor's not in the mood for more war." He gestured to a smaller side gate. "Go on." They slipped inside, past thick stone walls, into the city's streets. White Harbor spread out in orderly lines, far cleaner and better maintained than the southern towns Jon had passed. There was a sense of tension in the air, though. Soldiers marched in small squads. Northern banners drooped in the cold drizzle. Vendors at the fish market sold meager wares, complaining about raiders on the seas. Whispers circulated that the Ironborn had attacked the northern coast while the main Stark forces were in the south. Reports claimed Winterfell itself had been taken by Ironmen, though no one seemed certain who held it now. Some said the castle had been torched, that Ned Stark's younger sons were gone. The rumors made Jon's head spin with horror. The north was truly in chaos. He moved carefully through the crowds, making his way toward the great fortress of the Manderleys, the new castle. The gates there were guarded by a more formidable contingent. Approaching them openly was risky, but if House Manderley was still loyal, they might be the only hope for what remained of the Stark cause. Jon waited until dusk, then mustered his courage and addressed the captain of the guard, pulling aside his hood just enough to reveal his face. "I am Jon Snow," he said quietly, "bastard son of Ned Stark. I seek an audience with Lord Wyman Manderley." The guard's eyes widened and he reached for his spear. "Ned Stark's bastard? You?" Jon held his hands out in a sign of peace. "I swear it. I fought beside King Robb, but I escaped the Red Wedding. I'm not here to cause trouble. I only want to speak with Lord Wyman." He offered no further details, mindful that there could be Bolton spies in the city. The captain hesitated, then turned to another soldier. "Fetch Sir Marlon Manderley. He'll want to see this at once." The soldier hurried off while the rest kept a wary eye on Jon. Night descended fully by the time Sir Marlon arrived. He was a thick-set knight with a plump face, but his eyes were sharp. He studied Jon for a long moment, then muttered, "You do have the look of the Starks about you. Come, we'll see what Lord Wyman makes of this." They led Jon through a series of corridors into a large hall lit by rows of torches. At the far end, on a cushioned seat, sat Lord Wyman Manderley himself, a massive man draped in rich velvets, his white hair and beard making his face appear like a pale moon. He regarded Jon with curiosity and suspicion as Sir Marlon introduced him. When Jon repeated who he was and what had happened, Wyman's round face drained of color. He barked a command for the guards to clear the hall, leaving only a handful of trusted retainers. Then he beckoned Jon closer, lowering his voice. "Tell me everything you know of the Red Wedding and how you escaped." Jon told him, haltingly, about Robb's decision to trust Walder Frey, the awful night of betrayal, the murder of Robb and many of his bannermen. He felt his throat tighten as he spoke of Grey Wind's severed head, how the North's army fell apart in panic. Wyman listened in stony silence, tears brimming in his eyes. Several of the older retainers cursed or wept openly at the news. Lord Wyman's wide face twisted with sorrow. "The boy was our king in the North. We gave him our loyalty. The phrase, 'They shall choke on their treachery one day or another.' But the Lannisters hold the Iron Throne and the Boltons have bent the knee to them. We stand alone here. My city is threatened by the Ironborn at sea and by the Boltons on land. They demand I bend to King Joffrey or face ruin. Yet I remember Ned Stark and I remember the fealty my house has always shown to Winterfell. Jon nodded, hope flickering in his chest. My lord, there are a few men with me, survivors. We came here believing you might still hold true to the Starks. We ask only for shelter and then we'll serve however we can. Wyman studied him, expression unreadable. You are Ned Stark's bastard, you say? If that is so, you have no claim on anything but his memory, and yet that might be enough for me. The people of the North are scattered, broken, but not beaten. Perhaps we can still do something for Ned Stark's blood. He paused, letting out a heavy sigh. But we must tread carefully. The Boltons will not abide an open display of defiance. They have demanded fealty, and I have given it, at least publicly. Jon grimaced. You mean you're feigning loyalty while searching for an advantage? Nothing so simple. Wyman gave a bitter laugh. I am forced to make a show of loyalty to the Iron Throne, lest they destroy White Harbor or starve us of trade. My people must eat. I must protect them, or else we face certain doom. Yet if I see a chance to strike back for House Stark, I will do so. You can be sure of that. For now, though, I must play the game. And you, if your presence becomes known, the Boltons will demand your head delivered on a platter. Jon swallowed. The same old story, hide, survive, wait. How long had he been hiding now for fear of discovery? First as a supposed bastard squire in the Stormlands, then as a disguised fugitive after Ned's death, now as a secret ally of House Manderly. But it was either that or risk the gallows. He bowed his head. I understand, my lord. I'll keep my head low, along with the men who follow me. Let us serve in secret if we can. Lord Wyman nodded, though an edge of sorrow marred his round face. We do what we must, lad. For the North and for vengeance one day. Until that day, though, you must remain unseen. I'll arrange for you and your men to stay in a small set of barracks by the harbor under the guise of merchant guards. My watchers will keep close. If you are discovered by the Bolton's men, I'll have to deny you for the sake of my city. Jon felt a flicker of gratitude. It was more than he'd dared hope. Thank you, Lord Wyman. And so began a tense new chapter of Jon Snow's life. Hidden in White Harbor, living in cramped barracks near the water, passing each day in monotonous drills with the men who'd stayed with him, scanning the horizon for signs of Bolton riders or Lannister edicts. Lord Manderly occasionally summoned him in secret, plying him for details of the war. Ser Gawain, who arrived with the second group soon after, joined Jon in this clandestine service, the older knight quietly guiding the small band. They watched from the docks as trade ships came and went, carrying salted fish and grain. Fishermen grumbled about Ironborn raiders terrorizing the Bight. The city's gates bristled with Manderly and Bolton guards, both some sort of forced partnership. Tension pervaded everything. If House Manderly stepped too far out of line, the Boltons could sweep in with a larger force or call on the Iron Throne to punish them. Yet the people wore expressions of sullen defiance. They had loved Ned Stark, had cheered Robb. The news of the Red Wedding had turned that love into a thirst for vengeance. Jon tried to remain patient, but each passing day wore on him. He had come so far, only to find himself stuck in another waiting game. Gon counseled him to let the wheel of war keep turning. Let them think the North is broken. One day an opportunity will come. Jon set his jaw, remembering too well how that same logic had brought them nothing but heartbreak. But he had no better plan. They lacked the men to storm Winterfell even if they discovered who held it now. They lacked the ships to drive away the Ironborn. And to strike at the Boltons in open war would be suicide. Into the swirl of frustration came whispers of a new threat from beyond the wall. Ravens from Castle Black told of strange sightings, the dead walking, white-faced wights, and a silent army of others. Men in the city scoffed or shrugged, preoccupied with the immediate war. But Jon, in quiet moments, remembered old stories told by Old Nan in Winterfell's halls. He recalled how Ned had always taken them seriously in his own taciturn way. If the others were truly stirring, the realm was in far greater peril than any recognized. Yet the southern kings squabbled, the north lay sundered. There would be no unified front. Then came a raven bearing an urgent plea from the wall, addressed to any northern lord. The Night's Watch needed men, needed supplies. They had faced an attack at the fist of the first men, or so the letter claimed, and had retreated to Castle Black. The Lord Commander Georg Mormont had died. The new leadership begged for help. White Harbor's maester read the letter to Lord Wyman, who pored over it in dismay. The city had barely enough resources for its own folk. How could it feed the wall as well? Jon listened, torn. He had once believed the wall was his destiny before the war had torn his life apart. Now, hearing the gravity of the threat, he felt a pull. If the others were indeed real, they would kill everything in their path. Northmen, Southerners, Targaryens, Lannisters, it made no difference. And here he was, a man with no name he could safely proclaim, no open banner to rally behind, waiting in the shadows of White Harbor. What if helping the Watch turned out to be the only fight that truly mattered? But he thought of Sansa captive in King's Landing, of Arya missing, of Bran and Rickon, rumored to be lost or slain or hidden. Could he ignore that, abandon them to chase rumors of undead in the far north? No. It was too monstrous a choice. The realm was on fire. The war, the Boltons, the Iron Throne, all demanded some resolution, though that resolution seemed more distant than ever. Tywin Lannister reigned supreme as Hand to King Joffrey. Word arrived that Joffrey's wedding to Margaery Tyrell had taken place in King's Landing with lavish fanfare while the realm starved. Not long after, more shocking rumors reached White Harbor. Joffrey was dead, poisoned at his wedding feast. Tommen Baratheon, the youngest boy, had been crowned in his place, with Cersei Lannister and Margaery Tyrell contending for influence. King Stannis had apparently won a great battle at the Wall, or so said the rumors. He had gone north after the defeat on the Blackwater. None of it brought any immediate relief to the north. The Boltons remained ascendant, and Walder Frey faced no reckoning for his bloody treachery. Jon's band of loyalists grew restless in White Harbor. Some drifted away, traveling deeper north in the hopes of returning to their home villages. Others pressed Jon to do something: attack the Boltons in a surprise raid or slip into the Dread Fort to assassinate Roose. Jon refused each idea. They lacked numbers. One botched raid would only see them all hanged and their families hunted down. So they waited, an uneasy cell of Stark partisans, while the city itself seethed under the nominal rule of the Manderleys, who publicly recognized King Tommen. One evening, Gon found Jon brooding on a pier that stretched out into the dark waters of the harbor. Lanterns bobbed in the gloom. Gon stepped up, his boots thudding on the damp planks. "I've learned something," he said quietly. "The Lord of the Dreadfort has retaken Winterfell. They say the castle was burned by the Ironmen, but now the Boltons hold it in the name of the king." Jon stared out at the Black Sea, trying to keep his voice steady. "So Winterfell truly is lost?" "Seems so. Yet rumor also says that 2 Stark boys were murdered by the Ironmen. Or possibly they escaped. No one knows. People whisper that if either Bran or Rickon lives, he could rally the north. But no one has seen them." Jon felt despair well up anew. He had lost Ned, lost Robb, lost any sense of home. If Winterfell was a charred ruin in the hands of traitors, what was left of House Stark? Gon touched his shoulder gently. "I'm sorry, lad." Jon shook his head. "There was a time I might have gone to the Wall to find peace. Now I can't bring myself to leave. Not while Sansa is a prisoner, not while Bolton sits in Winterfell, not while the Freys are unpunished." Gon's eyes were grave. "Then we must keep waiting. If a chance for justice comes, we'll seize it." That chance arrived in a form neither man expected. Lord Wyman Manderley summoned them to a private chamber late one night, where they found him in consultation with a hooded figure who smelled of salt and wind. The figure lowered his hood, revealing a lined face with keen gray eyes. Jon did not recognize him at first, but something about his bearing suggested a commander of men. Lord Wyman introduced him quietly: Davos Seaworth, once a smuggler, now a knight in the service of King Stannis Baratheon. Davos had come on a secret mission, braving treacherous seas and potential capture. He told them Stannis had gone to the Wall to defend the realm against wildlings and worse. There, he learned of the North's plight and realized that to secure his claim, he might do better to ally with the last great house of the North rather than fight in vain for southern lords. Lord Wyman nodded gravely, turning to Jon. "Ser Davos says King Stannis is prepared to name me Warden of the North or allow me to hold White Harbor as I see fit if I swear allegiance to him. But I have told him that Manderley's bend to the Starks, not to an outsider, and that the only terms I'd accept would be the downfall of the Boltons and the restoration of a Stark as the Lord of Winterfell." Davos cleared his throat, voice humble yet firm. "My lord, I've told you that King Stannis' only desire is to see the North freed from these treacherous turncloaks. Yet we have no surviving Stark to rally behind, or so I believed until you spoke of Ned Stark's bastard. If the North will not follow Stannis, might they follow Ned's blood? Legitimize the bastard, perhaps with Stannis' authority? We face a threat from the White Walkers beyond the Wall, from the Boltons and Freys in the south. The realm needs unity." Jon froze at those words. Legitimizing the bastard. It was an idea that had never crossed his mind, nor did it solve the deeper secret of his mother's identity. Even if Stannis named him Jon Stark, what of the truth that he was not truly Ned's son at all? But none here knew that except Ser Gon. The swirl of possibility made his heart thunder. He had no desire to be a lord or a king, yet if it allowed him to strike at the Boltons, free the North, and avenge the Red Wedding. Lord Wyman eyed him. I've told Ser Davos that the Manderleys could rally thousands if they believed a true Stark led them. Some might accept you as Ned's son, bastard or not, but some might not. It would be a risk. And if you fail, the Boltons will mount our heads on Winterfell's walls. Davos spoke again. King Stannis is not beloved by every Northman, but he is the only southern king who marched north to defend the wall. He seeks allies who value duty and honor, not petty intrigue. If he can free the North from the Boltons, that will show his worth as a true king. And if Ned Stark's son stands beside him, men will flock to the cause. Jon's mind reeled. He pictured the battered towers of Winterfell, the crypts beneath, and the ghosts of his father and brother. Could this be the path to avenge them? Or would it mean stepping into another deadly game that ended in betrayal and blood? Gon caught his eye, expression grave but resolute. If Stannis can truly rid us of the Boltons and the Freys, that's more than any other southern king has offered. Jon swallowed hard. Ser Davos, my father was executed by your king's greatest rival, but Stannis did not raise a hand to save him. Davos spread his calloused hands. That's true, my lord, but neither was Stannis in power then. He was locked at Dragonstone, overshadowed by Lord Tywin and King Joffrey. When the time came, he lost the Blackwater. But now he has come north to fight. He saved the Night's Watch from wildlings if the tales are true. He means to break the Boltons next. He cannot do it alone. He begs the North's help. Lord Wyman steepled his thick fingers, eyes flicking between Davos and Jon. I have sworn no love to Stannis. But the man stands in defiance of Lannister rule, and he might bring justice to the traitors who murdered Ned's son. The big lord sighed. You, Jon Snow, must decide if you'll stand with him. Jon felt as if a web were closing around him, each strand leading to a perilous choice. Stannis might indeed be the best chance to rid Winterfell of the Boltons. But if he accepted Stannis's offer to be declared a Stark, still a false name, in the most fundamental sense, he might unite the North. He could raise a standard, avenge his father, rescue his sisters if they still lived. But the Targaryen secret in his blood loomed like a specter. If he tried to claim Winterfell as a Stark, was he committing a fraud? Or was that lesser than the realm-shattering danger if the truth ever came to light? Finally, with trembling breath, he spoke. I will meet with King Stannis if he'll have me. Let me hear his words face to face. Then I'll decide. Davos nodded. I'll bring you to him. He remains at the wall for now. The word is he might march on Winterfell before the snows grow too deep. Time is short. Lord Wyman rapped a fist on the table. Be discreet. If the Boltons learn of this, we'll be undone. So it was settled. A plan took shape. Davos would smuggle Jon and Ser Gon north by sea, along with a handful of Manderley retainers sworn to secrecy. They would sail from White Harbor under darkness, travel east around the Bight, then up the eastern coast to Eastwatch by the sea, the easternmost stronghold of the Night's Watch. From there, they would journey overland to Castle Black, where Stannis was said to be gathering men. If all went well, they might arrive before the worst of winter locked the coast in ice. Within 2 days, a small ship slipped out of White Harbor's port at nightfall, carrying Jon, Gon, Davos, and a sparse crew. The men left behind in White Harbor would remain under Lord Wyman's protection, ready to rise if Jon or Stannis called them to war. The wind was sharp, the sea choppy. Jon stood at the stern, cloak whipped about his legs, eyes on the receding lights of the harbor. The entire city had the hush of a place caught between loyalty and survival. He prayed the Manderleys would remain safe. Travel by sea unnerved him. He had spent most of his life in the north, or traveling by land through the riverlands and stormlands. The ship rocked, plowing through black waves that glimmered under the moon. Davos, accustomed to the water, gave instructions to the men with quiet confidence. He seemed a decent man, plain-spoken, and honest in a way that reminded Jon of Ned. Each night, they slipped up the coast, carefully avoiding known pirate haunts and iron-borne longships. On the second night, a storm battered them, howling wind, cold rain, monstrous waves that threatened to smash the hull. Jon clung to the rigging with numb fingers, retching from the roiling motion. The sense of helplessness was profound. On land, he could wield a sword and fight. Here, the sea made everything else meaningless. Davos's men fought the sails, cursing the wind, until at last the storm passed, leaving the crew drenched and exhausted. They pressed on. Days turned into a blur of steel-gray skies, choppy swells, and the cry of gulls overhead. Jon tried not to think about what might await him at the wall. The realm roiled with rumor that something beyond the realm of men stirred in the far north. But it felt unreal, overshadowed by the immediate threat of the Boltons. He remembered the letter from the Night's Watch, the mention of whites and White Walkers. Part of him still half doubted it. Could the dead truly walk again? Then he thought of the Red Wedding and the monstrous betrayal he had witnessed. Perhaps the living could be just as terrifying. On the 5th day, they sighted the rocky coastline near Eastwatch by the sea. The weather had turned colder, the wind biting. Thin patches of ice drifted alongside the ship. The silhouette of the wall loomed in the distance, an impossibly high barrier of white ice that stretched across the land as far as the eye could see. Even from out at sea, Jon could see it, a ghostly monument of ancient power. He stared at it, heart hammering. So close to what might have been his fate and might yet be. They docked under watchful eyes. Black brothers patrolled the pier, suspicious of any newcomers. Davos introduced himself as an envoy of King Stannis. He gestured to Jon as a northern ally. The Black brothers seemed not to know what to make of that, but they let them ashore. Eastwatch was a bleak place, a few old towers, wooden outbuildings, a harbor battered by storms. Everything smelled of salt and fish. The watch had so few men left, they seemed threadbare. A black-blooded ranger gave them directions. King Stannis was not here. He had gone to Castle Black some time ago, forging alliances with the wildlings who had surrendered. The wildlings, apparently, were being allowed through the wall under certain conditions. Jon's breath caught at that news. The old ways of the North had never allowed for such alliances. But if the White Walkers were real, perhaps Stannis had recognized a common enemy. He felt the strangest sense of gratitude that someone was standing against that threat. They traveled by horse along the base of the wall, a route that led through patches of haunted forest and frozen bog. Sparse outrider posts dotted the way, manned by Black brothers wearing battered cloaks. Each time, Davos repeated his credentials, brandishing a letter with the royal seal. At last, after 3 days of hard riding, they reached Castle Black. Jon had never seen it before, but it matched the descriptions, a messy sprawl of old wooden buildings at the foot of the towering ice, overshadowed by the colossal height of the wall. Men in black milled about, some carrying spears, others hauling supplies. He spotted a few red-robed figures among them, which set him on edge. It must be Stannis' Red Priestess and her followers. They dismounted. At once, a stern-faced knight in Baratheon colors approached. "Ser Davos, you've returned. The king awaits your report." Davos offered a short bow. "We've brought an important visitor. Jon Snow, recognized by White Harbor as Ned Stark's son, come to speak with the king." The knight gave Jon a wary once-over. Then, with curt formality, he led them through Castle Black's compound, past tired Black brothers and equally tired Southern knights who bore Stannis' fiery heart sigil. The place smelled of old wood smoke and icy sweat, overshadowed by an unspoken tension, as if everyone here was bracing for something enormous. They climbed a set of steps to the top of the wall. The air turned frigid, the wind slicing like blades. Jon had never imagined the scale of it, how the land fell away to the south in rolling forests, while to the north stretched endless, haunted wilderness. Snow dusted everything. A small shelter at the top served as a vantage point, and there, surrounded by a handful of guards, stood King Stannis Baratheon. He was a spare man, sharp-featured, his mouth set in a grim line, with the watchful eyes of a hawk. A cloak of thick fur draped his shoulders, pinned by a crowned stag sigil. Beside him stood a woman in red, the infamous Melisandre of Ass High, with red hair flowing down her back. Even in the cold, she seemed untouched by the chill. As Jon and Davos approached, Stannis turned, scanning Jon up and down with a cool, appraising stare. Melisandre's red eyes gleamed with curiosity. Davos bowed. "Your Grace, this is Jon Snow, who served with King Robb Stark until the Red Wedding, and who is accepted by certain Northmen as Ned Stark's son." Jon inclined his head, swallowing his nerves. "Your Grace." Stannis regarded him. "I recall Ned Stark. An honorable man, though misguided in serving my late brother, Robert, and then that abomination Joffrey. I'd hoped Robb Stark might ally with me before his ill-fated crossing of the twins. But that chance is gone." He turned his gaze to the wide stretch of snow beyond the wall. "We face a war on 2 fronts, the Boltons to the south, the true enemy to the north, the White Walkers, if the tales hold any truth. My men are too few to fight on both fronts at once. That is why I have come here, to secure the loyalty of the wildlings so that I might bolster my forces and defend the realm." Melisandre stepped closer, studying Jon with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "The Lord of Light shows me flickers of your path. You burn with a quiet flame. There is more to you than you know, Jon Snow." Jon forced himself not to flinch. The memory of his Targaryen blood hammered in his mind. Could she sense something? He hoped not. Stannis frowned, ignoring her cryptic words. "If you are indeed the bastard of Winterfell, I have a proposition for you." Kneel before me and pledge your fealty. I shall declare you Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell, legitimized by the authority of the Iron Throne that is rightfully mine. With that name, you can call the remaining Northmen to my cause. Together, we will overthrow the Boltons, punish the Freys, and restore order to the north before the true war against the Walkers begins. Do so, and the Stark name will live again." The wind whipped around them, biting cold. Jon's heart pounded. This was everything he had once thought impossible, a chance to be a true-born Stark, to claim Winterfell, to rally the battered north. It might even help him rescue Sansa if she still lived, or discover the fates of Bran and Rickon. But the memory of his actual parentage weighed on him like a leaden cloak. Did it matter, at this point, that he was truly a Targaryen by blood? Perhaps not. If the North believed he was Ned's bastard, if Stannis legitimized him, then that story would become reality in the eyes of the realm. But was it a lie he could live with? He saw the slender, knowing smile on Melisandre's lips and felt a spike of fear. Would she somehow reveal him? She said nothing, though, simply watching. Stannis demanded, "Well, do you yield to me as your king?" Jon looked at Davos, who nodded gently, and at Ser Gawain, who offered a tight, supportive look. He recalled Ned's face, the father who raised him, and Robb, who had died for the North. If the path to avenging them, to freeing the North from the Boltons, was to accept Stannis as king, so be it. If the entire realm was threatened by an even greater evil from the North, then uniting under a single banner might be the only way to save them all. He sank to one knee on the snowy surface of the wall's top. "I pledge my service to you, Stannis Baratheon, rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. If you will stand by the North, I will call my father's bannermen to your cause and do all in my power to see you victorious." Stannis looked satisfied, or at least as close to it as his dour features would allow. "Rise, then. From this day forth, you are Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell, provided you keep your word and bring the North to heel. Fail me, and your name shall be worth less than the snow that covers this cursed land." Jon rose, still reeling. So it was done. By the decree of a southern king who claimed the Iron Throne, he was no longer a Snow, no longer a bastard. He was Jon Stark in the eyes of men, though not in the eyes of the gods. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned in his gut, guilt at the lie, relief at the possibility of saving his family's home, fear that this alliance would end in more bloodshed. Yet he forced those doubts aside. Ned had died to hide the truth. Perhaps this was the path his father had unknowingly set him upon, to carry the Stark banner in place of a dream that had never truly belonged to him. Melisandre's voice wove through the wind. "A great darkness gathers, Lord of Winterfell. You will need the flame of the Lord of Light to guide you." Jon met her gaze. "Then I hope your flames burn bright, my lady. The nights are long and full of terrors." She inclined her head, the corners of her red lips curving in what might have been amusement. "Indeed they are." King Stannis tugged at his fur cloak, turning away from the parapet. "Come, we'll speak more of our plans below. There is much to do. The wildlings must be kept in line, the Boltons must be overthrown, and the Lannisters will not remain idle. But if the North stands with me, we may yet see the dawn of a new age, if we survive the night." So Jon followed the king down the wooden stairs, back into the heart of Castle Black. His men, gone among them, waited with anxious curiosity. And in that moment, perched on the edge of a war that threatened to consume the entire realm, Jon Stark, born Jon Snow, truly of Rhaegar's blood, steeled himself for the storm to come. He would gather the shattered pieces of the North if he could. He would face the Boltons with righteous fury. And if the others truly marched upon the wall, he would stand as the son of Ned Stark, defending the realm as best he knew how. His father's secrets were buried with him. Only the future lay ahead, vast and perilous as the icy wilderness beyond the wall, where an ancient enemy slumbered no longer. For now, in the swirl of men hurrying about Castle Black with weapons and anxious whispers, Jon found one moment's calm. He closed his eyes, summoning Ned's face in his mind. "I will honor you, father. I swear it. Even if I must wear a name that was never mine, I'll use it to right the wrongs done to our house, to see our people free from tyranny, and to guard the realm from the nightmare creeping in the far north." With that, he followed King Stannis into the war council, footsteps echoing on the cold stone. Winter was at hand, the realm was fractured, and unimaginable horrors loomed. But Jon Stark walked forward, shoulders squared under the weight of a name, resolved that he would not fail. Jon followed King Stannis down the creaking wooden stairs that ran along the face of the wall, and at each step he felt his heart pound with the enormity of what he had agreed to. The winds at the top had been so fierce it was as though the sky itself had wanted to strip him bare. Now the air grew only slightly calmer, but the weight he carried on his shoulders did not lessen. If anything, it pressed upon him more heavily. By Stannis' decree, he was Jon Stark, newly legitimized, expected to serve as the figurehead around which the North might rally. Yet he could not banish the memory of his true blood, the secret that had died with Ned Stark. If any of these men learned the name Rhaegar Targaryen in connection with him, it might all come undone. He shook away that fear as he reached the base of the stairs, setting foot on Castle Black's muddy courtyard. Men in black moved about, transporting crates, hauling water, polishing armor. Beside them, men in the fiery heart sigils of House Baratheon performed their own tasks with tense efficiency. It was an uneasy mingling. The Night's Watch was neutral, sworn to take no part in the quarrels of the realm, and yet Stannis Baratheon and his knights had arrived here as would-be kings. The Black brothers, severely diminished in numbers, could not afford to turn them away, not when the wildlings had already threatened to breach the wall. Now, so many new tensions churned beneath every watchful gaze. But the Watch needed Stannis, and Stannis needed the Watch. Jon's presence as Lord of Winterfell only complicated matters further. Within an old wooden hall near the center of the compound, torches flickered in iron sconces. Stannis' men had converted it into a war room of sorts, where a long table bore maps of the north, the southern kingdoms, and even sketches of the wall's terrain. Jon stepped inside behind Stannis, followed by Ser Gawain, the knight who had protected him all this time, and by Davos Seaworth, newly returned from White Harbor. A handful of other figures waited around the table, a few scowling knights, men in black cloaks bearing mismatched bits of armor, a tall, gaunt man wearing the star emblem of Lawler on his breast, and a knight with close-cropped blonde hair who wore the crowned stag of Baratheon. They all turned as the king entered. Stannis rapped his knuckles on the table. "We've no time for pomp. You all know why we are here. The wildlings have surrendered or joined me, the wall stands, and Castle Black is secure. But the Boltons remain in open treachery at Winterfell, for they have sworn themselves to that accursed boy who sits the Iron Throne. The realm believes Tommen Baratheon is of Baratheon blood. I know him to be incest-born, and Ned Stark knew it as well, which is why he was murdered. Now we have Lord Jon Stark, so I have named him to gather what remains of the loyal North. The Manderleys in White Harbor will join us soon if our friend Davos's words ring true. Then we march." One of the older men cleared his throat. "Beggin' your pardon, your grace, but the snows have already started in the hills. Marching an army to Winterfell might prove slow, especially if you bring wildlings." Stannis' frown was as stark as the winter sky. "We march if we can. The Boltons cannot be allowed another moon's turn to consolidate their hold. If we do nothing, their alliance with the Freys will only strengthen. The Lannisters are weary from their own turmoil, but eventually they'll send men north if it means preventing me from securing a stronghold. I refuse to sit idle until that day." Another knight, one with the solemn black and gray sigil of House Karstark on his cloak, nodded. "My cousin Harrion Karstark died fighting for the young wolf. My father was executed for betraying that same king. Now House Karstark stands divided. Yet if Lord Jon can rally the North in Ned Stark's name, perhaps some of my kin will join." He cast Jon an uneasy look as though measuring him. "My lord, did you truly fight beside Robb Stark?" Jon met the man's eyes. "I did, before the Red Wedding. I was with him for many moons. I saw him last as he rode into the Twins, trusting Walder Frey's false courtesy. That trust cost him his life." A mutter ran through the watchers. The tall, gaunt-red priest, clearly an acolyte or lesser priest in Melisandre's service, spoke with a soft accent. "The Lord of Light guided you to survive that massacre, Lord Jon. You must trust that Lawler chose you for a purpose." Jon felt a knot in his stomach at any mention of being chosen by a god. If they only knew what truly coursed through his veins. He merely inclined his head. "I survived thanks to other men's courage. Now I intend to ensure their deaths were not in vain." Stannis tapped the map on the table. "Winterfell stands here, in the heart of the North. The Boltons, as wardens of the North, can call upon lesser houses to muster. But many of those houses resent the betrayal at the Twins. If Lord Jon appears before them bearing the Stark name, I expect them to declare for us. We do not need to match the Boltons man for man if enough lords are swayed to our cause." Davos placed both hands on the table, his weathered face earnest. "We should also consider that Walder Frey may send men north to reinforce Bolton. The Freys hold the Twins, which is the key crossing of the Green Fork. If they choose to choke off supply lines, we risk being trapped in the winter snows without food. Stannis's mouth twisted in annoyance. Let them try. I am done with Walder-Frey's duplicity. In a just realm, the man's head would sit on a spike. But we must deal with practicalities, yes. Davos, see that we arrange contacts with the Manderleys and any other lords who can supply us by sea. I hear White Harbor may smuggle goods up the White Knife. Alternatively, we can call upon some loyal clans in the mountains if the route is passable. We will not starve. With that, the gathering set into a swirl of logistical talk, numbers of men, amounts of grain, possible scouting routes across the winter-lashed roads. Jon listened, unsettled by the scale of it all. He had faced small skirmishes in the Riverlands, but a winter campaign in the north was a different beast. The king in the north had once possessed strong supply lines from the harvest and the Riverlord's provisions. Now those roads were severed. He wondered how many thousands might freeze or starve if this war dragged on. Yet Stannis was resolved to press forward swiftly. After an hour or more, the meeting broke. Jon lingered, uncertain, until Stannis turned to him and beckoned him aside. Melisandre stood behind the king, silent but watchful, her red robe trailing across the floor. Lord Jon, Stannis said, his voice low. I have spoken to the wildling leader, Tormund Giantsbane. He has proven more cooperative than Mance Rayder ever was. He claims the free folk may muster hundreds of spearwives and raiders to fight if we spare them from the White Walkers. I intend to let them cross the wall, on the condition they pledge not to raid the north. What say you to that? Jon swallowed. He recalled old stories of wildling raids, how they pillaged border villages near the Frostfangs or the Shadow Tower. Yet if the White Walkers were real, then the wildlings were as threatened as any Southron lord. If the free folk swear to leave the north unpillaged, we'd be fools not to accept their help. We don't have enough swords to turn away any who might stand against the Boltons. Stannis nodded curtly. At least you are more practical than your father was in some respects. Ned Stark was an honorable man, but he had little flexibility in these matters. We must do what is needed. He paused, then gave Jon a penetrating look. You will speak to these wildlings too in my name. Convince them that, as Stark, you hold sway over the north. Let them know you do not demand subjugation, but peaceful passage and shared cause. Melisandre's eyes gleamed as she said, The Lord of Light's fires have shown me fleeting images. A wolf at the head of a tattered host, forging a new path through the snow. Perhaps this means unity, perhaps something else. I sense power in the wildlings. They have their own gods, their own ways. They will not kneel easily, but they may fight well against the dead. Jon nodded, unsettled but resolute. I'll speak to them. Do we know if there are truly whites roaming beyond the wall? Stannis's lips flattened. The Black Brothers swear they have seen them, yes, and the Watch does not lie about such things. Their Lord Commander died fighting them. We should all be prepared for war on 2 fronts, or even 3. Let us pray that my presence here deters any immediate incursion by the others, but I will not hold my breath. In the meantime, the Boltons must fall, or the North is lost before the real war even begins. Jon took his leave, the prospect of yet another war overshadowed by the dawning horror of the others. It felt as though he had stepped into a tale from Old Nan. Savage undead in the far north, a traitor at Winterfell, a king in black and gold forging alliances with wildlings. He told himself he must adapt, as Ned Stark had taught him. The man who hesitates is lost. That night, in a drafty room near the top of the old King's Tower, so named for the presence of King Stannis, Jon found a bed of rough straw and tried to sleep. Sergon snored softly on the pallet across from him. The cold bit through the cracks in the timber walls, and the sounds of men still drifting about Castle Black underscored the knowledge that the place never truly slept. Jon stared at the shadows on the ceiling. He was no longer Jon Snow, the wayward bastard who had fled King's Landing after Ned Stark's execution. Now, by Stannis' decree, he was the rightful lord of Winterfell. If the North truly rose at his call, thousands might live or die by his decisions. He could fail them all. The old anxious ache returned to gnaw his guts, but giving in to fear would achieve nothing. At dawn he rose, breaking his fast on stale bread, salt beef, and the thin beer that stood in for water. Then he went in search of Tormund Giantsbane, the free folk leader who had survived Mance Rayder's defeat. He found him in the courtyard addressing a cluster of wildlings, tall spearwives clad in mismatched furs, an older man with half his teeth missing, some younger raiders, and a pair of lanky archers with blue-face paint. It was a strange sight in Castle Black, where black-clad rangers had once shot wildlings on sight. But the times had changed. Tormund was a broad man with a thick red beard, the ends of it braided, his heavy-set arms bare despite the chill. He roared with laughter at something one of his people said, but when he noticed Jon, his laughter faded. "So you're the one they're calling Stark," he said, voice booming. "Though you look more a pup than a wolf to me." Jon summoned a thin smile. "My father was Ned Stark. The king thinks that's enough to call me Lord of Winterfell if the North will follow. I hear you lead the free folk now." Tormund grunted. "I as much as anyone can lead them. But the free folk don't kneel to kings. That's why we came south in the first place, to get away from the others and find a safer land." He fixed Jon with a hard stare. "Your King Stannis says he'll let us pass, so long as we fight your battles." "That's what I hear." Jon refused to be intimidated by the big man's rough manner. "If the Boltons remain in power, they'll block the free folk from settling anywhere. They won't honor any agreement you might strike with the Night's Watch or Stannis. They'll hunt you. Best to help us dethrone them so you can actually have peace. I doubt you want to spend the winter being chased by flayed men or by whites." A murmur stirred the wildlings. Tormund let out a bark of laughter. "Ha! I've seen your Boltons from afar. The flayed man is their sigil, yes? We'd heard tales of them beyond the wall. They sound like scum. All right, pup. We'll kill Boltons if we must. But we won't go bashing our heads against their walls just because some southerner in a crown says so. We fight as we like." Jon nodded. "If it comes to a siege at Winterfell, you'll fight how you please, and we'll fight as well. But we must be aligned. If you burn and pillage in the north, the other houses will turn on you, no matter what I say." A tall spearwife spat on the ground. "What does a southern lordling know of our ways? If we starve, we take what we need." Jon measured her, remembering the stories Ygritte had once told the men in camp, how the free folk lived by their own laws. "Your choice," he answered. "But if you want more than an endless war with every house in the north, you'll need to meet us halfway. There's enough gloom in these lands without adding more. The others are the true enemy." He gazed steadily at Tormund. "I was told Mance Rayder believed that too." Tormund's face softened at Mance's name. "He did, yes. And look how he ended, burned by that red witch." His eyes flicked to the distant walkway where Melisandre sometimes walked. "But I'll not let my people starve or freeze just so your Stannis can pretend to be king. I will fight the Boltons if that's what it takes. Just don't stand in our way once this is done. If you do, I'll get you like a fish, Stark name or no." Jon inclined his head. "Fair enough." The tension broke. Tormund gave him a gap-toothed grin, clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to stagger him. "You've got steel in you, pup. That's good." Then he turned back to the other wildlings, barking out an order to gather more firewood. A sense of precarious alliance lingered in the air, the free folk willing to aid Stannis if it allowed them safe passage, but uncertain how far to trust any southern king or even Ned Stark's supposed son. Jon realized that one false move could send them scattering into the northern mountains, or worse, turning coat entirely. Afterward, Jon wandered the courtyard. Black brothers trained with short swords while Stannis's men hewed at straw dummies. Sometimes he glimpsed the Red Woman, Melisandre, moving among them with that serene, slightly unnerving expression of hers. She would speak quiet words to certain men, press her hand to their brow, and walk on. Jon steered clear of her, an uneasy knot forming in his gut whenever he caught sight of her flame-colored hair. She had once offered to show him secrets in her fires, or so he had heard. He wanted no part of that. He had enough secrets of his own. Sargon found him near the gate, where a handful of black brothers kept watch. The older knight looked grim. "I heard from one of the watchmen that Roose Bolton has taken full control of Winterfell. He married his bastard to a girl claiming to be Arya Stark. A ruse, no doubt, but enough to cement a claim to the north through the Stark name." Gawain paused. "I'm sorry, lad. We both know that can't really be Arya. Most likely some poor imposter. But if he's stooping to that, it means the Boltons fear a true Stark might still be out there." Jon felt a flare of anger at the thought of an imposter parading as Arya, used to bolster Bolton's hold. They're trying to stamp out any chance of the North rallying behind the real Starks. My father's line has all but vanished in their eyes, but they want to crush even the memory. He folded his arms, jaw tight. "All the more reason for us to confront them." Gawain hesitated. "If we do, we must be ready for a siege. Winterfell is an old fortress. The Boltons will not open the gates. And if they have allies in the Umbers, the Ryswells, the Dustins, it could get bloody." Jon gazed at the ragged battlements around Castle Black, remembering how ill-supplied they were. We'll have to gather more men. Stannis claims that some of the mountain clans, like the Glovers and the Tall Hearts, might side with us. Perhaps the Mormonts too, if they haven't bent the knee to Bolton. We'll see. That evening, a horn sounded at the edge of the compound, announcing the arrival of newcomers. Jon joined a small crowd near the gate, where a line of battered riders entered, leading a handful of wagons. At the head of the column was a woman with a round face and bright green eyes, her hair bound in a tight braid. She wore a cloak embroidered with the triple spiral sigil of House Flint, one of the lesser-known northern houses scattered through the mountains near Widow's Watch. She slid from her horse, ignoring the mud that splashed her boots, and barked an order to her escort. Stannis arrived, flanked by 2 knights, just as the woman turned to greet him. She sank into a bow, though it was more curt than courtly. "Your Grace, I am Lady Lysane Flint, come from the mountain valleys to speak with you. Word reached us that Jon Stark is alive, recognized by you as Ned Stark's true son." Jon stepped forward, uncertain. The woman's eyes found him at once, studying him with an almost desperate intensity. "You bear the look of Eddard Stark," she said slowly. "If you are truly his blood, you'll have the loyalty of House Flint. My father fought for the young wolf and died in the south. We cannot abide the Boltons." Jon felt a surge of mingled hope and guilt. "I was with Robb Stark in the Riverlands. House Flint has always been loyal to Winterfell, yes." He hesitated, then forced confidence into his tone. "I vow to see your loyalty rewarded when Winterfell is once more in Stark hands." Lady Flint nodded, satisfied. "Then you'll have our blades. We haven't many, but those we do are battle-hardened. The mountains are harsh, and the men must be fiercer still. We also bring you these wagons of salted meats, though it cost us dearly to gather in a poor harvest." Stannis acknowledged her with a curt inclination of his head. "Then you have the gratitude of your rightful king." She turned to Stannis, lip curling slightly as though she were not quite sure he was indeed her king, but she dipped her head in acceptance. "We do what must be done. The Boltons are a plague. I lost my uncle to their cruelty. We're told Roose Bolton's own bastard hunts men for sport. If that's how they amuse themselves, there can be no peace." Jon recognized the old bitterness that seeped into her voice. The Boltons were rumored to keep their enemies' skins as trophies in hidden dungeons. A fierce loathing of them lingered in corners of the north. That hatred had been tempered only by the fear of their power. Now, if enough houses overcame that fear, House Bolton might be uprooted. As Lady Flint's riders and wagons were led inside, Jon realized that Stannis' cause had begun to grow from a trickle to something larger. If one house came forward, others might follow. He felt a tremor inside, the sense that the role thrust upon him might truly lead to war on a grand scale. That, in turn, would lead to a wave of bloodshed across the snowbound roads. The memory of the Red Wedding, the screams, the betrayal, tormented him. But if there was any chance of freeing the North from the likes of Roose and Ramsay Bolton, it had to be done. Over the next fortnight, more scouts arrived from the foothills. A few small northern houses sent envoys. Some swore fealty to Jon Stark on the spot, citing old ties to Ned Stark. Others left with suspicious glances, promising only to consider it. Most had families to protect, and open defiance of the Boltons meant risking death. Still, the tide was shifting. In their battered keeps and farmsteads, men remembered the treachery done to Ned, to Robb, to Catelyn Stark. They longed for justice, if not outright vengeance. Meanwhile, King Stannis reorganized his forces, dividing the knights who had come with him from the south into 2 groups. One remained at Castle Black, to shore up the Watch's defenses should the wildlings or whites attempt anything. The other formed a vanguard that would march with Stannis and Jon toward Winterfell. Supplies trickled in from White Harbor through a circuitous route that avoided roads patrolled by the Boltons. The mountain clans, the Flints, the Norreys, the Littles, the Knots, sent hardy fighters used to living off sparse land. As autumn deepened and the first real snows of winter threatened daily, the force began to resemble a proper army, though still smaller than the hosts Robb Stark had once commanded. Late one night, Jon found himself pacing the walkway atop the wall, breath steaming in the frigid air. The land stretched below in silent darkness. The Black brothers who guarded the top stood like statues, breath hissing through scarves wrapped around their faces. Above, the sky glittered with stars, bright and uncaring. At times, Jon thought he could feel an otherworldly chill creeping from the far side of the wall, as if the cold itself were alive, waiting to pounce. He imagined pale shapes roaming the haunted forest, white eyes glowing with unnatural light. The stories still felt half mythical, but Stannis had not marched here for a fable. The Watch had seen enough to sound the alarm. Melisandre approached quietly, as though summoned by his grim thoughts. Her red gown seemed to defy the cold. "You think of the foe beyond," she said softly, stepping to the parapet at his side. "Wise. Though most men choose to forget the threat that stirs beyond the wall." Jon studied her. The torchlight along the walkway made her hair gleam like liquid copper, a stark contrast to the blackness around them. "I've heard enough from the Watch to know the threat is real," he answered. "But I can't ignore the Boltons or everything my family has lost." She tilted her head. "Your father's family, you mean? You belong to a greater destiny than you realize, Jon Snow." His heart hammered at her words. He fought to keep his voice steady. "Jon Stark now." She smiled, and in that smile, he glimpsed a mysterious knowledge. "Of course. Jon Stark. The King's decree can change a name, but can it change what lies beneath? In the flames, I see flickers of a dragon's shadow, and I see a wolf standing in snow, and I see a sword of living fire. The images shift, rarely revealing their meaning. But they tell me you are not meant to live a quiet life in Winterfell or any castle. The great other is stirring, and only Azor Ahai reborn can drive it back. Is it you, or is it another? The flames do not say." Jon felt a pulse of dread. "I don't understand your prophecies, my lady. I'm here for the North." She studied him a moment more. "You might come to understand in time. When the darkness grows so thick you cannot breathe, only then do men cast themselves into the arms of the true God's fire. Do not fear the truth, Jon. Embrace it." With that, she turned and glided away, leaving him with a swirl of uneasy thoughts. The next morning, the army marched, what portion of it had assembled thus far. Stannis led a column of southern knights, wildling spears, and northern volunteers, with Jon near the front, flanked by Ser Gawain and Lady Flint. The old vows of the Watch weighed on some watchers at Castle Black, who muttered that the Black brothers were not meant to help any king's war. But the Watch's new Lord Commander was pragmatic enough to let them pass with minimal fuss. On the horizon, dark clouds threatened snow. The wind bit hard. Men pulled cloaks tight, furs piled over mail. The plan was to proceed southward through the more easterly routes of the north, bypassing the Dreadfort if possible, and angling toward the White Knife. Once near that river, they could link with Manderly forces. Only then would they attempt to swing west to Winterfell, depending on how many men they could muster from the houses that lay along their path. It was a calculated gamble, for traveling in winter was dangerous, especially with an army that included wildlings unfamiliar with southern roads and knights unaccustomed to northern cold. But waiting until spring could doom the cause entirely, giving the Boltons months to prepare. Days blurred into a bitter trek across frozen ground. The first snows fell in earnest, swirling in stinging flurries that coated the soldiers' cloaks and the horses' manes. White frost clung to beards, and men coughed in the cold. The southern knights cursed under their breath, piling on every scrap of fur they owned. The wildlings seemed to fare better, used to the harshness of the true north, though even they muttered that the winter winds were sharper than usual. Jon led from the front, urging men onward, trying to keep spirits high by reminding them of the justice they sought. Yet a gloom settled over them all, a sense that the land itself wanted to swallow them in ice. They paused at scattered villages, some abandoned, others occupied by fearful small folk who had heard rumors of war upon war. At first, few recognized Jon or believed he was truly Ned Stark's son. But as word spread, a measure of cautious hope took root. Some villagers donated half-starved chickens or sacks of barley. Others pled for protection from roving bands of Bolton men. Stannis had a small number of watchful outriders riding ahead, scouting for the enemy. Thus far, they had avoided any large patrols. Then, one afternoon, they reached a hamlet near the White Knife, and the outriders returned with grim news. A sizable host of Bolton cavalry, perhaps 300 or 400, was advancing toward them. The local small folk had scattered at the sight of the flayed man banners. The outriders believed it was a forward contingent under the command of some Bolton bannermen, scouting for Stannis' rumored approach. In a makeshift war council held in the hamlet's lone tavern, Stannis considered his options. "We are not yet at full strength," he said, voice echoing in the cramped space. But neither are they. If we defeat them here, it sends a message that the Boltons cannot hold the field. Davos weighed in. Is there a risk they'll merely retreat and inform Roose Bolton of our position? Very likely, Stannis admitted. We must either surprise them or force an engagement they cannot easily flee. Lady Flint scowled fiercely. We know these roads better than they do. We can set an ambush in the next narrow valley to the west. If they're coming from that direction, we can catch them before they see us. My clansmen can lie in wait. Jon stood beside the table, scanning the rough map. The wildlings could help with that as well. Tormund's people are no strangers to sudden raids. If we lure the Bolton cavalry into a confined space, we can close around them. He could almost feel his pulse quickening at the thought of a real battle, an opportunity to show the North that the Boltons were not invincible. Stannis nodded. Very well. We strike at dawn. If we break them, we press on to White Harbor. If we fail, we risk losing the advantage of surprise. So I suggest we do not fail. He turned to Jon. Lord Stark, you shall command a portion of our infantry. Show these men the mettle of your father's blood. Jon felt the weight of that responsibility settle on him. He had led smaller groups before, but commanding a large contingent in open battle was new. Yet he knew he could not refuse. This was his role now. He gave Stannis a curt bow. I'll not disappoint you, your grace. Outside the tavern, snow drifted across the hamlet's lone street. Tormund Giantsbane was waiting, chewing on a piece of dried meat. He gave Jon a sideways grin. So the plan is to hide in the hills, spring out on these flayed bastard knights, and chop them to bits? That's more like it. Jon huffed a frosty breath. Just make sure your raiders hold steady until we give the signal. If you rush too soon, they'll scatter. We need them bottled up. Tormund snorted. Aye, pup. We'll do it your way. That night, the army moved into position, leaving only a small force behind in the hamlet to make it look as though they were camped there. The rest slipped into the wooded hills. The plan was relatively simple. The Bolton cavalry would see a smaller band in the hamlet and ride in, hoping to scatter them. Once they were engaged, forces hidden in the flanking hills would slam into their flanks. Tormund and his wildlings would circle behind them, cutting off any escape. Meanwhile, Jon and a line of foot soldiers would appear from the east, pinning the cavalry in place. Dawn came cold and gray, snow swirling in the wind. Jon crouched behind a ridge with his men, hearts hammering in the hush. Beside him was Ser Gawain, who carefully wiped the frost from his sword's hilt. Near them, 200 or so Northmen and Baratheon knights hunched down, breath puffing in the icy air. Jon could hear the rustle of wind in the pines. A hush had fallen, as though the trees themselves waited. Then a distant horn sounded. The watchers peered down into the valley. Across the snowy plain, a column of horsemen with the flayed man's standard approached the hamlet, crossing the White Knife by a partially frozen ford. Jon felt the old tension tighten in his chest. He had glimpsed that banner before, during skirmishes in the Riverlands and in the aftermath of Robb's murder. The savage symbol made his anger flare anew. The Bolton cavalry rode closer, passing the first cluster of huts. Men on foot with Stark banners pretended to scramble Stannis' feint. Shouts rang out, a horn bellowed again, and the Bolton riders charged. Jon clenched his jaw. He pictured the men hidden in the huts fighting a brief retreat, letting the cavalry believe they had the advantage. Moments later, he heard Lady Flint's war horn from the western ridge. That was the signal. Jon rose, sword in hand, shouting for his men to move. They poured down the slope, boots crunching through the snow, voices echoing. The Bolton cavalry, just pivoting to finish off the bait force, found themselves hammered from the side. Jon saw confusion among the riders, some turned to face the new threat, others tried to keep chasing the men in the hamlet. Then Tormund's wildlings emerged from behind a copse of pines, screaming their battle cries and hurling spears. The cavalry reeled. In the thick swirl of conflict, Jon drove forward. His sword slammed against a Bolton rider's shield and he twisted, knocking the man from his saddle. Another rider swung a flail at him. Jon ducked, pivoted, felt the flail's chain whistle past. Ser Gawain seized that moment to drive his sword into the rider's back. Chaos erupted. Knights in Baratheon sigils clashed with black and red Bolton men. Northmen from the mountain clans fought side by side with whooping wildlings. The horses, panicking, bucked and reared. Some tried to flee east, only to be met by Stannis' heavy infantry blocking the road. The trap closed. For several terrifying minutes, the clash of steel and the screams of men filled Jon's senses. Blood spattered the snow. He parried a sword thrust, battered his foe's blade aside, cut across his torso. A muffled cry, a spray of red, and the rider tumbled. Another man came at him with an axe, only to take an arrow to the neck from some hidden archer. Around them, Tormund roared as he dragged a Bolton man off his horse, hurling him face first into the snow. Lady Flint's clansmen took advantage, hacking at the grounded soldier. In the swirl of battle, there was no time for mercy. Then the horns sounded again, but this time they were Stannis' horns announcing victory. The Bolton line had broken. Some riders surrendered, throwing down weapons. Others attempted a frantic escape back across the ford. Dozens were cut off before they could ride free. The battle ended as abruptly as it began. The hush that followed was punctuated by moans of the dying and the frightened whinnies of horses. Snow tinted pink with blood. Steam rose from warm corpses. Jon felt his breath rasping in his lungs. One of his men had taken a wound to the leg. Another lay still, face frozen in shock, a crossbow bolt in his throat. Jon forced himself not to look away. This was war, the path he had chosen. But seeing the bodies never became easier. Stannis rode up, face stern beneath the thick fur hood. "Well done," he said, scanning the battlefield. "It seems your ambush was successful, Lord Jon." Jon nodded, struggling to keep his voice steady. "We should interrogate the captives. See what word they carry of Bolton's plans." Stannis grunted agreement. "Yes. Bring the officers to that barn over there. And see that the wounded get what help we can spare, ours and theirs. We're not butchers." So the aftermath began. The captured Bolton soldiers were herded together, shivering, some caked with blood. Stannis' knights stripped them of weapons. Jon oversaw the process, grim-faced. One older captain with a ragged scar down his cheek spat at Jon's feet. "You're no Stark," he growled. "Lord Bolton said the bastards of Ned Stark died with him. You're just a pretender. You'll fail." A flicker of rage kindled in Jon's chest, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Your lord is the pretender. He murdered my brother at the Twins. Now we finish what Robb Stark started." The man's eyes flickered with something like doubt. "He's not my lord. I ride for Harold Karstark. He made an alliance with Bolton after Lord Rickard Karstark was executed by your brother. If you think the Karstarks will rally to you, you're a fool." Jon felt the memory of Robb's execution of Lord Rickard Karstark stab him. That had been a dark day, dividing the northern ranks. "We'll see," he said curtly, turning away. If some of the Karstarks were entrenched with Bolton, that made sense. The north was fracturing more than he had hoped. He moved to the next prisoner. This one was younger, trembling. A short sword slash had left a bloody gash across his arm. When Jon asked what the Boltons planned, the youth stammered that they had only been told to scout for Stannis' approach, not engage. Roose Bolton was rumored to have thousands of men behind Winterfell's walls, counting on the support of certain lords who had knelt after the Red Wedding. Some might resist. Others might side with him wholeheartedly. The youth didn't know more. As the day wore on, they gleaned bits and pieces from the survivors, though little came as a surprise. The Boltons knew Stannis was in the north and likely marching for Winterfell. They had begun to fortify the castle with provisions for a siege, forcibly gathering harvests from local villages. The plan was to let winter do the work, strangling Stannis' army in the snow. Word had also spread that a wedding took place in Winterfell. Ramsay Snow, now legitimized as Ramsay Bolton, had supposedly married Arya Stark. Jon's rage flared again, thinking of a terrified girl forced into that union, likely not Arya at all. Stannis and his captains conferred that evening. "We cannot waste time," the king said. "If we linger here in the snow, we starve. Our only hope is to reach White Harbor, gather further supplies from Lord Manderly, then strike west before the worst of winter descends. We have bested these scouts, but Roose will soon know. He'll be prepared." Davos rubbed his chin. "And if Lord Manderly is delayed by Lannister threats or Frey blockades?" Stannis' eyes narrowed. "We press on with or without him. But from all you've said, the Manderlys despise the Freys. I believe they'll come. And so we must be ready." Jon stood at the edge of the gathering. "Then we leave at dawn? The White Knife is less than a day's ride from here. We can follow the river east to White Harbor's outskirts, avoiding large roads." Stannis inclined his head. "We do." And so they marched again, forging their way along the White Knife. The weather grew fiercer, as if the land itself warred against them. Ice crusted the river's edges, and each morning men woke to find a fresh layer of snow caking their bedrolls. Yet they pressed on, buoyed slightly by the victory over Bolton's cavalry. Morale rose as more small northern clans joined, bringing a trickle of new fighters. Tormund's wildlings, for their part, seemed to appreciate the plunder from the defeated cavalry, better arms, better cloaks. An uneasy alliance, but it held. Finally, after another long week of trudging marches and half-frozen nights, the outskirts of White Harbor came into view. Smoke rose from chimneys and the tall white walls glimmered in the pale winter sun. The bustling port city was a sight for sore eyes. That same evening, the gate swung open for Stannis' vanguard, and inside awaited Lord Wyman Manderly, his wide belly swathed in thick velvets. With him stood a cadre of heavily armed guards bearing the Merman sigil. Wyman greeted Stannis with a bow, though somewhat stiffly. "Your Grace, you have arrived at last. I have prepared what provisions I can gather. The city is burdened by the demands of King Tommen's envoys, but we do not heed them. White Harbor remains loyal to House Stark." He turned to Jon, offering a deep inclination of his head. "Welcome back, my lord. It gladdens me to see you still live. I hear you have made war upon the Boltons." Jon nodded, feeling an odd wave of relief wash over him at the sight of an ally who seemed genuinely glad to see him. "We ambushed a scouting party. But the real battle is yet to come." Wyman sighed. "Yes, Winterfell stands in the hands of serpents. We must not let them keep it. I have readied some ships which might ferry supplies up the White Knife as far as the ice allows. We also hold stores of grain. But your men look half dead with cold. Bring them inside. My city is yours, so far as it can be." So the battered army was quartered in White Harbor's barracks and inns, setting up a temporary camp along the wharves as well. A wave of relief spread through the ranks, roofs overhead, warm fires, a chance to mend clothes. Tormund's wildlings were suspicious at first, muttering about southern dens, but the promise of hot food quickly eased most complaints. That night, Lord Wyman hosted a modest feast for the king and his chief supporters. The castle's main hall was warmed by great hearths, and though the feast was humble by southern standards, fish stew, bread, salt beef, after weeks of bleak marching, it tasted like a king's banquet. Jon sat near Stannis at the high table, the difference between them stark. Stannis in his layered black and gold, jaw set, eating as though it were another weary chore, and Jon trying not to show the near-desperate hunger that gnawed his belly. He forced himself to speak politely with Manderly about the state of the city. Wyman described how White Harbor had fended off the Ironborn attempts at the coast, how they had turned away Frey emissaries who demanded the surrender of any rebels. "We told them we recognized only one king," Wyman said with a sly grin. "They assumed we meant Tommen or perhaps even Joffrey, but I said no, I spoke of the king in the north. I let them believe it was the Bolton-appointed warden. In truth, we have waited for you." Stannis' face betrayed no amusement, but Davos quietly smirked. Jon saw the flicker of Manderly's cunning. "When do we march from here?" Jon asked. "Each day we wait is another day the Boltons strengthen." Stannis wiped his mouth with a cloth. "We'll rest for a night while more of Manderly's men gather, and then we head west." Wyman bowed his head. "I'll bring forth my knights. We can muster 1,000, perhaps more, though I fear leaving the city too undefended. The Freys might come by land or sea if they suspect we've joined you." Stannis' stern gaze flicked over the assembled Manderly retainers. "Then choose who you can spare. If the snows worsen, we may have to push through all the same. The Boltons rely on the winter to freeze us out. We'll show them we are not so easily cowed." The night passed in a whirl of logistical chaos. Jon helped coordinate supply lines, working closely with Davos, Gon, and Manderly's stewards. He oversaw the forging of fresh horseshoes, the packing of wagons, the distribution of barley and oats to feed the men. All the while, the snow dilly deepened. He woke each morning to find a fresh dusting across the streets. The people of White Harbor retreated indoors, wary. Yet the knowledge that Ned Stark's son stood among them buoyed many hearts. Jon often passed common folk who whispered, "He has the Stark look," or "He came back for us after all." It humbled him and pricked at his guilt. In quiet moments, Jon asked after Sansa and Arya, but no one had certain news. One older merchant said that Sansa remained a captive of the Lannisters or perhaps had fled King's Landing after Joffrey's murder. Another insisted Arya had died somewhere in the Riverlands. Rumors, nothing more. Still, each rumor knifed at him. If only they lived, if only he could free them. That was the dream that kept him moving, that and the memory of Robb's final hours. On the 6th day, an unexpected visitor arrived. A band of men wearing the black and white moose sigil of House Hornwood. Their lord had been killed in the war, leaving a distant cousin to try and hold the Hornwood lands near the Shivering Forest. They had come to see if Jon truly lived. When Jon met them in the castle courtyard, the lead man, gray in his beard, sank to one knee and said, "We remember how Lady Hornwood was forced to wed that vile bastard Ramsay. He locked her in a tower and starved her. Our house has never forgiven the Boltons. If you are indeed Ned Stark's son, we are yours." Jon felt an ache in his chest. "I'm sorry for your losses." He helped the man rise. "Join us, and we will see that House Hornwood is avenged." The man's eyes glittered with tears of anger. "We will. Our numbers are not great, but we have men who yearn to see Bolton blood spilled. For the Hornwoods, and for the Starks." Thus, more men trickled in, bringing the total to a force that, while not rivaling the old northern host under Robb, might stand a chance against a demoralized or divided Bolton army. Stannis' knights were disciplined, the wildlings fierce, and the northern houses burning for vengeance. Yet the Boltons were rumored to have thousands behind Winterfell's walls, not to mention alliances with the Umbers or Karstarks, who might raise additional levies. This was not a sure thing. At last, the day came to march again. Manderly remained behind with a skeleton garrison, sending forward his cousin, Ser Marlon Manderly, at the head of almost 1,000 White Harbor men. Wagons of supplies followed. Snow fell heavier now, swirling around the column as it left through the city gates. Jon rode near the front alongside Stannis. Tormund's wildlings marched on foot, jostling for warmth. The wind was savage. Jon's cloak whipped behind him as the hooves of his horse crunched on frozen ground. He cast a glance back at White Harbor's gates, hoping this was not the last time he saw them. The road ahead promised only more blood and ice. They took a southwestern route from White Harbor, passing small river villages that recognized House Manderly's banners and gave them some measure of shelter. Each morning, men woke to find deeper drifts of snow. The going was slow, the wagons sometimes stuck, requiring teams of oxen to haul them forward. Stannis' face grew ever more grim. It was said that he had none of Robert Baratheon's easy charm, but these conditions would have tested any man. He pressed on, eyes fixed on the horizon as though daring the weather to break him. 2 weeks into the march, they reached a half-ruined watchtower that overlooked a frozen stream. Scouts returned with word that the dread fort lay some miles to the north, presumably well garrisoned. Stannis elected to skirt it widely, not wishing to engage. The main objective was Winterfell. If the dread fort men came out to fight in the snow, that would suit him just fine. But it seemed the Bolton garrison had no desire to face a pitched battle in open territory. The wildlings bickered with some of the southern knights about rations. Lady Flint's clansmen tried to mediate. Tensions flared whenever supplies ran short. Jon found himself acting as peacemaker, reminding them all that they fought a common foe. They trudged onward day after day. The land felt almost lifeless, buried under ice. Trees drooped with heavy snow and rivers froze thick enough that wagons rumbled across them. Finally, the scouts came galloping back with news. Winterfell was within 2 days' march if the roads were passable. The Boltons' outriders had been spotted, but only at a distance. Likely they were content to let the weather do its work. Stannis summoned his war council around a smoky campfire that night. The men gathered in the lee of a rocky slope, canvas stretched overhead to block the drifting flakes. "This is it," Stannis said, his voice as cold as the wind. "We reach Winterfell soon. They'll have the advantage of walls and towers. Our advantage must be surprise and the unity of these houses that yearn for Bolton blood. If the Bolton's allies see we are too strong to defeat in open battle, they might stay behind the walls or even defect to our side." Davos nodded. "But are we strong enough for a siege? The snows grow heavier each day." Stannis' eyes shifted to Jon. "Lord Stark, you know the castle's defenses. How do we best approach?" Jon exhaled a white cloud, remembering every nook and cranny of the fortress that had been his home in childhood. Winterfell's walls are high. The outer gate is thick wood reinforced with iron. There's also a postern gate on the north side near a stream, but it's always guarded. Tunnels beneath the walls have collapsed or been sealed long ago. If Bolton is wise, he'll have men on every wall. The moat around the castle might be frozen, but that just means we could cross it unless they break the ice or have traps hidden. As for actually storming the walls, he paused, heart heavy. It won't be easy. A hush settled. No one relished the thought of a siege in this weather with limited supplies. But Stannis pressed on. "We cannot remain in these fields forever. If no other way avails itself, we may have to assault the walls. I'd prefer a short siege if possible." Our men can endure, but they'll begin to starve in weeks if we do not break the Boltons quickly. Lady Flint, shivering under a fur cloak, spoke grimly. Some of my clansmen might attempt to scale a section of the walls at night if the snow is deep enough. But the risk is great. We'd need a diversion. Tormund spat into the snow. Give me a ram and I'll batter down the gate. Or I'll climb those walls with my bare hands. The talk continued, circling around the same problem. Winterfell was a fortress designed to withstand winter, well-provisioned, well-guarded. Even with a combined force, a direct assault could be devastating. Yet to linger too long might be worse. So they planned what they could: scouting missions around the perimeter, attempts to lure Bolton's men into a sortie. Meanwhile, Stannis pinned hope on the notion that some men inside the walls might betray Bolton or open a gate if they believed Jon Stark stood at the gates. But that remained uncertain. At dawn, they marched again. The last 2 days to Winterfell were among the most punishing they had endured. Snow fell in thick sheets, whiting out the horizon. The wind gusted, turning midday to a gray twilight. Soldiers stumbled, teeth chattering, leading half-starved horses. Some lost fingers or toes to frostbite. The wildlings insisted this was better than the top of the world, but even they grew surly. Stannis barked out orders to keep moving, threatened any man who tried to stray, offered extra rations for those who helped push wagons. Jon, half-numb, forced himself to continue, leaning on the memory of Ned Stark's voice. The north is harsh and winter is always waiting. Prove you can endure or you die. On the second evening, the storm cleared just enough for the watchers to glimpse the outline of distant walls rising out of the snow. Winterfell. Jon felt his heart twist. He had once known those towers intimately, the old keep, the first keep, the guard towers. He had walked the ramparts. Now it was in the hands of the men who murdered his brother and put a false Arya in his sister's place. The sense of violation cut deep. But here, at last, was the chance to reclaim it. The army made camp in a copse of ancient oaks some miles from the castle. Word came from scouts that Bolton's outriders were about, but not too close. The smell of wood smoke drifted through the gloom as fires were lit. Jon joined Stannis for a final council. They mapped out a ring around Winterfell, planning to move in before dawn, position themselves so the Boltons could not easily sally forth. Then they would send envoys to the gates, first to demand that Bolton surrender the castle to Jon Stark or face the consequences. If that failed, they would begin to probe the walls for weaknesses. Jon was restless, sleepless in his tent despite the bone-deep exhaustion. He clutched the hilt of his sword, Ghost's Fong, a new blade he had taken from a fallen foe, and stared at the canvas overhead. He remembered the crypts beneath Winterfell where the statues of the old Stark lords stood silent guard. If there were any ghosts, let them guide him now. At last, near midnight, he rose and stepped out. The sky had cleared, revealing a moon and stars. In the distance, flickers of light showed where Winterfell's towers loomed. He breathed the cold air, letting it sting his lungs. Tomorrow would decide so much. Would the North rally if they took the castle? Or would the snows bury them before they could breach the gates? A soft crunch of snow behind him announced Ser Gawain's approach. The older knight gazed at Winterfell's silhouette, then at Jon. Your father was an honorable man, lad. If he could see you now, I think he'd be proud. I know he'd be sorrowful at all the bloodshed, but proud nonetheless. Jon nodded, forcing down a lump in his throat. I pray I can live up to his memory. But the longer I keep the secret, it feels like another betrayal. Gawain gripped his shoulder gently. Your secret has kept you alive. If the realm learned you were... I suspect King Stannis would not be so eager to name you Lord of Winterfell. But your father hid it for a reason. He must have believed you could do more good under the Stark name. Let that guide you now. Jon took a shaky breath. Tomorrow, we give Bolton the chance to yield. He won't. Then we strike, and men will die on both sides. It won't be the last of it either. If we do take the castle, I'll have to hold it somehow. The Lannisters or Freys might come, or the Karstarks. The realm is a storm. Gawain nodded. One step at a time. Reclaiming Winterfell is the first. So they parted, returning to their tents. Before dawn, horns sounded softly, stirring the chilled army from restless sleep. They mustered by torchlight. The king's banners unfurled, the crowned stag and the flaming heart, side by side with the dire wolf of House Stark. Jon's banner was a plain gray dire wolf on white, hastily sewn by White Harbor tailors, but it stirred hearts all the same. Dawn came in a gray hush, and the host marched forth, pressing through the snow-laden fields. Winterfell's towers rose like silent witnesses ahead. Smoke curled from its chimneys. In the pale morning light, it looked both familiar and strange to Jon, as if the castle itself had changed since he last saw it, battered by the Ironmen's occupation and now claimed by new tyrants. They halted beyond bowshot of the walls. Riders with horns circled around, ensuring Bolton outriders kept their distance. Under a makeshift banner of truce, a single herald advanced to the gates. The watchers on the wall tensed, crossbows trained. Snow swirled in thin flurries. The herald bellowed, "Open your gates in the name of King Stannis Baratheon and Lord Jon Stark. Surrender this castle or face destruction." For a long moment, no answer came. Then a figure in pale fur appeared on the battlements. Even at a distance, Jon thought he recognized the pallid mask of Ramsay Bolton. This was the man said to be more beast than human, the one who hunted women in the woods. Ramsay's voice carried with unsettling glee. "Jon Stark, is it? I remember hearing rumors of the bastard of Winterfell. Now you claim your father's seat? How amusing." A laugh, high and cold, echoed from the walls. "You'll freeze out there, Stark. Go away before I flay you all for sport. My father sends his regards." Jon clenched his jaw, hearing that monstrous laughter. A wave of rage threatened to break his composure. The herald tried again, shouting for a formal surrender. But Ramsay only laughed louder. Arrows from the battlements whistled past, forcing the herald to retreat at a gallop. So the negotiations ended before they had even begun. Stannis scowled. "We do this the hard way." He turned to his captains, barking orders. The men spread out, preparing to encircle the castle. Jon's breath came in ragged puffs. The idea of Ramsay Bolton inside Winterfell's halls made his blood run hot. If that man had the false Arya with him, what horrors might she have endured already? No more. He reined in his horse and rode alongside Lady Flint, Tormund, and others, directing them to set up positions behind natural rises in the land. Archers began to string their bows, waiting to see if the Boltons would attempt a sortie. But no sortie came. The castle gate remained shut, the drawbridge raised. Bolton men manned the walls, their flayed man banners draped in bold defiance. The day wore on, gray and bitter, with neither side making a move. At midday, Tormund grew restless, demanding to test the walls, but Stannis insisted they wait. The wildlings were not disciplined troops. A rash charge might see them cut down. As the sky darkened, the first real blasts of a new snowstorm struck, forcing men to huddle in tents behind earthen berms. Stannis's face was like iron. "They mean to keep us pinned here, starve us out. But we'll see who starves first." Thus began a harsh siege. Days of mounting snow, men digging trenches, constructing rough barricades, arrows exchanged with Bolton crossbowmen on the walls. As Stannis had feared, supplies began to run low. The wagons from White Harbor had been delayed by deeper drifts. Some men muttered that this was a fool's campaign. Others stared at Jon with hollow eyes, as if expecting him to conjure help from the north. Meanwhile, the Boltons stayed sealed in the castle, warm behind thick walls, feasting on stolen harvest. They lobbed scorn over the battlements, mocking the king who eats snow and Stark the bastard. Morale fell. A dozen men deserted under cover of the swirling storms, presumably to try their luck somewhere else. Tormund seethed, complaining that his wildlings did not come south to die of cold in some petty southern feud. Lady Flint struggled to keep her clansmen fed. Davos attempted to reason with them all, coaxing them to hold on. But each day the cold pressed in, silent and deadly. One bleak afternoon, Jon emerged from his tent to find a hush over the camp, the sky ominously dark. The snow had begun again, thick flakes descending like a curtain. He trudged through knee-deep drifts, checking on the men. Near the lines facing the castle gate, he found Tormund, who jabbed a thumb toward the walls. "They're sending out riders with torches. Something's afoot." Jon peered through the swirling snow. Indeed, shapes moved just outside Winterfell's gate. Suddenly, a line of mounted men emerged from behind the walls, riding out across the field. They carried flaming torches, casting flickering light in the gloom. At their head, a standard-bearer with the flayed man banner. They halted just beyond bow range, and one rider raised a horn to his lips. A long, mournful note echoed across the field. Jon stiffened, hand on his sword. "Get the archers ready. They might be provoking a response." But then the figure holding the standard called out, voice echoing, "Hear us, Stannis Baratheon. Bring forth the one who calls himself Jon Stark, that we might treat." A flurry of alarm talk spread among Stannis's men. Why would the Boltons offer parley now? Stannis arrived, scowling, ordering archers to line up behind snowbanks. Jon mounted his horse, eyes narrowed, and approached with caution, accompanied by Ser Gawain and a handful of knights. They rode just close enough to speak over the swirling wind. Ramsay Bolton was not among these men. Instead, an older knight, thickly built, his face hidden by a half-helm, raised his visor. Jon realized with shock that it was Lord Roose Bolton himself, the pale, eerie man rumored to have leech treatments that left him white as a corpse. Flanking him were several Bolton bannermen. The older man studied Jon with lifeless gray eyes. "So," he murmured, "the bastard of Winterfell has come to claim his father's seat. I do not recall Ned Stark ever mentioning you. But here you are." Jon suppressed the urge to lash out. "I was with Robb Stark in the war, fighting for him until the red wedding that you orchestrated." Roose's expression did not flicker. "I aided in King Robb's demise, yes, to save the North from further ruin under a boy's folly. The boy lost the phrase, lost half his men, and would have lost the entire North. Now House Bolton preserves the peace. You come here to start another war, and in winter no less." Jon's knuckles turned white around the reins. "There can be no peace with those who murdered my family." Roose inclined his head fractionally. "If you yield now, I will permit you and your men to depart with your lives. I will ask only for Stannis' head, so that we may preserve the rightful rule of King Tommen. Do so, or you all die in the snow. My men are well-fed and warm. You will not break these walls. And winter has only just begun." Fury pulsed in Jon's veins. He forced himself to speak calmly. "I'd rather die than yield to a kinslayer. You're the one who turned on your liege lord." Roose's pale lips curled. "My liege lord died the moment he cut off Rickard Karstark's head. The rest was just a formality. Think on my offer. You have no reason to starve out here. Go home if you can. The North does not belong to you, bastard." With that, he wheeled his horse around and, along with his riders, galloped back toward the castle gate. The heavy portcullis cranked open to admit them, then slammed shut. A few arrows from Stannis' archers clattered harmlessly on the battlements. It was over in a moment, leaving Jon's men uncertain and chilled. When he returned to the camp, Stannis demanded an account of the exchange. Jon relayed Roose's offer: surrender, deliver Stannis' head, or die in the cold. The king bristled. A bold proposition. We'll see how bold he is when famine knocks on his gates. The snows hamper us, but they hamper the Bolton's supply lines as well. Davos frowned. Winterfell was always well-stocked. They might last until we starve. Stannis glared. Then let them last. Better we die with swords in hand than kneel to scum. Jon's mind whirled, recalling the labyrinth passages beneath Winterfell, the old well in the crypts. If only there was a secret way in. But he knew from childhood explorations that most tunnels had collapsed or were sealed. Perhaps a small infiltration team could slip inside, open a gate at night. It was a mad thought. Then again, all-out war in this storm was also madness. He turned to Ser Gawain with the bare hint of an idea forming. But as night fell, so did the storm in full ferocity. Blinding snow and an icy wind battered the siege lines. Men clung to what little warmth they could. Horses died, frozen or starved. Tormund nearly came to blows with one of Stannis' knights over the last scraps of gray. And the moaning wind covered the land. Winter had come in earnest. On the second night of the deep storm, as Jon dozed fitfully in his tent, a figure slipped inside. He jolted awake, sword half-drawn, only to see Melisandre, her red cloak swirling, her face lit by candlelight. Ser Gawain stirred, hand on his own hilt, but she motioned for silence. "You have a visitor," she said softly. "In the snow by the burned oak. He calls himself a friend, but I sense more. Go." Jon exchanged a wary glance with Gawain, then pulled on his cloak. Outside, the wind howled. The camp was a maze of half-buried tents, the ground covered in knee-high drifts. If not for the ring of torches around the perimeter, one might lose all sense of direction. The burned oak was a twisted old tree near the edge of the encampment, blackened by some ancient lightning strike. Jon trudged there through the swirling whiteness, Gawain close behind. Torchlight flickered, revealing a hooded figure huddled against the tree trunk. "Who goes?" Jon called over the wind. The figure lifted his head. He wore a patched fur cloak, his face half concealed by a scarf. But in the torch's glow, Jon recognized battered features, a man older than he'd first assumed, with a short, scruffy beard and haunted eyes. The man gave a crooked grin. "My name's Theon Greyjoy," he rasped. "I helped Sansa Stark escape the Boltons. I bring a message and a warning." Jon reeled. Theon Greyjoy had been raised as a ward in Winterfell, but he betrayed Robb, took Winterfell, and was rumored to have slain Bran and Rickon. Now here he stood, half-frozen, claiming to have aided Sansa. Jon's shock flared into fury. He advanced, hand on his sword, ignoring the driving snow. "You betrayed my father. You burned Winterfell. You murdered my brothers. Why shouldn't I kill you where you stand?" Theon bowed his head. "I deserve it, I know. But I didn't kill Bran and Rickon. He coughed, the cold taking hold. They escaped me, replaced by 2 other boys. I was a fool, a coward, and I've paid for it in Ramsay's dungeons. Sansa and I fled that monster. I left her in the care of some friends. Please, Jon, I beg you, spare me until you hear what I have to say." Jon's sword trembled in his grip. The swirl of revelations was almost too much. "Sansa is alive?" he demanded, voice raw. "Where?" Theon's eyes flicked between Jon and Ser Gon. "She fled from Winterfell, found refuge with Brienne of Tarth. They headed for the wall, but I know not if they got there. I slipped away to try to make amends. I can lead you inside Winterfell, show you a secret way. But you must promise not to flay me alive or feed me to the crows. I've suffered enough." Jon's mind whirled. Could it be true? A secret way into Winterfell, Sansa fleeing with Brienne? The man before him was half-dead, battered, reeking of desperation and guilt. But if it was real, it might be the key to saving them from this ruinous siege. He forced his voice steady. "If you speak truth, then you may redeem yourself. But if this is some Bolton ruse, I will put an arrow in your heart myself." Theon nodded, shivering. "No ruse, I swear. Ramsay told me secrets once. Passages he used to torment the women he kept locked away. I can show you." Jon seized his arm. "Then you will speak to King Stannis." And so, in the midst of the howling blizzard, with men half-starved and the siege on the brink of disaster, Theon Greyjoy arrived bearing a shred of hope. If Winterfell had a hidden vulnerability, it might be the chance Jon needed to break the Bolton hold from within, rescue whomever was trapped behind those walls, and reclaim his ancestral home. Yet in Theon's scarred face, Jon saw the echoes of betrayal and ruin. A single misstep now could doom them all. He tightened his cloak against the biting wind, meeting Theon's haunted gaze. "For my father's sake, for Robb's, for the Starks, I hope you speak the truth," he said, voice low. Then he led Theon through the driving snow, back toward the flickering torches of camp and the final gamble that might decide the fate of the North. Jon marched Theon through the swirling blizzard, every gust threatening to smother the meager light of the torches along the perimeter of Stannis' camp. Snow whipped in sideways, stinging any exposed flesh. Ser Gon walked beside them, a hand on the hilt of his sword, as never leaving the face of the man who had once been the ward of Ned Stark, then the betrayer who sacked Winterfell. Theon stumbled, half-dead with cold and fatigue, but Jon jerked him upright by the arm. They passed between rows of tents half-buried in drifts and lines of men hunched around campfires, huddling in cloaks stiff with frost. Some recognized Theon despite his hood and spat at the ground or muttered curses. Others had lost themselves in their own misery and spared no attention. When they reached King Stannis' pavilion, Jon shoved Theon forward. 2 guards held flaring torches, and at the sight of Theon Greyjoy, their eyes widened. One spat. The other scowled and pulled back the tent flap. Inside, the air was only marginally warmer. A brazier glowed in a corner, its coals giving off meager heat. Stannis stood at a makeshift table strewn with maps and papers. He turned at once, scowling at the intrusion. By his side stood Davos Seaworth, his face drawn and tired, and Melisandre a step behind with her red robe swirling. Candlelight revealed the lines of tension in all their features. Their gazes snapped to the hooded figure. Ser Gon shoved Theon down onto a bench, and Theon sat with a grunt, trembling. Stannis' tone was cold as the wind outside. "What is this, Lord Jon? Some new turncoat skulking around our lines in the dead of night." Theon raised his eyes, voice cracking. "I am Theon Greyjoy, called Reek by that bastard Ramsay, but no longer. I have come to beg mercy and to help you take Winterfell." Jon spoke through clenched teeth. "He claims to have knowledge of hidden ways inside the castle. If he speaks true, it could save us from a protracted siege. But this is the same man who once pretended to kill my brothers. I don't trust him further than I can throw him." Stannis studied Theon with those hard, unyielding eyes. "I recall you from my brother Robert's war. The boy hostage taken from Balon Greyjoy after the rebellion. Ned Stark's ward. You repaid that by turning on the Starks the moment you had a chance." His mouth curved in a bitter line. Why should we believe a word you say now? Theon swallowed. In the flickering brazier light, he looked older, more battered, a man haunted by regrets. The stale reek of sweat and fear clung to him. You shouldn't believe me, your grace, not on my word alone. But I have no place else to turn. Ramsay Bolton tortured me for months, making me do horrors I can't begin to describe. I have no love for him or for House Bolton. He looked at Jon, who stood rigid, arms crossed. I lied about killing Bran and Rickon, I know. I confessed that already to Sansa before she and I fled together. All I can offer is my knowledge. Ramsay once boasted about the old servants' tunnels behind the Great Keep, how he used them to terrify his prisoners. He prattled on that they'd been blocked for ages, but not entirely, that a thin man might squeeze through. If we can get inside, open a gate or a postern door, your army could storm the walls before the Boltons can react. Davos circled closer, expression grim. And why would Ramsay share all this with you? Braggadocio? Theon let out a haggard laugh. He loved to boast, especially when he had me in his grip. He liked to describe how invincible Winterfell was, how even the secret tunnels could only be used by him because he alone had the keys to where they opened. He'd get drunk sometimes and wander those passages, or so he told me, scaring some poor souls he kept locked up. Perhaps he wanted me to know how hopeless my life was. Or maybe he just enjoyed hearing the sound of his own cruelty. Stannis regarded him with a half-lidded stare. And now you claim to have memorized every detail? Theon shook his head. No, but I know where the entrance is. A disused storeroom near the old library tower leads down to a passage that loops behind the Great Keep and emerges near the back of the stables. One of the locked grates is loose. Ramsay showed me, laughing all the while. If I can get a handful of men inside, I can guide them to unbar a postern gate. Or drawbridge, if we're very lucky. Stannis' hard stare flicked to Jon. If this is true, it could spare us weeks of siege and thousands of lives. If it is a trap, we might lose the men we send inside. Jon said nothing for a moment, his breathing tight. He thought of the men freezing in the snow, the ones who had already died. He thought of Ramsay's mocking laughter on the battlements. Let me lead the infiltration, he said at last, surprising even himself. I know Winterfell better than any man alive. If Theon does speak truth, I'll see it done. If he lies, I'll kill him myself before I'm taken. Sargon sucked in a breath. My lord, that's too great a risk. If you're lost, the entire cause fails. The North needs you. But Jon's eyes were set. I'd rather die trying to free Winterfell than let my men starve in the mud. I have a better sense of the castle's corridors than any southern knight. If Theon can bring me into that passage, I'll know how to reach the gate machinery. This is my father's home. Stannis frowned, considering. The tension in the tent was thick enough to snap. Then the king exhaled. We can't risk your life cheaply. But neither can we ignore this opportunity. Very well. You may choose a small band, slip inside under the cover of darkness. I'll prepare our men outside for a swift assault once you open the gate. Davos nodded slowly, but worry lined his face. I'll gather volunteers, men who can move quietly, whose loyalty is proven. We'll want a half dozen at most, or we risk detection. Melisandre, silent until now, stepped forward. Her red robes trailed behind her like blood on fresh snow. She observed Theon with a look akin to faint disgust, then fixed her gaze on Jon. I saw a shape in the flames, a wolf stepping through dark corridors, a dagger of shadows at his side. I saw no final outcome, only a flicker. The path is dangerous. The Great Other's power can twist fates in such darkness. Jon let out a frosty breath. Dangerous or not, I will do it. As for the Great Other, let him choke on my sword. We have no more time to waste. Stannis nodded curtly, face like flint. Then gather your men and prepare. When the storm is thick enough to hide your approach, you will go. God knows I would prefer a direct battle, but we'd lose half our strength scaling those walls in open daylight. He turned to Theon. If you betray us, Greyjoy, you will pray for Ramsay's torments to come again compared to what I'll do. Do you understand me? Theon gave a hollow nod, voice barely more than a whisper. I do, your grace. I will not betray you. Jon turned on his heel, out into the night. The wind still raged, but the snow had slowed to a drifting hush. He breathed deep, ignoring the raw sting in his lungs. Lady Winter seemed to be holding her breath now. The next move was his. The promise of infiltration pounded in his chest with a frightening mixture of hope and dread. He spent the next hours choosing his band. He spoke to Tormund Giantsbane first, who gave a scornful laugh. Creeping around in tunnels like rats? That's no fight for me. But Tormund's eyes flicked with grudging respect. If you succeed, I'll be waiting by the walls with my wildlings. If you fail, I'll still try to batter down those gates. He clasped Jon's forearm. Good luck, pup. Next, Jon approached Lady Flint, who offered some of her clansmen. But they were better at climbing walls, she said, less so at stealth in enclosed corridors. In the end, Jon selected a quiet archer from her ranks named Burin, who claimed to have once navigated old catacombs in the mountains. Ser Gon insisted on going. Jon would have refused, but the older knight stood firm. I promised Ned Stark I'd protect you. If you slip away in the night, I'll follow on your heels anyway. Better to bring me openly. They added 2 men from Stannis' southern knights, each known for unwavering loyalty. A lean man named Karen, and a grizzled fighter called Hallie. Then, from the Manderley contingent, Jon took a young man named Harlan Reed, not of the Crannogmen, but a distant cousin to the Reeds, who had sworn themselves in White Harbor's name. He was said to be agile and quiet, good with a knife. Altogether, 6 men counting Theon. A small, desperate party. By evening, the wind rose again, flurries dancing over the plains. Perfect cover. Stannis had the camp's horns sound a distraction. Some men marched to the western side of Winterfell's walls, clashing their swords on shields as though preparing a direct assault. Meanwhile, Jon and his group slipped around the eastern perimeter in the darkness, the cold biting with each step. They wore thick furs over boiled leather, their footprints erased quickly by the swirling snow. Theon led, glancing back nervously every few paces, as though expecting a sword in his back. Jon had memorized the shape of Winterfell's walls in his mind's eye, but it was strange to see them looming up from the snowy gloom, a black silhouette stark against the pale drifts. Theon paused at a certain spot where a broken stretch of ground sloped down into an old drainage ditch. He whispered hoarsely, "We can slip under the outer rampart through here." It's half collapsed. Then we angle right to find the old stables. If the passage is still open, that is. A half-collapsed drain grated with iron bars confronted them. Theon knelt in the snow and pried at one of the bars. It gave slightly, squealing. I tested this once with Ramsay. He showed me how rusted these bars were. If we pull hard enough, it'll come free. He cast a sideways look at Jon, an unspoken fear in his eyes. Jon's heart hammered. One slip of noise, and the guards on the walls would be alerted. But the howling wind, the battering storm, those would help hide them. He gestured to Ser Gon, who slid next to Theon. Together, they set their shoulders against the iron, bracing in the wet snow, and pulled. A scraping groan, the rattle of old metal, then a loud snap. One bar tore free, clattering onto the frozen ground. Jon grimaced at the sound. They froze, listening for shouts from the battlements, but the wind covered everything. One by one, they slithered into the drain. Theon led, pushing aside debris. The space was tight, reeking of rot and old damp. Ice rimed the walls. Jon had to stifle a cough as the air grew stale. In the dark, they crawled on hands and knees, the only light a faint glow from the distant opening. Gradually, the tunnel opened up a bit and they stood, their footfalls echoing on slick stone. Theon paused at a junction, trembling. "Which way?" Ser Gon whispered. Theon took a shuddering breath. "Right? Up the slope. We should come out near the underside of the stable yard." They groped forward in near blackness, trying to move quietly. Burin and Harlan both carried short bows over their shoulders, but in these tunnels, a bow would be near useless. After several more turns, Theon found a low archway that led to a flight of shallow steps. "This is it. Beyond, we might find a door leading into the old storeroom. If it's locked, we'll have to break it." Jon wiped sweat from his brow despite the cold. Every nerve felt on edge. He remembered being a boy exploring Winterfell's lower passages with Robb or Arya, sometimes with Bran tagging along. The memory stirred a pang of grief. Now he moved through those same passages like a thief, preparing to kill his enemies in his family home. They climbed the steps, each footfall cautious. At the top was indeed a wooden door, half-rotten, battered from age. Jon tested the latch. Locked. Harlan Reed knelt, producing a small metal pry. He worked quietly at the latch while the others stood tense. A dull crack and the door eased open. A wave of staler air greeted them. The storeroom beyond was dark, filled with the silhouettes of crates and barrels coated in dust. Theon fumbled forward. "Should be a corridor on the far side, which leads toward the stables. Then we can either cut across the yard to the Great Keep or find the gate machinery from an interior passage, depending on how Ramsay's men are patrolling." Jon nodded. We must see if we can unbar the postern gate near the kitchens. That might allow a small strike force inside from Stannis' lines. Then we can move to open the main gates or raise the drawbridge. If we move quickly, we can cause chaos before they mobilize. They crept among the barrels, breathing shallow, hearts racing. The storeroom door on the opposite side stood slightly ajar, letting in a faint draft. Beyond it, a corridor stretched away into gloom. Here, inside the walls, the air held the sense of old stone and a hint of cooked onions drifting from somewhere deeper in the castle. A reminder that the Boltons had warmth, fires, and supplies while Stannis' men froze. They advanced. Each corner brought the risk of stumbling upon a guard patrol. Jon's chest tightened at the thought of how intimately he knew these corridors, once a place of comfort, now turned into a labyrinth of danger. Theon led as if guided by memory and fear in equal measure. Twice they heard distant footsteps or voices. They halted, pressing themselves into shadows behind columns. Twice, men passed, clad in Bolton livery, carrying torches. No one looked their way. Eventually they found themselves near the old stable yard. Through a narrow arrow slit, Jon glimpsed a courtyard bathed in faint lamplight. Horses whickered from the stables. Snow covered the yard, though men had shoveled a few paths. For guards lingered near the entrance to the great keep, weapons in hand, but they seemed half-frozen and inattentive. The group withdrew into the corridor. Ser Gawain whispered, "That yard's well lit. We'll be seen if we cross it. Is there another route?" Jon closed his eyes, trying to recall the layout. Yes, the corridor that skirts the great keep's northern side leads eventually to the old guest wing. From there, we can slip downstairs toward the kitchens. The postern gate is near the eastern kitchens. Hardly used. If we can unbar it, we could let in part of our army. But we might run into patrols along the way. Theon nodded shakily. Better than stumbling into open view. Let's go. They backtracked, winding through labyrinthine halls. The castle creaked with winter's weight. Doors occasionally rattled, the wind finding cracks. Ghostly drafts slithered across the floors. The quiet was so profound that Jon half expected the ghosts of Stark ancestors to step out from the walls. He forced that thought away, remembering that the real monsters here were flesh and blood. Near the old guest wing, they heard distant singing. A thin, wavering voice, echoing along the corridor. The group froze. Torches glowed ahead. The voice sounded drunk or half-mad, warbling a bawdy tune about a flayed maiden. Jon and the others pressed themselves into a side passage, hearts pounding. Moments later, a figure lurched into view. A Bolton soldier, helmet askew, carrying a half-empty wineskin. He stumbled, singing tunelessly, his boots slapping the stones. If he turned his head, he would see them. Ser Gawain's gaze flicked to Jon, who nodded. They lunged. Gawain clamped a hand over the soldier's mouth, muffling his shout. Jon pressed a dagger to his throat and whispered, "Be still." The soldier's eyes bulged in terror, the wineskin dropping with a splash. Jon jerked his head at Theon. "Quiet him while we move." Theon, trembling, used a scrap of cloth from the soldier's own tunic to gag him. Karen and Hallie hustled him into a side chamber. There, with the half-dead glow of a single sconce, Jon pressed the dagger's point. "Make a sound, you die. Understand." The soldier nodded frantically, tears in his eyes. Jon glared. How many men in the castle? The soldier didn't speak, only stared at the dagger. Ser Gawain removed the gag slightly. The man stammered in a strangled whisper, 300, maybe 4. I don't know. The Risswell men came, some from the Karstarks, many. More than you can handle. Karen placed a knife at the man's belly. Where's Lord Bolton? Upstairs in the Lord's chambers, or the Great Hall. I don't know. Please, Jon asked quietly. Is the postern gate guarded? The soldier nodded wildly. Yes, for men, maybe 5 posted by it. Ramsay's orders. He's the one in charge, truly. Roose keeps to the solar. Ramsay hunts the corridors. He won't let us slack. Please, let me go. The reek of spilled wine and fear filled the air. Jon's expression hardened. This man served the murderers who had slaughtered Robb and butchered the dream of a free North. But no matter his rage, they needed silence. He gestured sharply to Hallie, who understood. The soldier tried to scream as Hallie's blade found his throat, but no sound emerged besides a wet gurgle. Blood stained the floor. Jon's stomach twisted with revulsion, but there was no other choice. Better that than letting him raise the alarm. They left the corpse in the shadows and continued. Each footstep felt heavier now. The soldier's mention of stronger guard posts at the gate was no surprise. Jon thought quickly. If 5 men guarded the postern, they could attempt a stealthy kill. But if even one man shouted, half the castle might converge. Another plan formed in Jon's head, less silent, but perhaps quicker. "We'll cause a distraction away from the postern gate," he whispered. "Draw the guards away, then slip in behind them." "How?" Gon murmured. Jon glanced at Theon. Ramsay would always respond to a commotion, right? If something big and noisy erupted somewhere else, wouldn't he send men to investigate? Theon managed a grim nod. "He's paranoid about infiltration." Karen exhaled. "We could set a fire in the stables. That might bring half the guards running." But Theon shook his head. "Too far from the postern, and stable fires are common. Ramsay might or might not come. We need something in the keep itself, something that signals a real threat." Ser Gon's brow furrowed. "A fight in the Great Hall or near the main courtyard. But that means exposing ourselves." Jon closed his eyes, remembering the layout. "There's a big bell near the first keep tower. If we ring it long enough, it might sound like an alarm from inside. That should draw men from all over. The postern is across the courtyard, but at least we'll have them on the wrong side of the castle." They exchanged uncertain looks. Theon shrugged. "That might work. The bell tower isn't well used since half the keep was burned. I recall Ramsay complaining it was an eyesore. If you get inside, ring that bell, you'll have every guard in Winterfell searching the first keep." Jon set his jaw. "Then that's the plan. Once they're busy, the rest of us open the postern gate. Stannis' men should already be waiting outside the walls. If the watchers on the battlements are distracted too, we might slip a portion of our army inside. Then we strike from within." Ser Gon gave Jon a worried look. "You mean for us to split up?" Jon breathed. "We don't have time for a group infiltration of the bell tower. That's a single man's job, or 2 at most. The rest must be in position to open the gate the moment the guards abandon their posts. Another question is how to get word to the outside. They're expecting us to open a gate eventually, but the timing is crucial." Harlan Reed tapped the hilt of his knife. "We could tie a strip of cloth to the bars outside once the gate is unbarred, something bright. That was the signal we used in the swamps. A small sign, but it might do." Jon nodded. "All right. Once the bell sounds, open the gate. By then, Stannis' men should be close enough to see your signal. Now, who goes to the bell tower?" A hush. Ser Gon looked at Jon. "My lord, let me." Jon raised a hand. "No. You open the gate with Theon's help. You know how to fight if the guards remain. I'll do the bell tower alone." When Gon opened his mouth to protest, Jon shook his head firmly. "I know every stone of Winterfell. You're the best chance they have if the gate is contested." Gon pressed his lips together, then inclined his head. "As you say, my lord. We'll wait in the corridor near the postern, hidden. Once the bell rings, that'll be our cue." Their plan set, they moved. The corridors were quieter now, only the moan of wind outside and occasional echoes of men. The castle felt inhumanly large. Jon led them to a stairwell that branched. One route angled up toward the old first keep. The other continued on the ground level, heading east. Here they would part. Jon turned to Ser Gon, Karen, Hallie, Burren, Harlan, and Theon. "Wait near the kitchens, but not too close. Keep hidden. Once I ring the bell, move fast. If the gate's heavily guarded, cause confusion. Then unbar it." Gon gripped Jon's wrist. "You be careful." Theon shuffled nervously, hugging his arms around himself. "If you fail, Ramsay will hunt us." I don't want to go back to that, Jon." Jon gave him a long, cool stare. "We'll all face worse if we fail. Better to die fighting." Then he turned, climbing the steps alone. He ascended in near darkness, recalling old memories of how these passages twisted around the inner keep. The walls here bore black scars from the time Theon took Winterfell, and the Ironborn burned sections of it. The air smelled of char and must. Stairs curved upward. He trod lightly, hard hammering. Every corner felt like it might reveal a guard or trap, but the keep was eerily deserted. Most Bolton men likely clustered in the outer wards or near the Great Hall for warmth. If only that remained true. He reached a landing that opened onto a corridor leading to the ruined heart of the first keep. A half-collapsed archway gaped in the gloom, letting in a swirl of freezing air. Snow had drifted across the stones, dusting old rubble. The tower that housed the bell was ahead, up another flight of rickety wooden steps. He inched forward, scanning for movement. Then he froze. A figure stood in the corridor, only a few steps away. A slender man with pale hair, wearing thick furs and leaning on a short spear. His eyes widened at the sight of Jon. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then the man lunged with the spear, hissing, "Intruder." Jon twisted aside. The spear point scraped the wall, sending sparks. The man tried to shout again, but Jon slammed his forearm into the man's jaw. The blow knocked him back, but not enough. The man recovered, jabbing. Jon ducked, drew his sword in one fluid motion, and thrust upward. Steel met flesh. The Bolton guard gasped, eyes bulging, then collapsed. Blood soaked the snow-dusted floor. Jon's pulse roared in his ears. He crouched, pressing a hand to the man's mouth as he died, muffling the last rattle. No other voices sounded from beyond. At least no immediate alarm. Slipping around the corpse, he continued on, ascending the wooden stairs that groaned under his boots. Each step threatened to break. The wind whistled. He reached the top, a chamber open to the elements on one side. The big bronze bell hung from a wooden frame, once used to call the courtyard to arms in an emergency. A thick rope dangled from it, trailing along the floor. Jon's breath came in plumes, heart pounding with the knowledge that the moment he rang that bell, chaos would erupt, and if the Boltons responded faster than Gon could open the gate, he'd be trapped. Still, there was no other way. He tested the rope, found it stiff with cold, but intact. Then, with a quick prayer to the old gods and Ned Stark's memory, he planted his feet. He yanked the rope. At first, the bell gave only a dull, half-frozen clank. He pulled harder, swinging the heavy clapper inside. A single muffled toll. Then another. He kept going, building momentum. Soon the old bell began to ring with deep, resonant peals that echoed through the keep, out into the open courtyard. The sound reverberated off the stones like thunder in a closed space. Jon's ears rattled with each strike. The wind swallowed some of it, but enough carried that men across the castle must hear. He pictured Bolton soldiers snapping to alert, shouting that something was amiss in the first keep. Perfect. He pulled again and again until the bell's toll became a rolling cacophony. Then he let the rope go, stepping back, sword in hand. Already he could hear distant shouts drifting through the ruined walls. Torchlight flickered in the courtyard below. The plan was in motion. Now, how to escape and regroup with the others? Before he could turn, a voice cut through the bell's echo. "Who rings the bell at this hour?" A figure emerged from the gloom on the far side of the tower floor, carrying a lantern. The man was gaunt, hair shaved. Another Bolton guard. The guard's eyes flicked to the corpse of the first man on the landing. He bared his teeth and drew a dagger. Traitor. Jon had no time for stealth. He lunged, sword slashing. The guard tried to parry with his dagger, but the force of Jon's blow knocked the weapon aside. The man staggered, let out a cry. Jon thrust again, this time piercing the guard's chest. Blood sprayed across the old timbers. The man collapsed with a gargled moan, the lantern smashing to the floor. Fire licked across a broken beam. Jon cursed, stamping at the flame. The tower was half-rotten. A fire here could roar out of control. But it might also prove an even stronger distraction. Torn between the risk and the advantage, Jon dragged the man's cloak over the small blaze, smothering it for the moment. He didn't need to burn half of Winterfell and kill his own men if they took the castle. And the smoke might well suffocate him before he escaped. The bell's tolls continued to reverberate, but with no one pulling the rope now, they started to fade. Jon dashed for the stairway. Through gaps in the crumbling walls, he glimpsed torchlight spreading across the courtyard, Bolton men hurrying toward the first keep. The plan was working. But if they caught him up here, it would be the end. He descended, nearly slipping in the blood of the guard he had killed. He moved carefully, sword raised. Down on the next landing, the corridor was awash in torchlight from outside windows. Shouts echoed from below. He had to find a different route or risk running headlong into a swarm of Bolton soldiers investigating the noise. Heart-pounding, he crouched behind a broken section of wall, listening. Men pounded up the main stairs. "Check the top. See if the fire spreads," someone ordered. A half-dozen footsteps thundered upward. Jon waited until they passed, then hurried down a side hall that led around the keep's perimeter. He had no guide now except memory. More noise resounded from deeper corridors. The entire castle was in alarm. Good, so long as the postern gate was unguarded. He moved quickly but quietly, ears straining for footsteps. Around one corner, he nearly ran into two Bolton men with crossbows. They were headed toward the keep's central stair, not looking his way. Jon pressed against the wall, letting them pass. When they vanished, he continued. Soon, he recognized an arch leading out into the main courtyard. There, a flurry of torches. At least 20 men, some half-armored, were rushing across the yard toward the first keep. None looked in his direction. They were all fixated on the bell tower, the presumed source of the alarm. Jon exhaled a silent breath of relief. Now to rejoin his companions near the kitchens or find them at the postern gate. The yard itself was exposed, but in the chaos, no one might notice him if he slipped along the shadows. He took a moment to watch the pattern of torches, waiting for a gap. Then he sprinted out across the snow, crouched low, skirting the wall. Shouts echoed behind him, but none aimed at him specifically. Across the way, he saw the gatehouse leading to the main drawbridge. Men hustled there as well, uncertain where the threat lay. That was good. Let them look for a phantom. He reached the far side of the courtyard, breath heaving. The kitchen annex was built of old stone that jutted out from the main keep. Smoke from the ovens drifted overhead. By the postern, a squat little gate braced with iron, for guards waited, obviously on alert. One was peering around, crossbow in hand. Another tapped his foot restlessly, glancing toward the first keep. Clearly, they were itching to see the commotion. But they hadn't left their post. Jon pressed himself behind a stack of firewood. Where were Ser Gawain and the others? Had the plan failed? Time ticked in his mind. The longer the bell's alarm rang out, the more likely the Boltons would realize it was just a ruse. He scanned the shadows. Then he spotted movement to his right, the faintest glimpse of a figure hugging the kitchen wall. It was Karen, eyes glinting. Jon signaled carefully, pointing to the guards. Karen nodded, raising 3 fingers. So there were 4 guards total as they'd been told. Karen indicated that the rest of their group was behind him. Jon inched forward, flattening himself against the wall. He glimpsed Theon, who was barely visible, trembling with tension. Next to him crouched Ser Gawain, Hallie, Burren, and Harlan. Good. They were in position. The question was how to eliminate the 4 guards without raising a hue and cry. Karen mimed shooting a bow. Burren was their best archer, but the distance was short. Any arrow that did not kill instantly might allow a shout. Then again, if they rushed in with steel, a single guard's scream could ruin everything. Yet they had no time for elaborate measures. The Bolton men were on edge. At any moment, someone might come to reinforce them. Jon made his decision. He crept backward to whisper in Burren's ear. Fire on the 2 crossbowmen first. Then we charge the others. Quiet as we can. Burren's face was taut, but he nodded. He drew the short bow from his back and arrow knocked. In the courtyard's hush, overshadowed by the distant chaos in the first keep, Burren rose a fraction and loosed. The arrow flew with a soft twang. 1 guard toppled instantly, an arrow lodged in his neck, crossbow clattering to the stones. Before the others could react, Burren fired again. A second man jerked, arrow in his throat, blood spraying. He collapsed, gurgling. The remaining 2 guards spun about in panic, but Jon and Karen were already racing across the snow. Jon's sword plunged into the first man's gut. Karen slammed his shield into the second, sending him sprawling. Ser Gawain followed, dagger flashing as he slit the man's throat. They died quickly, barely a cry escaping. Jon froze, listening for any alarm. None came. The commotion in the distance overshadowed all else. He waved the others forward. They approached the postern gate. Iron bars secured it from within, plus a heavy wooden beam across the interior frame. Hallie, using a bit of strength and careful leverage, lifted the beam free. Harlan slid the bolts. The gate shifted. A swirl of winter air gusted in. Out in the darkness, beyond the flickering courtyard torches, stretched the snowy fields of Winterfell's outer wards. If Stannis' men were waiting, they would see the gate open, but they had to confirm the path was truly clear. Harlan produced a scrap of pale cloth, tying it to the outside handle. Then he and Burren stepped out cautiously, scanning the gloom. A hush. Then 2 shapes emerged from the dark, wearing cloaks pinned by the stag sigil, Stannis' scouts. "It's open, my lord?" One scout hissed, eyes darting. Jon recognized him as Farnell, an older knight. "Aye, the path is clear for now. Bring the others quietly. Stay low. The courtyard is that way, but the real fight is further in. Be quick before they realize the alarm is false." Farnell nodded, gesturing behind him. Shadows moved. A line of men began creeping forward, at least 2 dozen, and more behind them. They bore swords, spears, the occasional shield, hard-faced soldiers who had braved the storm outside. Jon felt a surge of relief. They had done it. The infiltration was succeeding. Now came the next phase. Ser Gon whispered, "If we can secure the courtyard, we can open the main gates. Then Stannis can bring the bulk of our forces in. We might take them by surprise." Jon agreed, though there was no time for an organized plan now. The castle was in confusion. "Let's move. Split into small groups and spread out. Shut down any alarms. Burren, keep your bow handy. Harlan, go with Farnell's men. Try to hold the courtyard. Gon, Theon, Karen, Hallie, you're with me. We'll see if we can reach the gatehouse." They hurried across the courtyard, accompanied by half a dozen of Stannis's men. Bodies of the fallen postern guards lay in the snow. Footsteps and voices echoed from deeper in the castle, but many were still drawn to the first keep. Torchlight wavered from across the yard. Bolton men stood by the main gatehouse, uncertain, some pointing toward the keep. Jon's group ducked behind a half-collapsed cart. Theon whispered, "There are at least 10 men near the drawbridge controls, possibly more above on the battlements." Jon's mind raced. If they could storm the gatehouse from below and open the main gates, Stannis's cavalry could pour in, though the snow might hamper them. Still, any significant entrance of troops would be decisive. He saw Farnell leading a squad around the perimeter while Burren covered them with arrows from behind a crate. The infiltration force was small but determined. If the Boltons remained disorganized for just a few more minutes, it might be enough. He exchanged a look with Gon, who nodded. "We'll lead the charge." They rushed forward, surprising the group of Bolton men at the gatehouse steps. One of them managed to shout, "They're inside. Arm yourselves." Before Jon's sword struck him down, the courtyard erupted in steel on steel. Bolton men reeled, struggling to form a line. Karen hacked one across the shoulder, Theon stabbed another in the side with a trembling cry. Ser Gon parried a spear thrust, countering with a savage slash. More Bolton men raced in from a side door. Hallie bellowed a warning. Farnell's group turned to hold them off. The courtyard lit with the flicker of torches on swords. Snow churned underfoot, pink with blood. The air filled with grunts, clangs, and curses. Jon pressed onward, forcing his way up the short stair leading into the gatehouse interior. 2 men tried to block him. He feinted low, driving one aside, then hammered his blade into the second man's chest. The man gasped, dropping his axe. Jon kicked him down. The first man lunged for Jon's back, but Gon shoved him away, taking a wound on his own arm in the process. He gritted his teeth through the pain, finishing the man with a thrust. They burst into the gatehouse corridor, panting. The mechanism to raise and lower the drawbridge was a large wooden winch guarded by 4 more Bolton soldiers in a cramped space. They brandished swords with determined faces. Jon recognized one from the Red Wedding. He had seen the man among Roose Bolton's retinue at the Twins. Rage flared. He flung himself forward before the man could react. Their swords clashed, echoing in the confined area. Behind Jon, Theon and Karen engaged another pair. Gon, wounded, pressed a third. The space was tight and stifling, the stench of old sweat, rust, and fear swirling. Jon bashed aside the retainer's blade, then lunged, slicing into the man's side. A scream. Blood on the stone. The retainer collapsed, croaking. Jon whirled. Theon was pinned by a tall spearman who had Theon cornered, forcing him back. Theon's eyes shone with panic. Jon sprang forward, sword crunching into the spearman's back. He collapsed with a gurgle. Theon slid to the ground, half in shock. Meanwhile, Karen parried the last man's sword, exchanging a flurry of blows. The soldier scored a cut on Karen's thigh, but Karen rallied, smashing the pommel into the man's face, then finishing him with a thrust. Gon's foe was already down, but Gon himself knelt clutching a bleeding arm. Jon swallowed, hearing more conflict outside. Time to do what they came for. He seized the winch, motioning for Karen and Theon. "Help me with this." They shoved the brake lever aside, grunting. The wooden gears creaked in protest. Chains rattled. Slowly, the drawbridge began to lower, inch by inch. The entire structure trembled as centuries-old machinery groaned. Snow-laden timbers outside the gate shuddered, but at last the bridge slammed down with a thunderous crash that reverberated through the courtyard. The main portcullis was still lowered, but that too could be raised with the right mechanism. Karen found the wheel for the portcullis, scanning the instructions scratched into the wood. They turned it together, muscle straining. The portcullis groaned. The chain rattled overhead. Moments later, a faint gap appeared beneath the iron teeth. Then it rose, opening the path to the outside. Theon wiped sweat from his brow, chest heaving. Gods, let them come quickly. They sprinted to the gate's threshold, looking out across the snowy field. Darkness and swirling flakes obscured everything. But then a horn sounded, a low, bellowing note from Stannis' lines. Torches appeared in the distance. Moments later, a mass of figures emerged from the gloom, Stannis' knights, foot soldiers, wildlings with spears, all charging through the open gate. Jon felt something in him lift at the sight. They had done it. The infiltration had succeeded. The gates of Winterfell were open and the north was pouring in to reclaim the castle. Now the real battle would begin. A Bolton crossbowman on the battlements above took aim at the masses charging in. Jon saw the flash of movement. He shouted a warning, but too late. The crossbow loosed. A young soldier below cried out, falling with a quarrel in his neck. Others raised shields, returning fire with arrows. A furious exchange erupted overhead. Archers from Stannis' lines raised their bows, sending shafts into the guards on the walls. Screams rang out. Some Bolton men panicked, rushing back from the battlements. Chaos seized the courtyard. Sensing the new threat, more Bolton soldiers streamed out of doorways, colliding with Stannis' vanguard. Torchlight glinted on steel. Tormund's wildlings howled as they thundered in, savage joy in their voices. The swirl of men and weapons cut across the open space. The once silent castle echoed with the clamor of pitched battle. Jon recognized Farnell among the attackers, face streaked with mud, leading men who battered their way toward the Great Hall. Over there, Lady Flint's clansmen joined the melee, brandishing axes, seeking vengeance for past atrocities. Bolton banners toppled in the press. Yet the defenders were numerous and had the advantage of interior knowledge. If Roose or Ramsay Bolton managed to rally them effectively, the fight could turn. Jon turned to Gon, whose arm still bled. Find a maester or someone to bind that wound. Then link up with the others. We must push toward the center of Winterfell. They'll try to barricade themselves in the Great Hall or the keep. Gon grimaced, gripping Jon's shoulder with his good hand. Be safe. I'll follow soon. With that, Jon left Karen to assist Gon while Theon insisted on joining him further in. They waded into the fray. Bodies lay strewn in the snow, red blossoming around them. The stench of blood and fear mingled with the thick swirl of falling flakes. Jon steeled himself, forging forward. He parried a Bolton man's desperate swing, then slid his blade across the man's midsection. Another rushed him, but Theon thrust from behind, finishing the attacker. A fierce, silent nod passed between them. They pressed deeper, hooking around to the courtyard that led to the Great Hall's doors. A group of Bolton men had formed a shield wall there, spears bristling. Several of Stannis' knights hammered at them without success. The defenders were disciplined, snapping out spear thrusts, forcing back the attackers. Behind them rose the tall doors to the Great Hall, likely barred from inside. Through the arrow slits of the hall's upper level, more crossbows fired at the intruders. Jon grimaced, searching for a weakness. If they couldn't breach the Great Hall, the Boltons could hold out or even push them back. He needed to find a flank or another route in. His eyes swept the courtyard. On the left, half buried in snowdrifts, were old scaffolds from some earlier reconstruction leading up to a side roof. The roof might connect to a balcony that overlooked the hall. If men could get onto that balcony, they might fire down on the Bolton shield wall. Jon gestured to the knights. Hold them there. Keep them occupied. I'll try to circle around. Then to Theon, stay with me if you can. Theon nodded, though sweat and fear shone in his eyes. Together they dashed across the courtyard, weaving between patches of fighting. One or two Bolton soldiers tried to bar their way, but the confusion was so great that they found openings to slip past. At the scaffolds, a handful of Stannis' men were already trying to climb. One man, an older knight, had slipped and broken his leg on the ice. Another pressed forward but was shot from the rooftop by a crossbow bolt. Jon cursed softly. The Boltons had placed archers above. He saw the glint of movement on a rampart just overhead. But if he could get up there, he might reach that balcony and neutralize them. Follow me, he said to Theon. They crept behind the scaffolding, using it as cover. A crossbow bolt thudded into the wood. Then they lunged for the rickety ladder. Theon pressed his back to the scaffolding, letting Jon go first. Jon climbed fast, ignoring the groan of wood underfoot. A shout above signaled that the archers saw him. Another bolt zipped past, nearly taking his ear. He hauled himself up, rolling onto a narrow walkway. A pair of archers in Bolton colors swiveled to fire. Jon scrambled behind a half-collapsed beam. Hearing the coral slam into wood, he popped up, sword in hand. There was hardly space to swing, but he lunged, forcing one archer back against the parapet. The man stumbled and toppled over the edge with a scream. The second dropped his crossbow, drawing a dagger. Jon advanced, sword at the ready. The archer feinted, slashing the dagger. Jon parried with his blade, steel scraping. With no room for a wide strike, he slammed his pommel into the man's temple. The archer's eyes rolled, and he collapsed, unconscious or close to it. Theon arrived behind him, panting. "Gods," he muttered, glancing at the man Jon had just felled. "You're quick with that sword." Jon ignored him, scanning the walkway. It ran along the side of the great hall's upper wall. A short distance away was a balcony with double doors leading inside, possibly a route to the hall's gallery. That gallery overlooked the main floor, where the shield wall of Bolton men presumably waited. If they could infiltrate that gallery, they might fire down or attack from above. They sprinted along the walkway. Shouts and clash of steel echoed below, combined with the thick swirl of snowy wind. On the rooftop, more archers might be lurking, but the main vantage seemed to be where they now stood. A low barrier of stones lined the edge. The balcony jutted out from the hall's side. The double doors closed. Theon tested them. Locked. Jon slammed a shoulder against the doors. They rattled but held. "Step back," he hissed. He stepped to the side, found an old stone loose near the walkway, hefted it, and hurled it at the door latch. Wood splintered with a crack. A second bash of the stone and the latch gave. They slid inside, swords raised. Torchlight flickered in a narrow corridor. No immediate guards. Jon led the way, hearing the muffled roar of fighting from below. They were in the upper level of the great hall. Staircases on either side descended to the main floor. Faint light glimmered from the hall's large central fireplace, overshadowed by swirling smoke. Swords clashed, men shouted. Carefully, Jon edged forward and peered over the wooden railing into the main hall. He saw at least 30 Bolton men forming a defensive line, with more behind, presumably archers or men waiting to reinforce. The entry doors were barred from within. On the other side, Stannis' knights hammered in vain. The floor around them was a swirl of movement. Roose Bolton himself was not visible, but lesser captains barked orders. Among them, though, was a figure in thick black leathers, pale-faced, moving with a savage energy. Ramsay Bolton, his voice carrying across the hall. "Hold fast." Ramsay snarled at his men. "They won't breach us here." He grabbed a trembling soldier by the collar. "Form ranks. Shoot anyone who steps inside." Then, with an unsettling laugh, he pointed a crossbow at the barricaded doors as though daring Stannis' men to force them open. Jon's lip curled with revulsion. Here was the man who tortured Theon and bragged of outrages done to the north. If they killed him, half the Bolton cause might collapse. He and Theon exchanged a glance. Theon nodded grimly. Jon mouthed, "Ramsay," and Theon's face went pale, but he lifted his chin. The corridor behind them remained empty, so they had a chance to strike from above. If they fired arrows or threw spears down, they might break the Bolton line. But a single volley wouldn't kill them all, and the men up here were only the two of them. Jon cursed under his breath. He needed more fighters. Behind them, a door banged open. They spun, weapons raised. 3 men in Stannis' colors burst in, panting. One recognized Jon and gasped, "My lord. We found a side entrance from the courtyard. A few more might come soon, but we've been in a brawl the entire way." Jon pressed a finger to his lips, motioning for them to keep quiet. "Ramsay is below. If we can get enough men up here, we can rain arrows on them." He gestured for them to follow him along the gallery. They tiptoed behind the wooden screen, peering through cracks that overlooked the main floor. The Bolton men below had no idea anyone was above them yet. Seconds later, a handful more of Stannis' men slipped in. Among them was Farnell, the older knight who had led the courtyard charge, sporting a bleeding scalp. He saluted Jon, grimacing. "Damn fighting is thick, but we saw your opening. We forced a side door. More are pressing in behind us." That gave Jon around a dozen men. "It might be enough." "Positions along the railing," Jon whispered urgently. "Bows, crossbows, even spears. Aim for the knot of men around Ramsay. Once we break them, we can descend." The group spread out. Some knocked arrows. Others found spears or heavy debris to hurl. Below, Ramsay and his men braced the barred doors as though expecting a frontal breach. They didn't think to check the galleries. Jon counted down silently with his fingers, heart hammering. Then he gave the signal. A flurry of arrows and thrown spears rained down on the Bolton defenders. Cries of shock and pain filled the great hall. Ramsay bolted aside, letting out a furious roar. Half a dozen men collapsed, skewered by arrow shafts. Another took a spear through the collarbone. The rest scattered or tried to raise shields overhead. Jon yelled, again. Another volley came, men hurling whatever they had. 2 more Bolton soldiers fell. The defenders below wavered. Men looked around in confusion. This sudden, lethal downpour from above shattered their neat line. A few tried to climb the walls, but there was no easy stairway up from the hall's floor. Now Ramsay's eyes found Jon's shape at the railing. He bared his teeth in a feral grin. You, he snarled. Bastard of the bastard. Did you think I wouldn't catch you creeping in? Jon glared, gripping the railing. Your father's treachery ends tonight. You have nowhere to run. Ramsay laughed, an unhinged sound. I have hounds, I have archers. This is my home now. If you want me, come down here and take me. He turned to a cluster of men. Form up. Shields overhead. Archers, shoot these rats in the gallery. Several Bolton archers tried to step forward, but Stannis' men kept firing from above. Bolton soldiers were cut down as soon as they exposed themselves. Meanwhile, the main doors to the hall boomed under renewed assault from the outside. The frantic scenario was crumbling for the Boltons. Ramsay shouted and cursed, trying to organize a retreat. Men scattered toward side exits or the rear corridor. Farnell and 2 men rushed forward, found a small staircase that led from the gallery to the main floor. We can seal them in or chase them down. My lord, what's your order? Jon quickly assessed the swirl below. If Ramsay fled deeper into the castle, the fight might drag on. But if they pinned him here, they might end this quickly. Let's go, Jon said. He pointed to Theon. Stay behind me. Theon nodded, swallowing hard. They pounded down the narrow stairs, a dozen men behind them. At the sight of Jon's group emerging on the floor, the Bolton defenders reeled back, uncertain whether to stand or run. Some rushed for a side corridor. Others tried to form up around Ramsay. The main doors shuddered again from outside. Splinters flew. The bar cracked. A moment later, the doors burst open. Stannis' knights surged in, led by a tall man in golden antlered helm. They slammed into the disorganized Boltons, swords flashing. Men collapsed under the assault. Caught between 2 forces, the Bolton line shattered. Some threw down weapons, yelling surrender. Others fought on with desperate fury, including the men around Ramsay. Jon spotted Ramsay turning, face twisted in hatred. He looked about for an escape route, but there was none. Ramsay spun on Theon, recognition flaring in his pale eyes. Reek, come crawling back. He raised a crossbow, aiming at Theon's chest. But before he could fire, Jon lunged forward. Ramsay saw the motion and jerked aside, sending the bolt wide. The quarrel skittered across the floor. Ramsay drew a blade with a hiss, meeting Jon's sword in a ringing clash. Jon felt the shock of steel reverberate up his arms. Ramsay was quick, cunning. Their blades slid apart, each pivoting. Jon circled, aware of the swirl of fighting around them. The great hall echoed with screams, the clash of steel, the crackle of torches. Ramsay lunged again, feinting left, then slashing. Jon parried, teeth gritted. You're not even a true Stark, Ramsay sneered. All that fuss about your father's seat. Yet we both know your father was a fool. He hammered a strike at Jon's shoulder, which Jon barely deflected. The blow stung, numbing Jon's hand. Should I slice off your manhood like I did to Reek? Maybe I'll feed it to my hounds. Jon's rage flared white-hot. He slammed his sword at Ramsay's blade, forcing the man back a step. You murdered my brother, he ground out, and butchered this house's honor. No more. Their blades locked. Ramsay grinned, eyes wild. Your brother murdered my men. It's war. Get used to it, bastard. Then he kneed Jon in the gut, forcing him to stagger. The blow knocked the wind from Jon, made him see stars. Ramsay lunged in for the kill. But Theon sprang from the side with a desperate cry, tackling Ramsay's arm. Ramsay howled, smashing the pommel of his dagger into Theon's face. Blood spurted from Theon's nose. He collapsed. Ramsay turned back to Jon, only to find Jon's sword arcing for his neck. With a desperate shriek, Ramsay twisted. Instead of a clean beheading, the blade gashed deep into his collar. Blood sprayed. Ramsay staggered, dropping his dagger. Jon advanced, sword raised, breathing ragged. Ramsay coughed, hand pressed to the wound, sneering through the blood in his mouth. Do it then, he rasped. Kill me. Or maybe you want me alive so you can parade me around as your trophy. Jon saw flickers of movement behind Ramsay, Stannis' knights subduing the last Bolton fighters. The great hall was awash in carnage. Flames danced in the hearth. The clang of steel was subsiding. Victory was near. Ramsay was beaten, bleeding out. Yet still the hatred in his eyes burned. Jon recalled the tortured screams Theon must have endured, the humiliations done to the north, the heads on spikes. He thought of Robb Stark's final moments. The memory crushed him with sorrow and fury. He drew back his sword. Then a voice echoed, "Keep him alive." Stannis himself entered the hall through the shattered doors, sword in hand, face locked in a grim scowl. "We'll question him, punish him. He has answers we need about the rest of House Bolton." "Where's Roose?" Ramsay laughed, spitting blood. "My father hides in the solar if he's not slithered away already. But you'll never hold the north. You're just a southerner, your cause is doomed." Stannis advanced, ignoring the jibe. "Lord Jon, stay your blade." Jon hesitated, panting. Everything in him wanted to kill Ramsay here and now, end the vile creature's life. But he looked to Stannis' iron gaze, then remembered how Ned Stark had always preached about justice. A quick death might be too merciful, yet dragging Ramsay to a formal trial felt insufficient. He lowered the sword, albeit reluctantly. Two knights rushed forward, forcing Ramsay to his knees, clamping chains on his wrists. Ramsay did not scream from his wound, but his eyes burned with malice. Jon knelt beside Theon, who was coughing blood from his nose. "Are you hurt badly?" Theon shook his head, voice muffled. "Broken nose, maybe? I'll live." He winced, meeting Jon's gaze with a haunted expression. "Thank you for finishing him." "He's not finished yet," Jon growled softly, glancing at Ramsay's hunched form, now in shackles. "But he will be." All around them, the last of the Bolton resistance in the hall had surrendered or died. Farnell and the others corralled the survivors. Through the broken doors, more of Stannis' forces poured in. Tormund arrived, wild eyes surveying the carnage. "We took the walls," he grinned savagely. Bolton archers fled or threw down arms. "Some pockets of fighting remain, but the castle is ours. We found your banner near the gate." Lady Flint's clansmen came in next, battered but triumphant, shouting for vengeance. Jon got to his feet, sword still in hand. "Find Roose Bolton," he said, voice echoing in the hall. "Search every corridor, every chamber. We have to ensure the Boltons don't slip away. This ends tonight." Stannis nodded. "Davos, Farnell, you lead search parties. Lady Flint, Tormund, help secure the walls and towers. Jon," he looked squarely at him. "You have the run of your father's castle. Root out any traitors lurking in the corners. If Roose is found, bring him to me alive if possible." Jon understood. The grim practicality. This was not a casual purge, it was the final collapse of Bolton rule. "As you command, your grace." His voice shook just slightly at the knowledge that, for the first time since Robb's death, the Stark banner flew truly over Winterfell. And he, Jon, bastard, or Targaryen, or both, stood in the Great Hall as the victors. The men began to disperse, forming parties to search the keep, the crypts, the outer wards. Some smaller fights continued in the castle's labyrinth, but the main defense had been shattered. The tension in the Great Hall eased, giving way to exhausted relief, though the floor was littered with bodies. Fires crackled, smoke coiling toward the rafters. The dead and wounded lay among broken benches, shattered shields. Soot smudged every surface. It would take time to cleanse Winterfell of this night's horrors. Jon helped Theon up, calling for a maester or at least a man who could set a broken nose. Then he left them to it, stepping outside. The courtyard was similarly strewn with the aftermath of battle, blood-stained snow, smashed crates, toppled men in Bolton sigils. But the living carried torches and wore the crowned stag or the grey dire wolf of House Stark. Wildlings cheered raggedly. Some of Manderly's men laughed in relief, hugging one another. Above, the sky was clearing, moonlight cutting through thinning clouds. Jon gazed up at the towers of Winterfell, standing dark and half-ruined, but still proud. Snow drifted from the ramparts, stirred by the wind. He forced down a tremor of emotion. How many times had he walked these ramparts as a boy, never imagining he might one day return under such grim circumstances? Nearby, Ser Gawain emerged from the gatehouse area, his arm bound in bloody bandages. He offered Jon a tired nod. "Is it done?" Jon's voice came out raw. "Ramsay is captured. The rest are still searching for Roose. But, yes, we've taken Winterfell." Gawain let out a breath of relief, leaning on his sword. "May the gods have mercy on the traitors." Trumpets blared from the far side of the courtyard. Another cluster of men arrived, wearing the armor of southern knights. At their head strode King Stannis, flanked by Davos and two of his banner officers. The king's stern face betrayed a flicker of triumph. A hush fell as the soldiers looked to him. Stannis raised his voice, sharp and commanding. Hear me, men of the north. We have reclaimed Winterfell from the treachery of the Boltons by the grace of the Lord of Light and by the claim of Lord Jon Stark, rightful heir to Ned Stark. We stand victorious tonight. A ragged cheer went up from those who could still muster the breath. Jon felt his chest tighten at being singled out, but he stepped forward. Men turned to him, some shouting Stark, or the North remembers. Others simply looked on in tired wonder. Stannis gestured for silence. But we have not won the entire war yet. Word will spread. The phrase, the Lannisters, any other allies of Bolton might come. We must fortify quickly. For now, though, let this victory hearten you. You have reclaimed your ancestral seat from the men who butchered your lords at the Twins. A wave of emotion swelled, men clashing swords against shields. Tormund let out a wild whoop. Lady Flint's voice rang above the noise, for the Starks of Winterfell. Another rousing cheer. Winterfell's yard had not known such unity since Robb first called his banners for the war. Jon let them have their moment, tears burning in his eyes. He remembered Ned's voice, the quiet strength of the man. He remembered Robb's good-natured leadership cut short by betrayal. If only they could see the castle now wrested from the traitors' hands. Perhaps their spirits saw from beyond in the old god's domain. He swallowed the lump in his throat. Stannis dismounted the dais of crates where he had stood to speak, beckoning Jon to him. Well done, Lord Stark. I trust you and your men will keep searching for Roose. If he's hidden in the crypts or fled through the night, we must know. Jon nodded, determined. We will. I also want to check if there are any prisoners left alive, any sign of my siblings. His voice caught, though he tried to mask it. Ramsay spoke of a bride he called Arya, but we know it was false. Even so, there may be a girl in captivity. Stannis' expression softened a fraction. Do as you must. This is your home to reclaim, your family's ghosts to honor. We'll remain vigilant for further attacks. My men and I will convene at first light to discuss what comes next. For now, gather the wounded and bury the dead. We hold Winterfell for better or worse. Jon set off, joined by a few loyal men searching the corridors that branched off from the Great Hall. They found scattered pockets of resistance, 2 or 3 Bolton soldiers who refused to yield, quickly subdued or killed. In a side chamber near the Old Sept, they discovered 3 women huddled behind barrels, battered but alive, likely servants or captives. One whimpered that Ramsay had used them cruelly. Jon ordered his men to escort them somewhere safe, perhaps the old library tower away from the gore. Deeper, they passed a locked door. Muffled cries came from within. Jon used his sword's pommel to smash the lock. Inside, he found a small storeroom reeking of rot. A young woman cowered in the corner, too terrified to speak. Her hair was cut ragged. She wore a soiled shift. When she saw the direwolf sigil on Jon's cloak, she sobbed in relief. A guard from Manderley's ranks knelt to comfort her. She whispered that her name was Jane, that she had been forced to take the name Arya. She was not truly a Stark, only a girl from the north who had served in Winterfell years before. Ramsay's men had used her as a pawn, locking her up when they discovered Stannis was marching. Jon's jaw clenched with fury at the cruelty. Take her to the maester, he told the guard. Give her new clothes and food. She's been through enough. He gently touched her shoulder. You're free. We'll see you safe. She choked out a thank you, tears streaming. The guard carried her out, leaving Jon with a fresh sense of sorrow and anger. Another of Ramsay's vile games. She wasn't Arya after all, of course not. But no matter how many times he'd told himself that, he still felt the sting of relief and heartbreak. Arya's fate remained unknown. They continued their search, venturing even into the crypts below. The ancient tunnels dripped with condensation, half-choked with rubble in places. Torches cast dancing shadows on the carved faces of old Stark statues. If Roose Bolton hid here, he was nowhere to be found. Only silence greeted them. A large black rat scurried over a collapsed tomb. Jon felt a chill, remembering childhood visits with Bran. He prayed that one day these crypts might hold only the honorable dead, not the ghosts of fresh betrayal. Upon returning to the upper floors, he learned that men had captured 2 Karstark knights trying to slip out a sallyport. They'd also discovered a body in the solar, slumped over a table. Roose Bolton. He had been stabbed once in the back, presumably by someone who fled into the night. No one had seen the culprit. Perhaps a vengeful retainer, or maybe even Ramsay himself. In the end, the Lord of the Dread Fort died unceremoniously, alone, his cause undone. Jon gazed upon the pale corpse, feeling no remorse. The Bolton line had reaped what it sowed. And so, by the darkest hours before dawn, Winterfell was firmly in the hands of King Stannis and Jon Stark. The battered survivors of the battle bedded down in corners of the castle. The wounded moaned, some beyond help, though the newly arrived maester and healers tended to whomever they could. The bodies of the dead friends and foes alike were moved to the courtyard, waiting for the snows to subside so that pyres or burials might be arranged. Jon was given Ned Stark's old solar as his rest chamber. Entering the familiar space nearly broke him. The hearth lay cold, the shelves half empty, the memory of his father's quiet presence everywhere. He slumped against the wall, letting exhaustion flood him. Outside, in the corridor, soldiers patrolled to keep order. He dozed, haunted by dreams of swirling snow and the red wedding, of dragons shrieking in the dark, of a father who had hidden so many truths. When at last he rose, the sky had lightened to a pale gray. He splashed water on his face from a chipped basin. Then, with a deep breath, he donned a fresh tunic bearing the gray direwolf sigil. It felt strange on him, wearing that symbol so openly. Part of him expected the gods to strike him down as an imposter. Yet he was Jon Stark in the eyes of the realm, and the realm needed him to fulfill that role. He found his way to the Great Hall once more. There, Stannis had convened a gathering of his principal captains. Davos, Lady Flint, Tormund, Farnell, and a few southern knights. The rush of new morning light crept through the battered windows. Braziers glowed. Fresh straw had been spread to cover the bloodstains. Though the stench lingered, Stannis spoke in clipped tones. The battle is done, but now the real work begins. The Boltons are vanquished, yet their allies remain. The Freys hold the twins. The Lannisters rule in King's Landing, for the moment. If they learn that the North has risen, they may send an army. We must secure alliances among the northern houses. Some, like the Umbers or Karstarks, remain uncertain. Others may be sworn to us. We have a little time to rest, but not much. He looked to Jon. Lord Stark, Winterfell is yours by right, under my decree. The men will look to you for leadership. Are you prepared to hold it? Jon's throat felt tight. He thought of the Targaryen blood that ran in his veins, the secret that might unravel everything. But no one here knew. They saw only Ned Stark's son. I'll do what I must. House Stark endures. The people need a firm hand, not more chaos. Stannis nodded. Well said. In that case, prepare your men to restore some measure of order. My own knights will assist. I must soon return to the wall or dispatch men to guard it, for the White Walkers remain a threat. We also cannot ignore the possibility of the Ironborn striking the coast again. The realm is a patchwork of fires. Davos cleared his throat. Your Grace, I suggest we send riders to each major house in the north. Manderley, Glover, Serwyn, Mormont, and so on, summoning them to pledge to Jon Stark. Once they see Bolton's downfall, many will rally. Lady Flint nodded vigorously. The North remembers. We'll stand behind a true Stark. She glanced at Jon. I speak for many of the smaller houses. We need stable leadership, not more southern meddling. But if the crown belongs to Stannis, so be it, so long as we keep our freedoms. Stannis's jaw tightened. We do what we must to defeat the Lannisters and the threats beyond. The North shall have its say after. For now, we stand together. Jon asked quietly, and what of Ramsay? Stannis's gaze flicked to the corner of the hall, where a pair of knights guarded a wooden door leading to the dungeons. He's locked below. He clings to life, barely, from the wound you gave him. He'd be dead by now if not for the maester's forced attentions. We need to see if he can tell us anything more about alliances or hidden caches of Bolton men. After that, he let the words hang. A flicker of distaste crossed his features. I expect you'll want your justice. Jon felt no triumph at that. Yes, the North will want justice. They'll want to see him punished for everything he's done. And so he shall be, Stannis answered, turning briskly back to Davos. We'll draft the letters to the northern lords by midday. The storm outside has eased, so we can send ravens. We must move quickly. The meeting dissolved into smaller discussions. Jon lingered, exhaustion pulling at him. Every muscle ached, but the victory brought a grim satisfaction. For so long, he'd carried Ned Stark's memory, Ned's secret, Ned's burdens. Now, as he stood in Winterfell again, he felt the weight of 1,000 eyes. The illusions, the war, the vendettas, all culminating in this moment. He could scarcely process it. He left the great hall to wander the courtyard, noticing the wounded being carried to the old maester's chambers. Servants, once cowering from the Boltons, emerged timidly to gather up fallen weapons. A wave of battered, hungry men from Stannis's army scrounged for what meager supplies the kitchens still held. Tormund's wildlings, less used to castle life, stomped around in wonder or wariness, occasionally hollering that the place was too cramped. Over everything lay the hush of new-fallen snow, drifting from the leaden sky. He found Theon hunched by the well, his nose crudely bandaged. A few Manderly men eyed him suspiciously, but let him be. When Theon saw Jon, he rose shakily to his feet. "Well, it's done. Winterfell is yours." Jon didn't know what to say. Theon had redeemed himself in part, but not fully. Still, Theon's help had been crucial in opening the route inside. "You can stay or go. Stannis might want to question you for knowledge of the Iron Islands or your father's rebellious ways. But I won't keep you if you'd rather leave." Theon bowed his head. "There's nowhere else for me, truly. My father disowned me, my sister's gone. I can't face the Ironborn, not like this. And I can't face the North as an ally, after what I did." He swallowed, eyes shining with shame. "But maybe I can serve you or serve the memory of Ned Stark in some small way. I owe more than I can repay." Jon gazed at him, torn between anger and pity. "You owe the North a great debt. Start by helping us locate any hidden traps or leftover caches the Boltons left behind. If you do that, I won't turn you over to the men who want your head." Theon nodded, relief and sorrow mingling in his expression. "I will." Jon left him there, continuing his circuit of the grounds. He paused in the godswood, where the ancient weirwood stood, face carved in the trunk, red leaves dusted with snow. The quiet here felt heavy with ghosts. The pond was frozen over, the branches weighed down with icicles. Ned Stark had once knelt here to pray. Robb had once placed a crown upon his head under these boughs. Now Jon stood in the hush, his breath frosting the air, gazing at the carved face. He remembered the truth that weighed in his heart. He was not truly Ned Stark's son, but Rhaegar Targaryen's. Yet, gazing at the weirwood, he felt no less a Stark for that. Ned had raised him. Ned had died keeping that secret. In the end, if the realm believed he was Lord Stark, perhaps that was the only path to save the North from men like the Boltons, from the Lannisters who had stolen so much. The old gods themselves might judge him, but for now, he had to shoulder the name and all it meant. He knelt on the crust of snow. The godswood was silent aside from the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Father," he whispered, voice cracking, "I've come home. The Boltons are vanquished. Your halls are safe again. But I don't know if I can be the Lord Winterfell needs. I'm no trueborn son. I'm not who the realm thinks I am." His breath caught, tears threatening. "Yet I promised I'd try. For Robb, for you, for the North. For all those who died believing in House Stark. I'll fight the threat beyond the wall and the threats in the South if that's what it takes. But I pray the old gods can forgive this pretense. And I pray for the strength not to fail everyone who depends on me." He exhaled a trembling breath. The face in the weirwood stared back, carved eyes red with sap, expression unreadable. Snow flurried around him. In that moment, he thought he felt a faint warmth stir in the wind, as if the old gods offered silent acknowledgement, though perhaps it was only his imagination. Regardless, he rose, setting his shoulders. He would see it through. Outside, the sun struggled to pierce the gray sky. Dawn's light spilled over the battered parapets of Winterfell. Men scurried to fix broken gates, patch holes in the walls. Tormund barked orders to wildlings hauling supplies. Lady Flint's clansmen stacked captured Bolton arms in the smithy. Stannis and Davos conferred with the maester in the courtyard. The castle breathed with new life, though it was battered and raw. Jon joined them. Davos turned at once, an open scroll in his hand. "My lord, a raven from the south. It bears news of King's Landing. King Tommen is rumored to have turned more power over to the Lannisters and the Tyrells. The Iron Throne might soon send an envoy north, demanding our submission." Stannis snorted. "Let them come. We'll see how they fare crossing the neck in winter. He looked to Jon. We stand resolute, yes? Jon nodded firmly. Winterfell will never bow to the Lannisters. We have new challenges, food, shelter, reuniting the Northmen. But the fortress stands, and we hold it. Stannis gave a curt, approving nod. Then let us gather. We have much to do. The war is not ended. So the morning wore on, filled with the urgent tasks of forging a new order. Riders set out under banners of House Stark, proclaiming the fall of the Boltons. The captured men were brought forth to swear fealty or face judgment. The dungeons clanged with the worst of Ramsay's underlings. Meanwhile, the wounded were tended, pyres built for those who died in the assault. Snow fell, refusing to let the living forget how harsh the North could be. Yet amid the gloom, hope stirred. Stark banners flew once more from the ramparts, and men walked with heads high. By late afternoon, a hush fell as they prepared to burn the dead. Jon joined the solemn line in the courtyard. The bodies, Northmen and Southerners alike, were stacked on raised platforms of wood. The cold air bit, but the hush of final respect was absolute. Melisandre appeared, chanting softly to the Lord of Light, though many men murmured prayers to the old gods. Torches were touched to the pyres. Flames crackled, leaping skyward. The smell of burning flesh hung in the icy wind. Some wept, others stared in numb silence. Jon stood with Theon and Ser Gon. Gon's arm remained in a sling, but he bowed his head in tribute. Theon trembled, tears in his eyes, though whether from grief or guilt, Jon could not say. The flickering light illuminated their faces, each man alone with his regrets. As night descended, the pyres still burned, a glow visible from miles away, telling all the North that Winterfell had changed hands. Jon gazed into the flames and felt the weight of the future pressing in. The realm teetered on the brink of countless perils, White Walkers in the far north, Lannisters in the south, Freys blocking the crossroads, rumors of dragons across the sea. In the swirl of these forces, he stood at the center of the North's hopes, wearing a name that was never truly his. Yet he would bear it for Ned Stark, for Robb, for the memory of all who had died unjustly. From the corner of his eye, he caught Melisandre studying him with that inscrutable look. Perhaps she sensed the truth in his blood or the tension that churned in him. He looked away, focusing instead on the dire wolf sigil that flapped in the wind. House Stark endured, battered but unbroken. If that was a lie that became truth through will, so be it. Tomorrow, the great hall would be scrubbed and set to rights. A feast might be arranged, meager but heartfelt, to honor the victory and bury the hatreds. Word would reach White Harbor, the mountain clans, the Mormonts. One by one, the North would gather behind the wolf banner again, or so he prayed. Winter was far from over, but for the first time in many moons, Jon felt a spark of belief that the North could unite to face the horrors beyond. He stood until the pyres burned low, letting the embers reflect in his eyes. Far above, the sky had cleared, revealing stars that glimmered like ice crystals. Winterfell was his, and with it came burdens he had never imagined. But perhaps, in the hidden hush of the godwood, the old spirits of the Starks were watching and whispering, "Be brave, be true, protect your people." So he would. He was Jon Stark now, openly, proudly, and he would fight with every breath to keep the North safe, no matter what storm or secret threatened to break. If the realm discovered his Targaryen blood, he would face that trial when it came. For tonight, he simply gazed at the flames and the snow, letting the mingled sorrow and triumph wash over him. The North had been betrayed, broken, and bloodied, but not beaten. And here in the seat of House Stark, Ned's legacy burned bright once more, a beacon against the coming darkness. Jon woke to the crackle of fresh logs on the hearth, the sound of a distant hammer striking iron, and a soreness in every muscle that made him feel twice his age. Dawn's light filtered through the high windows of Ned Stark's old solar, revealing half-burned candles and the battered trunk where Jon had set his weapons late in the night. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was back in his youth, waking to a crisp morning in Winterfell with lessons before midday and the yard free for sword practice. But his throbbing limbs and the lingering smell of smoke banished the illusion. The memories of the battle returned in a rush, Roose Bolton's body discovered with a knife in his back, Ramsay wounded and in chains, the great hall spattered with blood. Yet Winterfell was, at last, free of the men who had betrayed the North. He rose slowly, dressing in plain breeches and a dark tunic bearing the Stark direwolf. The garment felt strange on him yet again, a reminder of the name and title he wore by the decree of King Stannis. The rightful king in the North, so the men called him, yet for all that, Jon was still a bastard of uncertain parentage in his own heart. He had not asked for the seat of House Stark, had never hungered for lordship. Still, the realm needed a Stark, and so he would serve in that role for as long as he must. Outside, Winterfell stirred like a great beast rising from hibernation. Men trudged through drifts, voices echoing off the walls. Jon could see fresh repairs begun on the gatehouse after last night's violence. Snow still fell, but more lightly now, drifting in lazy spirals. He rubbed sleep from his eyes and made his way out, passing along corridors newly warmed by torches. Most of the debris from the fighting had been cleared. Hints of burnt timbers lingered from where the old First Keep had nearly caught fire. He turned down a side passage and found 2 Baratheon knights standing guard at a door. Beyond lay the steps to the dungeons where Ramsay was kept under lock and key. The knights straightened. Jon recognized one as Ser Ormond, a man with a scar across his nose who had once served at Storm's End. "My lord," Ser Ormond said, "no one's been down since the maester's last visit. He says the prisoner's wound is likely fatal if left untreated." "Is Ramsay speaking?" Jon asked quietly. The knight shook his head. "Not that I've heard, though he's a tough one. The maester gave him dream wine so he'd sleep. Likely an interrogation can wait." Jon nodded, feeling an odd mixture of relief and disappointment. He had braced himself to face Ramsay again, if needed, but part of him was glad that Stannis or Davos would handle it. Standing over that man's cell, hearing him sneer about Theon's tortures, or making monstrous threats about Sansa. He did not know if he could keep his composure. "Keep watch. If the maester says he'll linger, we may glean more from him soon. Let me know if anything changes." "Yes, my lord," Ormond murmured. Jon left, ascending to the courtyard. Men were at work on the eastern wall, hammering fresh timbers to bolster a section that had collapsed. Ash from the knights' pyres still stained the snow in gray patches, though the largest funeral fires had dwindled to embers. Carts of supplies trickled in from the outside camp, drawn by shivering horses. Women from the castle's kitchens hurried back and forth, carrying bread and boiled turnips for the hungry soldiers. Near the steps that led to the great hall, he saw the one figure he both expected and dreaded each morning now, Melisandre of Ashai. She stood tall in her red robes, apparently immune to the cold, the pale swirl of winter sun glinting in her copper hair. At her side was the younger red priest Jon had glimpsed once or twice. Together they seemed an island of eerie calm amid the bustle of the courtyard. Jon hesitated, then made to slip past. But Melisandre called to him in her soft, resonant voice, her breath hardly steaming in the chill. "Lord Stark." He stopped, turning. "My lady." She glided closer, eyes alight with that unsettling focus. "I have gazed into the flames, as I do each dawn. I see hints and wisps of the battles yet to come. Ice creeping over the land, war in the south, and flickers of a boy with a crown of snow." Her red lips curved in a faint smile. "I sense your uncertainty, but fear not. You tread the path you must." Jon suppressed a shiver that had little to do with the cold. "If the flames showed me anything, I wonder if they'd reveal how we feed the men come next moon's turn. Our supplies are low, with half the granaries empty." A faint laugh left her, practical as ever. "No, I see no barrels of grain in my visions. Yet the Lord of Light guides those who serve him, in matters large and small. If you have doubt, the fire might bring you clarity." He felt his jaw tighten, recalling that she had burned men alive in the name of her god. "I'll find clarity in the old gods, if I find it at all." Her gaze flicked to the heart tree visible over the courtyard walls, the top of its red leaves stirring in the breeze. "You trust them. So be it. We walk different roads to the same end. The great other threatens us all." Jon gave a curt nod and moved on. He had no wish to linger. If Melisandre sensed a deeper truth hidden in him, the Targaryen blood that Ned Stark had concealed, he could only pray she chose not to speak it. She had said little so far, aside from cryptic remarks, but her presence set him on edge. He made his way to the old kennels where Tormund Giantsbane and a group of wildlings had taken refuge from the worst of the storm. He found them inside, tending to battered hounds left behind by the Boltons. 2 scrawny dogs cowered in a corner, half-starved. Tormund knelt with a chunk of salted pork, coaxing them. At Jon's appearance, Tormund gave a great snort of laughter. These curs are in better shape than some of your southerners out there. Jon forced a half-smile. A sorry legacy of the Boltons. The hounds are half-mad, but they can be tamed. We'll see if they help with hunting. Tormund stood, wiping his hands on furs that had seen better days. Well, my people are not so different from these beasts in your eyes, I wager. But we stuck with you in the battle. My free folk died on these stones. Will we see some reward for it, or do your southern lords still want to drive us back beyond the wall? You're free to remain, Jon said, meeting his gaze. But the rest of the north may not welcome your presence. You must tread carefully. If we are to stand united when the others come, we can't have you raiding villages or stealing goats. Tormund spat at the straw-littered floor. We're no thieves, at least not while we make common cause. If your King Stannis tries to press us too hard, though, we might vanish into the hills. That's a promise, pup. Jon regarded him with a weary empathy. I understand. For now, I ask only that you help us hold Winterfell and keep the peace. If more of your people come south, we'll find land for them, but they must abide by the laws of the north. Tormund mulled that over, then grunted agreement. Fine. But know this, if the others truly come, your law won't matter for spit. Jon nodded, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. Tormund spoke a harsh truth. The threat from beyond the wall was bigger than any petty feud. But convincing the North to accept wildlings, all for the sake of a future war that most still deemed half-myth, would not be easy. He parted ways with Tormund and headed to a lesser courtyard where Lady Flint's clansmen were drilling. In the snow-packed yard, men with axes sparred with men holding short spears, supervised by Lady Flint herself, who wore a cloak embroidered with her house's triple spiral sigil. She turned, hands on hips, upon seeing Jon approach. Well met, my lord, she said in a brisk tone. My clansmen are impatient to return to the mountains. We have no love for lingering in these walls. Jon studied the men's routine a moment, fierce, practical, more akin to brawling than knightly training. We need you for a bit longer. The Boltons are defeated, but not all their allies may accept that. We must hold Winterfell until the other houses come around. If you return to the mountains too soon, the Karstarks or the Ryswells might carve us apart. She grimaced. True. My father died fighting for Robb Stark, and I won't let that be for nothing. But my men have families in the high valleys, small keeps with winter stores. If we stay here, those families might starve. Jon nodded. This was the same concern many northern houses would have. They could not keep large hosts at Winterfell in the depths of winter, or else risk famine. We'll work out supply lines from White Harbor, he said. Lord Manderly promised support if we reclaimed Winterfell, but that was before the snows worsened. Still, we must try. We need your men at least until we know which houses stand with us. Lady Flint exhaled in frustration but accepted. Send ravens if you need more. We can depart once you have enough garrison to hold. I'll stay a while yet. Jon thanked her. The drilling continued, the clash of axes echoing off stone. He headed next to the stables. Passing through an arched doorway, he inhaled the smell of horse and hay, tinged with the reek of old manure. A stableboy and one of Manderly's knights were checking the condition of the horses, many of which had arrived half-starved from the siege camp. Jon ran a hand along the flank of a piebald mare. She snorted, stepping nervously. The stables were quieter than he recalled from childhood, with fewer animals and staff. But perhaps that would change as the North rallied. Outside again, Jon spotted movement by the old tower that had partially collapsed under Theon's ill-fated occupation. A handful of men from Stannis' southern knights were clearing rubble, presumably so the tower could be used for storage or more lodging. Every corner of the castle felt half in ruin. Winterfell had endured centuries, but the last few years had tested it like never before. Iron-born occupation, partial burning, followed by Bolton abuse, culminating in a bloody siege. As he surveyed the damage, Davos Seaworth approached from behind, boots crunching on the fresh snow. My lord, Davos said with a respectful tilt of his head. I've prepared letters to several northern houses. We'll send them by Raven soon. Will you sign them as Jon Stark? Jon hesitated. He still felt a twinge whenever he thought of forging Ned Stark's signature. Yet the realm needed clarity. Yes, he said. Address them to each major house that has not openly declared. The Umbers, the Karstarks, House Serwyn, House Glover, House Mormont, and smaller ones as well, if we have enough birds. I will. Also, the king has asked me to request men from the Watch to help with these messages. Jon gave him a wry smile. The Watch is sworn to neutrality, but they might deliver letters from Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower if it helps the realm as a whole. The new Lord Commander is a pragmatic man. Perhaps we can count on that. Davos's face remained serious. We can't rely on them for soldiers, but at least we can rely on their crows. And we may need more. The king intends to send word to the Vale, to see if Lady Lisa Arryn might stand with him. Jon nearly laughed. That woman hid behind her gates even when her own sister's husband was murdered. I don't expect her to ride north for us, especially not in winter. Davos shrugged. We must try every path. We can't know which alliance might save us. Jon sighed, then clapped Davos on the shoulder. You're right. Thank you, Ser Davos. If we can hold Winterfell and muster the north, perhaps Stannis can bring the Vale or Riverlands to our side. For now, we do what we can here. He turned toward the great hall again, craving warmth and a moment's rest. Inside, the long tables had been repositioned. A few men hunched over bowls of hot porridge, armor propped by their sides. Two of Lady Manderly's stewards were going over ledgers, presumably to see how many supplies Winterfell had left in the cellars. Jon passed them and headed toward the dais at the front, where King Stannis sat with an enormous parchment spread before him, a map of the north, presumably. Stannis's mouth was set in a tight line. At his side stood Melisandre, silent and watchful. A handful of barons or lesser knights were present, along with the older knight Farnell. Jon approached, giving a slight bow of his head. Your Grace, he said. I trust the morning's news is good? Stannis exhaled sharply. Better than some days. The men you and Lady Flint captured near the library tower have confessed. They say the Boltons sent letters to the Freys, requesting a relief force. But the Freys never came. Apparently Walder Frey grows paranoid and feeble in his old age, and he's demanded more incentive from the Boltons. A fortuitous hesitation on his part. Jon grimaced. If the Freys were to march, they'd have to cross the neck in winter. I suspect they won't risk it unless the Lannisters order them north. Stannis nodded. I've also received word that White Harbor stands ready to send more food once the roads are passable. But that might not be until spring at this rate. We must ration carefully. Our next step is to subdue or win over the Karstarks and the Umbers. Without them, the northern heartlands remain uncertain, and we cannot simply leave Winterfell to ride about in circles. That would invite chaos. We should attempt negotiations, Jon said. The Karstarks are bitter at Robb Stark's execution of Lord Rickard. But if we show them that House Bolton has fallen, they might be persuaded to return to the fold. The Umbers will want revenge for their own losses, though some Umbers followed Bolton. We must separate those loyal from those who were coerced. Stannis's gaze swept the hall. We shall. Meanwhile, we remain mindful of the true threat beyond the wall. I cannot linger here forever. My presence is needed there as well. He tapped the map. But first, we secure the north. Melisandre added softly, and we watch the skies, for the night grows longer. The great other stirs, my king. Jon did not reply, but he felt a fresh pang of dread. He recalled the scattered stories from the Watch about Whites and White Walkers, how they had once nearly ambushed Lord Commander Mormont at the Fist of the First Men. If that threat marched further south, the realm was in no shape to defend itself, not with winter deepening and half the Seven Kingdoms at war. Stannis dismissed the group, folding the map with a decisive snap. Tomorrow we'll dispatch envoys to the Karstarks. Farnell, you will lead them. Meanwhile, Lady Flint's men can ride north to speak with the Umbers. I'll have men from my camp accompany them to show we come as allies, not conquerors. Lord Stark, you must keep Winterfell secure. I'll rely on your guidance. Jon inclined his head, though a swirl of responsibility weighed on him. Of course, your grace. That evening a hush settled over Winterfell. The daily toil of clearing rubble, repairing gates, and burying the dead continued, but slowly. Men slumped in corners, exhausted. The kitchen served barley stew and watery ale, all that could be spared. The memory of lavish feasts from Jon's boyhood in this hall felt impossibly distant. In a quiet moment, Jon found Theon Greyjoy in a corridor leading to the Lord's Solar. Theon stood by a narrow window looking out at the snowbound courtyard. His face was pale, bruises purpling around his broken nose. At Jon's approach, he shifted, offering a hesitant nod. I've done what you asked, Theon said, voice low. Showed Gawain and your men the hidden storerooms the Boltons kept locked. Helped them find the place Ramsay hoarded his personal trophies. They burned most of it. Good riddance. Jon thought of the horrors rumored in Ramsay's personal chambers, flayed skins, twisted amusements. Thank you. Theon let out a bitter laugh. Gratitude for doing the bare minimum. Gods, I never thought I'd see the day. He rubbed a hand across his stubbly jaw, eyes haunted. I've done monstrous things, Jon, but if you want me to keep helping, I will. I can't fix the past. But maybe I can help the North restore what I destroyed. Jon studied him for a long moment. Do you truly regret sacking Winterfell? A tremor passed through Theon. Every day. But I can't undo it. I can only atone by shedding whatever blood or sweat you command. So command me. Jon let out a slow breath, remembering how Theon had once been Robb's companion. All right. We need to find a sign of Sansa. A rumor claims she escaped with a knight of the south, Brienne of Tarth. Others say she vanished in the Riverlands. If you hear anything, any whisper, tell me. Theon nodded. I will. When I fled Ramsay, Sansa and Brienne parted ways from me, or I from them. I pray they reached safety. Jon forced down a wave of emotion, uncertain if he should blame Theon for not staying by Sansa's side. The past was too tangled. Very well, Jon said wearily. Keep yourself out of trouble. I'm sure Stannis will have more tasks for you soon. He left Theon staring at the drifting snow. The next morning, a mild commotion arose at the main gate. Jon, half-dressed in his cloak and boots, hurried out to see a small party of riders entering. A man and woman in black cloaks, accompanied by a dozen men carrying spears. The watchers at the gate parted, uncertain. Jon recognized the black and white crow sigils. The newcomers wore the garb of the Night's Watch. At their head was a tall, lean man with short-cropped hair, pale eyes, and a quiet authority in his bearing. He led the woman at his side, who rode with a practiced seat. They dismounted in the churned snow of the courtyard, scanning the men around them. When they spotted Jon, the tall man gave a nod. Jon strode forward. You're from the Watch? The man tapped the crow emblem at his breast. Aye. Bowen Marsh, first steward of the Night's Watch. This is Dywyn, ranger in service to the new Lord Commander. We've come because we heard rumors that King Stannis triumphed over the Boltons. We want to know where that leaves the Watch, and whether we can count on the King's help if wildlings keep crossing the wall. Jon let out a breath of relief at the mention of wildlings. We do have wildlings with us, Tormund Giantsbane among them, but they're allied with Stannis for now. Bowen Marsh's eyes flickered with surprise. So the rumors were true. The king let them through. He sounded both disapproving and weary. We have far too few rangers left to catch all the free folk who slip across. The new Lord Commander can't stand alone if a real threat emerges. We want to know King Stannis's intentions and yours, Lord Stark. Jon escorted them inside, offering them seats in the great hall near a smaller hearth. He bid a serving girl to bring hot cider and bread. Marsh and Dywyn warmed their hands, tension visible in their postures. Stannis arrived shortly after, accompanied by Davos and a few knights. He greeted Marsh with stiff politeness, clearly remembering the friction that had arisen when the Watch first realized Stannis meant to bend the wildlings to his cause. So, the king said, you come seeking answers? Bowen Marsh nodded. Lord Commander Othel Yarwick has sworn to maintain the Watch's neutrality in the wars of the realm as we must. But we can't ignore the fact that thousands of wildlings might be crossing. If there is an alliance of sorts, we'd rather know than be in the dark. We also heard rumors of the White Walkers stirring. The Watch has lost many good men. If something truly monstrous approaches, we need help. Stannis listened, face stony. Then he laid out the broad strokes. He had come north to defend the realm against the true enemy, yes, but found that the Boltons' tyranny threatened the north from within. Now that we hold Winterfell, he said, we shall see the northern houses rally, or at least come to heel. I still intend to support the wall, assuming you welcome it. But I cannot fix your shortage of men. The Watch must recruit. Marsh grimaced. That's easier said than done in these times. The realm is in chaos. Fewer criminals are being sent, fewer volunteers. The cold is harsh, the supplies short. We have to choose which castles to man. If we could rely on help from the north in the form of food or even a few rangers, that might keep the Watch from collapse. Jon felt a stab of compassion. He had once dreamed of taking the Black, escaping the stigma of bastardry. Yet if he had, he might have been among these men desperately trying to keep the Watch alive. I'll do what I can as Lord Stark, he said softly. I remember the oaths my father swore to keep you supplied. Perhaps we can arrange supply caravans from White Harbor if the roads allow. As for additional men, that depends on whether the North recovers quickly. But we won't abandon you. Marsh's face relaxed a fraction. Tywin, the ranger, spoke up in a raspy tone. The wildlings beyond the wall are not all kindly. Some might harry us once the others push them south, or so the rumors say. Tormund's group is only one tribe. We see signs of more. The king beyond the wall is dead, but that doesn't mean we're free of trouble. Stannis pursed his lips. Yes, well, if they come, we'll face them. At the moment, the free folk with me have shown no sign of going rogue. They lost as many men as any. We share a larger foe, the White Walkers. A quiet chill settled around the fire. Marsh met Jon's eyes. The few rangers who survived the fist of the first men swear the dead rose and attacked them. We can't fight an enemy like that alone. If the North stands with us, we might have a chance. Jon nodded solemnly. We stand with you. We'll see the realm safe from both the others and the petty wars that might tear it apart. Stannis cleared his throat, turning to Marsh. You have your answer. Go tell your Lord Commander that we do not intend to break faith with the Night's Watch, nor do we intend to subjugate them. If he sees wildlings crossing, let us know which tribes and we'll handle it. Meanwhile, expect ravens from us soon if we need the Watch's crows or messenger services. We must keep lines open. Marsh bowed stiffly. I'll depart within a day or two, once the men and horses are rested. Thank you, your grace. He departed to find lodging, Tywin with him, leaving Stannis, Davos, and Jon by the hearth. Silence hovered until Davos ventured. That was cordial enough. The Watch is anxious not to appear partial to any side. But they can't defend the wall alone. Stannis shrugged. The gods know I have enough battles to wage. I haven't the men to garrison the wall. But if the White Walkers come, we'll all need to stand together, one way or another. Jon gazed into the flames, remembering that the others did not discriminate. Lord, peasant, wildling, Lannister, Targaryen. All were fodder for their cold approach. He pictured them creeping across a frozen land, unstoppable. That dread felt distant, overshadowed by the immediate tasks of rebuilding Winterfell. Yet it lurked at the edges of every thought. As the days passed, ravens flew in and out of Winterfell, carrying messages to the scattered houses of the north. The weather turned fractious. One day the sun would shine weakly, melting drifts in the courtyard, and the next day a fresh blizzard would roll in, entombing the castle anew. Under Lady Flint's supervision, scouts rode north and west, seeking the Umbers and the Glovers. Farnell led a small retinue east to attempt parley with the Karstarks. King Stannis remained in place, determined to see the results of these approaches. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Jon oversaw quiet expansions of living space for the influx of men. The battered towers were cleared of rubble. The old library was reopened to store captured weapons. The blacksmith's forge glowed day and night as both the Manderleys and the Southerners' smiths hammered steel to rearm the newly formed garrison. Along the way, Jon found moments of memory. Turning a corner he had once raced through with Robb, or seeing the chipped stone banister Arya used to balance upon. Nostalgia threatened to drag him down, but he pushed on. He was no longer that boy. The responsibilities of the present overshadowed any warm recollections of the past. One morning, as he helped reorganize the Great Hall's dais, a voice from behind made him turn. Ser Gon approached, arm still in a sling, though his face was resolute. My lord, I hoped for a moment alone. Jon moved away from the workers, stepping aside into a recess in the hall's wall. How fares your wound? Better each day, thanks to the maester's potions. I can still fight if need be. But that's not why I came. Ser Gon looked around to ensure no one else listened. I've been thinking about your secret. The one your father guarded. If Stannis continues to rely on you, or if word spreads of your Targaryen blood, how do we keep you safe? Jon tensed, heart pounding at the mention. We keep it hidden, he replied quietly. The realm sees me as Ned Stark's son, that's all. If they discovered I was Rhaegar's child. Gon nodded. Stannis might see you as a rival. Or the Lannisters might brand you a pretender. The Northmen might not know what to make of it either. They loathed the Mad King's memory, but some had respect for Rhaegar, so it could split them. A wave of weariness flooded Jon. All the more reason to remain Jon Stark. I've no desire for a crown. I only want the North safe and my sisters found. Gon dipped his head. I understand. I just wanted to say. I'm with you, whatever happens. Your father saved my life once in the rebellion. I'll keep your secret or die trying. Jon laid a hand on his shoulder. Thank you. Let's hope it never comes to that. Gon left and Jon lingered a moment, dread churning beneath his ribs. The memory of the Mad King's cruelty was still fresh in the realm's mind. If the name Targaryen were pinned to him, he might lose all he had gained. Even the men who followed him might turn on him. He inhaled deeply, forcing calm. The best thing he could do for the legacy of Rhaegar and Lyanna was keep their son alive as Ned had intended. The secret would remain a secret unless something bigger forced it into the light. Later that same day, a tense excitement spread through Winterfell. Farnell had returned from the Karstark lands with an envoy in tow. The courtyard buzzed with speculation as a column of riders wearing the black sunburst of House Karstark entered under watchful stares. The Karstarks had a painful history with Robb. Their lord, Rickard Karstark, had been executed for killing Lannister prisoners, fracturing the alliance. Many Karstarks deserted Robb afterward. Now a new generation seemed to be emerging from that chaos. Jon stood by Stannis near the keep's entrance, flanked by guards. The Karstark riders halted, revealing a young man in front with pale gray eyes and a fur-trimmed cloak. He slid from his horse, looking around with a mixture of defiance and uncertainty. Farnell, weary from travel, guided him forward. Your Grace, Lord Stark, this is Torrhen Karstark, cousin to the late Harrion and once removed from Lord Rickard. He speaks for the Karstark line now. Torrhen Karstark bowed stiffly to Stannis, then to Jon. My father died in Lord Rickard's service. My older cousins died in the war. House Karstark has lost much for the Stark's cause, and then Robb Stark took our lord's head. He paused, letting the words settle. Tension flickered among the watchers. Finally, Torrhen continued, yet we've known only more ruin under Bolton. We do not forget that the Boltons betrayed us all. If you truly hold Winterfell and speak for the North's future, maybe we can set aside old wrongs. Jon met his gaze evenly. We can't undo the past, nor can I explain all of Robb's decisions. But if you'll stand with House Stark now, the North can heal. Will you swear fealty, or do you mean to remain apart? Torrhen hesitated. I'll swear, but I expect amends. The Karstarks deserve compensation for Rickard's fate. My father believed it was unjust. Whether or not it was wise, it led to our house's partial ruin. Stannis frowned impatiently. You can haggle for gold or land if you wish, but do not forget that we face wars on many fronts. We need your swords now, not your demands. Torrhen set his jaw. I know. If House Stark is truly restored, I will bend the knee. But I want it known that we serve under duress. Only if you prove you won't cast us aside again will we remain loyal. Jon felt the weight of 1,000 old grudges swirling in this conversation. I understand. Serve with honor, and we'll do the same. We'll put the tragedies behind us. That's all I can promise. Torrhen nodded grudgingly. He knelt briefly, offering that symbol of fealty. The watchers in the courtyard let out a soft murmur. Another house returned to the fold. The question remained, would they truly stand loyal, or break again at the first sign of conflict? For now, it was enough. Stannis accepted it with a clipped nod. They led Torrhen inside, offering him a seat at the dais in the Great Hall. He ate with Jon and Stannis, speaking curtly about the condition of Karhold, half-starved, battered by roving outlaws. He expressed frustration that the Karstarks had once been strong supporters of the Stark line, only to see that line fray in the wars. Jon listened gravely, trying not to let bitterness color his answers. The war had scattered the entire North. Only time would show if the new pacts were lasting. News of the Karstarks' return emboldened other houses. Within a week, a small band of Glovers arrived from Deepwood Motte, anxious about rumored Ironborn raids but tentatively ready to realign with the Starks. The Glovers had fought under Robb, suffered under the Ironborn at Deepwood Motte, and held grudges of their own. Yet if Winterfell was secure, they were ready to accept Jon as Ned's heir. Lady Flint also returned from her mission to the Umbers with a half-hopeful, half-grim report. Some Umbers apparently hated the Boltons for capturing or killing certain family members. Others had been forced into tenuous alliances for survival. The main trunk of House Umber at Last Hearth seemed willing to rejoin the Stark cause, but they demanded proof that the North was truly uniting and that a new king in the North might soon be crowned. That last demand caused tension between Stannis and the Northern clans. They wanted the North free once again, but Stannis insisted he was the rightful king of all the 7 kingdoms. The Northerners grumbled about Southern kings, but recognized that their immediate threat was the Lannisters, the Freys, and the others. Stannis urged them to see reason, and for now they left the question unsettled. The North needed stability. Jon recognized that in time it might become an open confrontation. Would they name Jon as king in the North, or accept Stannis as their liege? Whenever men pressed Jon about it, he demurred. The war is not done, he would say. For now, we fight side by side. The rest can be sorted later. Amid the swirl of rebuilding, the Night's Watch envoys departed, carrying letters that Jon and Stannis had penned together. Even Theon performed tasks, guiding small parties to examine old storerooms or clearing hidden passages. He rarely spoke except to confirm details or answer questions which seemed to suit most of the men who still eyed him with contempt. One day, Jon ventured into the crypts again, accompanied by no one but his own thoughts. A flickering torch in hand, he descended the damp steps. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water. Skeletal shapes of old stone kings and lords loomed along the walls, each with a dire wolf at its feet. Ned Stark's tomb stood at the deeper level, though his bones had never made it here in the chaos after his death. Catelyn Stark had tried to bring them north, but the wars had intervened. Jon paused before the empty tomb. A statue had been carved, Ned's face in stone, the look of quiet sorrow etched there. Jon swallowed, recalling the father who had never told him the truth of his birth. The father who had protected him at all costs, even if it meant living a lie. He whispered, "I've taken your seat, father, though I wear a name that might not be mine. I hope you'll forgive me. I do this for the North, for everything you stood for." The torchlight flickered. The silence offered neither comfort nor condemnation. Jon bowed his head, feeling a momentary flood of grief for all that was lost. Then he turned and climbed back into the world of the living. A fortnight after Winterfell's recapture, in the thick gray hush of early morning, the courtyard stirred with a new alarm. The watchers on the walls sounded horns, and men scrambled to vantage points. Expecting perhaps a fry party or more Karstark arrivals, Jon hurried up the battlements. A swirl of fresh snow fell, partially obscuring the land. He peered out, heart-hammering. Through the drifting flakes came a small army, perhaps 200 men, carrying no banners that Jon could discern at first. At the center rode a tall figure wearing a hooded cloak of black. But then the wind shifted and a banner flapped, revealing a mailed fist. House Mormont. Another banner parted the snow, the Tallheart Pines. And among them, men in unmarked leathers, presumably clans or smaller houses. Jon exhaled. Allies, presumably. He descended, preparing to greet them. By the time he reached the gate, the portcullis had been raised partway and Stannis' men were checking the arrivals. The hooded figure at the front threw back her cowl, revealing a stern-faced woman with gray-streaked hair. She looked older than Jon recalled, but he recognized the aura of authority, Midge Mormont, the Lady of Bear Island. She caught Jon's eye at once. "You were the one they call Jon Stark. I know your face from old glimpses at Winterfell, though you were but a boy then." Her gravelly voice carried across the hush. Jon inclined his head. "Lady Mormont, welcome. It's been too long since Bear Island graced these halls." She nodded, dismounting with a grunt. "We were far away, fighting Ironborn who tried to raid our shores. Heard that the Boltons fell, thought it was worth a journey. You have my respect if you truly tossed them out of Ned Stark's seat." Stannis approached, flanked by Davos. "I am King Stannis Baratheon, rightful ruler of these 7 kingdoms. We are glad to have Bear Island's swords at our side." Midge gave him an evaluating stare. "I remember you from Robert's rebellion. We fought on the side of Ned Stark then, and Robert took the throne. Now you claim it after Robert's death? We'll see what we think of that." She turned back to Jon. "But if you stand for the Starks, you have Bear Island's support. We owe Ned Stark a debt never repaid for all he did for us in times past." Jon offered a small smile. "I'm grateful, my lady. Bear Island's spears are known for their ferocity." She grunted in affirmation, glancing around the courtyard. "We'll set up in your west tower, if there's room. Many of my women fight as well as any man, mind you. Don't let your knights be squeamish." Jon suppressed a grin. "I wouldn't dream of it. Let me guide you." He led them in, weaving through the old gatehouse. Midge's men eyed the recently patched damage with curiosity. They were a rough-looking lot, bearing the scars of fighting Ironborn on their coasts, but their eyes shone with pride. A few recognized old corners of Winterfell from visits in King Robb's early days. In the great hall, they warmed themselves at the hearth. Lady Midge surveyed the battered tapestries, the char marks on walls. She spat into the fire. "Ramsay did this? Or your friend Theon Greyjoy?" Jon's stomach tightened. "Some from Theon's time, some from Ramsay's. We've been clearing the worst of it." She shook her head. "Bastards, the lot. You should burn them all, but that's your choice. In any case, we're here now. If you mean to unite the North, Bear Island stands with you. So long as House Stark is at the helm, not some weedy southern pretender." Her glance flicked to Stannis. "No offense, your grace." Stannis' mouth tightened, but he forced a cordial nod. "None taken. I know the reputation of Lady Midge Mormont. You stand for your own, but I trust you see the value in an alliance if we are to survive the wars." She snorted. I will see. In the meantime, I'll put my spears to good use. Just keep the Freys and Lannisters off my back. In the days that followed, Bear Island's arrival further bolstered the sense that the North was coalescing around Winterfell, cautiously, warily, but still coalescing. Stannis conferred with Meege, with Lady Flint, with the Karstarks, forging a loose council of northern leaders. The question of naming a new king in the North came up repeatedly, and repeatedly Stannis put it aside, insisting they had to unify under his banner for now. The Northerners chafed, some insisting that a Stark should wear the crown. Jon found himself in the midst of that debate, unsettled. Meanwhile, ravens brought scraps of news from the wider realm. Tom and Baratheon sat uneasy on the Iron Throne, with the Lannisters and Tyrells vying for control. The Freys bickered among themselves, their hold on the twins unassailable for the moment. The Riverlands were ravaged, left in disarray after the Red Wedding. Across the sea, rumors whispered of Daenerys Targaryen, the last confirmed child of Aerys, building power with living dragons. Jon shuddered at that last rumor. If Daenerys truly commanded dragons, and if she crossed into Westeros, the entire war might change. A Targaryen presence could threaten Stannis or the Lannisters, and if she discovered that Rhaegar had fathered a son, what then? No one else seemed to treat the rumor as more than a distant curiosity. The focus was on survival, on the war with the Lannisters and the threat of the others. So the secret Jon held remained buried. One evening, as men devoured a simple supper of stewed vegetables and hard bread in the Great Hall, word spread that someone had discovered a prisoner locked away in the East Tower. Joe, an alerted, hurried over. A cluster of Bear Island spearmen stood outside a grimy cell door. Inside, whimpering echoed. Jon stepped in, torch raised, to find a gaunt man in rags, shackled to the wall. He blinked in the sudden light, shielding his face. A pungent odor of unwashed flesh filled the cell. Who are you? Jon demanded. The man coughed, voice rasping. They call me Alan. Alan the Leech. I served Lord Bolton as a man of chores. Ramsay locked me up, said I saw too much. He let out a hysterical laugh. I've been stuck in here for weeks. No food but scraps. Let me out, my lord, I beg you. Jon eyed him, a swirl of revulsion twisting in his gut. What did you see that made Ramsay lock you away? Alan moaned, trembling. He was hunting a girl in the corridors. A stark-naked girl. I glimpsed him dragging her back by the hair. Then he saw me, told me if I spoke a word, he'd flay me. Then next day, his men tossed me in here. I didn't see the girl after that. Jon gritted his teeth. Another atrocity. We'll release you, but if you lie. The man shook his head frantically. No lie, my lord. I hate the Boltons. Please. Ser Gon arrived, nodding for the Bear Island men to break the shackles. Alan stumbled, tears of relief streaming. Once free, he collapsed at Jon's feet, sobbing thanks. Jon had him taken to the kitchens for a meal and a bed of straw. He might know more about Ramsay's hidden crimes, or about the fate of any captives. If so, they would glean it. That night, as Jon tried to sleep in Ned Stark's old solar, memories of the battered girl that might have been forced to masquerade as Arya haunted him. He recalled the terror in Jane Poole's face when they found her. How many others had died or been brutalized in these halls while the North was in chaos? The weight of it pressed down on him. The name Bolton might be gone in all but memory, but the scars lingered. The next day, another interesting arrival disturbed Winterfell's routine. Two men wearing half-frozen cloaks, claiming to come from the southwestern roads. They brought a battered wagon behind them. The watchers nearly drove them off, suspecting them of being brigands, but the pair insisted they carried an urgent message for King Stannis. Brought into the courtyard, they revealed themselves as Sellswords who had served House Dustin near Barrowton. The taller one, with a thick mustache, presented a crumpled letter sealed with the sigil of the Dustin horse's head. Lady Dustin says that Barrowton remains closed to any open alliance, he said. But she's heard the Boltons fell to you. She wants parley. She might be amenable to casting her lot with a new power if it ensures her foes do not triumph. Stannis, reading the letter, snorted in annoyance. Barrowton, a nest of grudges. The Dustin woman despises the Starks for some old slight. Now she offers a lukewarm alliance. Jon recalled hearing that Lady Barbary Dustin blamed Ned for the death of her husband, which had left her embittered. She'd harbored resentments even before the war. We could use her men if she truly sides with us, he said. Better that than letting them hamper our supply routes from the south. Stannis frowned. We'll see. First, I'd have these cells' words prove their word. They might be spies. We'll keep them under watch while we send a raven to Barrowton. The men accepted that arrangement, shivering in the cold. The deeper truth was that the North, for all the legend of its unity under House Stark, had grown deeply fragmented by the war. House Dustin, the Ryswells, the Serwins each had old grudges, each weighed the shifting alliances. Some had pinned hopes on the Boltons only to see them undone. Now they scrambled to pick a side or else wait for someone else to bleed. The freedmen of the mountainous west might likewise stand aloof. And as always, the Freys to the south threatened to cut the north off from the rest of the realm. A day later, one of the older maids from the keep approached Jon with a timid expression. She carried a note that had been left for him in the corridor. Jon opened it, reading the short lines in an unfamiliar, spidery script. I have word of your sister. Meet me in the Godwood at midnight, alone. Trust no one. The note wasn't signed. Jon's pulse quickened. Sansa? Or Arya? Or perhaps it was another trick. Theon had once said he had no idea where Arya or Sansa might be beyond fleeting glimpses. Could it be a trap from a Bolton loyalist or some other enemy? He read it again, considering. If he told Stannis or Gon, they would insist on an armed guard. But the note specifically demanded secrecy. Normally, he would disregard such a suspicious message, yet the possibility of news about Sansa or Arya tugged at him like a fishhook in his gut. He decided to see for himself, albeit with caution. That night, a waning moon hung above Winterfell, half hidden by drifting clouds. Snow glowed faintly. Jon donned dark clothing, belted his sword, and slipped from the solar after hours, descending to the courtyard. A handful of guards warmed themselves by braziers, not paying him special heed. He made his way to the Godswood Gate, stepping inside the ancient grove. The weirwood's carved face, pale as bone, gazed at him impassively. Icicles dangled from branches and the pond lay frozen. No figure was immediately visible. Jon waited, tense, scanning the shadows. Time crawled. Then a soft hiss from behind the trunk. He pivoted, hand on sword. A cloaked figure emerged. The person's voice was low, a bit shaky. I said come alone. I did, Jon replied, holding still. Speak. You claimed knowledge of my sister. The figure stepped into a patch of moonlight, revealing a slender form, face half hidden by a scarf. The eyes that peered out were a woman's eyes, wary. I was a chambermaid at King's Landing once. I served Sansa Stark there, fleetingly, before she fled. I have tidings that might concern you. Jon's heartbeat hammered. Go on. She cast a nervous glance around, as if expecting watchers. I can't stay. If the Lannisters learn I spoke to you. I only know that Sansa was rumored to have escaped the city shortly after Joffrey's death. Some say she found shelter in the Vale under her aunt's protection. Others say she vanished on the road. But in King's Landing, the rumor is that Peter Baelish took her. Now no one can find her. Lord Baelish is rumored to be the Lord Protector of the Vale. Jon's mind reeled. Baelish, you mean Littlefinger? Why would he? He recalled Sansa's mention of him as a sly courtier who had once plotted with the Lannisters. Could he have helped her or used her for his own ends? I know not, said the woman. Only that Sansa has not been seen openly in the Vale. The girl might be hidden under a false name. Perhaps your sister is safe, or perhaps not. I heard you had reclaimed Winterfell, so I came north to tell you. Now. I must go before someone catches me. Jon gripped her arm gently. Why risk telling me this? You gain nothing. She exhaled shakily. Lady Sansa was kind to me once. I repay that kindness. I'm no friend of the Lannisters. That's all. He released her. Thank you. May the gods protect you. She slipped away into the darkness, leaving Jon standing beside the weirwood, mind churning with new revelations. Sansa might be in the Vale under Peter Baelish's watch. If that was true, was she safe, or was she a pawn in his schemes? He wanted to chase after the messenger, ask more. But she was gone, and he heard no trace of her. He stared at the heart tree's face, half expecting it to speak. The wind gusted, rustling the leaves. At length, Jon made his way back to the keep. He did not sleep well that night, mind busy with thoughts of the Vale. Could they mount an expedition? The Vale was not exactly open to them. Lisa Arryn had spurned calls for aid. Peter Baelish's manipulations were legendary. Still, if Sansa was truly there, perhaps he could find a way to rescue or retrieve her, assuming she needed rescue. He rose before dawn, deciding to discuss it with Gon. Yet he also knew Stannis might see it as a distraction from the urgent matter of unifying the North. He half expected the note to vanish in the morning light, but the memory of that cloaked figure in the godwood stayed with him. Over the next days, the talk of Sansa's possible whereabouts weighed on Jon's mind. He confided in Ser Gawain, who urged caution. Petyr Baelish is cunning. If he is Sansa, he might use her claim to Winterfell to leverage power. But we have no direct proof. Storming the Vale in winter is impossible. Jon understood. Winter limited everything. He penned a letter addressed to the Eyrie addressed to Lady Lysa Arryn inquiring about Sansa. But Davos gently informed him that Lysa Arryn had died some months prior. Thrown from the Moon Door, or so rumor claimed. Now Petyr Baelish was regent for the young Lord Robert Arryn. That made it even more complicated. Then I'll address it to Lord Protector Baelish, Jon decided, though it rankled him. If he has Sansa, let him state so openly. If he denies it, we'll know he's hiding something. Davos nodded, helping him draft a careful message that did not concede any claim over the North, but politely requested news of Sansa's welfare. They sent it with a band of trusted riders who would attempt to skirt the mountains and approach the Bloody Gate by the time the snows allowed. It might be weeks or months before they returned, if they even reached their destination. Amid these uncertainties, the daily tasks at Winterfell marched on. The Mormont women kept the walls well guarded, patrolling alongside Baratheon knights. Tormund's wildlings roamed the nearby woods, hunting game to supplement their meager rations. Theon continued to serve quietly, guiding some repairs in the old crypt passages. House Karstark's presence, though uneasy, helped secure the eastern approach, while the Glover men scouted the west. Meage Mormont believed the Umbers would soon commit fully, but no official word had arrived. Then came a midday ruckus, horns at the main gate again. Jon arrived in the courtyard to see a single hooded rider staggering in on a foam-flecked horse, haggard. His cloak bore the sigil of House Umber, 2 shackled giants. Blood stained the rider's pant leg, and his face was drawn with agony. Guards rushed to steady him as he nearly toppled from the saddle. Jon helped them lay him on the ground. "Speak," Jon urged, pressing a hand to the man's shoulder. "What news?" The rider gasped for breath, eyes wild. "I come from Last Hearth. The Umbers, attacked by whites. We repelled them, but more are coming. The dead walk." The watchers by the lonely hills saw entire hordes in the far distance. "The old watchers say they march south at night." His voice cracked. "The Umbers cry for help. If we stand alone, we die." Jon's blood ran cold. He glanced around, seeing shock and fear on the faces of the men. Tormund, passing by, froze, eyes widening. "Whites? You sure?" The Umber man coughed a ragged laugh. "Aye. We cut them down, but they rose again. Some old stories from the Age of Heroes made flesh. We burned them in the end, but they keep coming. The Umbers sent me to beg help from the new Lord Stark. We need men, or we must flee." A hush fell. Jon's mind spun. The others, the White Walkers, whites. Nightmares become real. He pictured the North in disunity, houses scattered. If the living did not unite fully, they would all be slaughtered by the undead tide. He looked at Stannis, who stood with jaw clenched, then back to the wounded messenger. "We'll do what we can. Rest easy." The man sagged, unconscious from blood loss and exhaustion. Guards carried him inside for the maester's care. Meanwhile, men erupted in frantic talk. Some insisted the threat was a rumor. Others believed every word. Tormund shouted that the Free Folk had told them so, that the White Walkers were real. Lady Mormont bellowed for calm, ordering her men to gather. Stannis barked for quiet. At length, Jon spoke, voice carrying in the courtyard. "We have little choice but to rally the North. Winterfell stands, but if an army of the dead moves south, all our petty squabbles mean nothing. We must send riders to every house, Umbers, Karstarks, Glovers, Manderleys, Serwins, Tallhearts, mountain clans, everyone. We face the long night if we do nothing." His words reverberated through the crowd. Stannis nodded, then turned to Davos. "Send word to the watch as well. If this is truly an undead host, they might be unstoppable at the wall. They must be warned." Davos inclined his head. "At once, your grace." Jon pressed a hand to the hilt of his sword, a swirl of dread and resolve coursing through him. The war for the North had only begun. Reclaiming Winterfell from the Boltons was but a fleeting victory if the others came en masse. He thought of the secret in his blood, wondering if it mattered. A Targaryen was said to have once made pacts with the children of the forest to ward off the dead, or so old stories claimed. But such legends felt intangible now. All that was certain was that the living had to stand together or become prey to an enemy that never slept. The more of the Umbers and the winter snows might soon run red with blood, and the rest of Westeros had no idea how close the darkness truly loomed. Jon turned to Tormund, meeting the wildling's fierce gaze. "You've seen them. You know what's coming." Tormund nodded grimly. "The free folk have told you Southerners this for years, but you never listened. Well, maybe you'll listen now." Jon exhaled. "Yes. We have no choice." He looked around at the men of the North, the knights of Stannis, the women of Bear Island. They stood in the courtyard of a newly reclaimed Winterfell, uncertain, determined, and afraid. "We'll gather every able sword, every bow. We'll fortify, plan, see if we can strike north to reinforce Last Hearth. We cannot let the Umbers fall alone." Stannis' voice cut in. "And if the dead pour around us, heading further south?" Jon met his gaze with a calm he did not truly feel. "Then we'll stand as long as we can. Winterfell is the heart of the North, its best fortress. If we hold it, maybe the realm has time to unite. If we fail, then the Wall is next, and after that, the entire South." Melisandre, standing behind Stannis, murmured in that soft, cryptic tone, "The Lord of Light's fires show me an endless winter. Darkness spreading, devouring. Only the flame of heroes can hold it back." Her eyes lingered on Jon. "We will need every spark, every flicker. Perhaps the old gods will help, perhaps Lawler. But we must act." A hush followed. Then Lady Mormont clapped her gauntlet hands together. "I'll lead my Mormonts to Last Hearth if you command it, Lord Stark. They're near enough. Maybe we can bolster their defenses until the rest arrive." Jon nodded. "We'll send a larger force if we can muster the other houses. King Stannis, will you spare some men to accompany them?" Stannis glanced at Davos, at the battered ranks of his knights. "A few. But we must not strip Winterfell bare. We can't defend multiple fronts indefinitely. If the White Walkers come in force, every margin will be tested." Jon turned to the crowd, raising his voice so that everyone in the courtyard could hear. "You've fought men with swords, you've fought men with crossbows. But these foes are not living. Steel alone might not suffice. Fire can kill them. Dragonglass can kill them. If you find caches of obsidian or rare as it is, collect it. If any of you come across old texts or knowledge, share it. We'll need every advantage." Men shifted uneasily. Some had never heard the name Dragonglass. Others recalled half-remembered tales from old songs. But no one argued. The dire tone of the messenger's words had dispelled all illusions. So it was decided. Riders would scatter to the corners of the North, summoning every house to Winterfell's banners, not merely for the war among men, but for the war against death itself. Lady Mormont and a contingent of Stannis' men would head toward Last Hearth, prepared to reinforce the Umbers. Tormund's wildlings would scout even further if they could manage the snows, though Tormund warned them that if the White Walkers truly marched, no single band could stand in their path. And in the midst of that urgency, Winterfell found a new sense of purpose. The petty arguments over who truly ruled the North receded. Men hammered arrowheads, shaped spear points, prepared for a new wave of fighting that might eclipse all that had come before. Jon stood on the battlements at sunset, gazing across the white fields. So much had happened since the day he left Winterfell as a boy, so many turns leading him to this moment. Ned's death, Robb's war, the truth of his own birth lurking in the shadows. He felt the hush of the old god's presence, the chill of the wind from the north. If the White Walkers came, who would stand with them? The Southerners? The Vale? The Targaryen girl with dragons, if that rumor was true? Or would the North fight alone, a last stand amid the endless snows? Uncertainty clouded the horizon, but he clung to the vow he had made in the crypts. He would protect these lands, these people, Ned Stark's people, even if Ned was not truly his father. The name Stark was his shield and duty now, whether rightful or not. The blood of Rhaegar Targaryen remained a hidden spark, unspoken, overshadowed by the immediate demands of war. And so, as night closed in, Jon Stark, once Jon Snow, turned from the battlements, cloak whipping in the icy wind. He would gather the North, face the others, and if the realm survived, then perhaps there would be time to seek out Sansa, to unravel the mysteries of the Vale, and to forge a lasting peace. That was all the future. Tonight, he simply walked down the steps into the courtyard, where men worked by torchlight to sharpen swords and patch armor. At the far end, Tormund barked orders to a group of wildlings. The watchers on the gate peered into the darkness, scanning for movement. The old Stark banners fluttered on the walls. Every breath felt charged with tension. War was coming again, from a far grimmer foe than the Boltons or even the Lannisters. Jon did not know if his father's old gods would guide him or if Melisandre's flames might reveal a path. But he knew Winterfell must stand as the first bulwark against the rising night. And for that he would do whatever it took, no matter how many secrets or alliances had to be forged beneath these ancient walls. As the torches cast dancing shadows, he bowed his head once more to the memory of Ned Stark and prayed that somewhere in the swirl of fate and fear, the North would find a way to survive the storm. Jon stood on the battlements of Winterfell as dusk descended, the skies a smear of violet and gray. Below him, men hurried to finish the day's work, hammering patches of fresh timber into the outer walls, carting supplies from one side of the yard to the other, keeping the castle's new garrison fed and armed. Columns of rising smoke drifted from the forge where the clang of metal still rang out. The sight of so many lords and warriors, Karstarks, Manderleys, Glovers, Mormonts, Baratheon knights, wildlings moving side by side in the same courtyard might have seemed impossible just moons ago. But the threat now looming in the far north had done what decades of feuds and betrayals could not. It forced them to unite. A stiff wind bit through his cloak, carrying the sharp tang of winter. Not so long ago, a messenger from Last Hearth had staggered in, half dead, warning of whites assaulting the Umbers and more rumor. Ed to march south in the night. The news had electrified the entire castle with a dread that overshadowed every other quarrel. The others were real. They had stalked the farthest edges of the wilderness for generations, but now they were on the move. Jon thought of old tales old Nan used to tell in front of the Winterfell hearth, how the long night had nearly devoured the realm once. If the dead truly marched again in great numbers, it would take all of them, Starks, Baratheons, Karstarks, Mormonts, even the free folk, to keep the living from extinction. He let out a shaky breath, watching it swirl in the cold air. The yard below glowed with torchlight. A pair of Mormont warriors, both tall, broad-shouldered women in boiled leather, strode across the frost-crusted ground with confidence that rivaled any knight's. A knot of Karstark riders led their horses into the stables. On the far side, Tormund Giantsbane hunkered by a brazier, animatedly recounting some wildling legend to half a dozen soldiers. Across the yard, several Baratheon knights set up tents near the gatehouse, having chosen not to quarter inside the keep for fear of overcrowding. Their banners, the Crowned Stag and the Fiery Heart, hung limp in the windless gloom. Jon's eyes swept the parapets to either side. Sentinels stood watch, scanning the darkness for any sign of foes, living or dead. At intervals, the watchers tested horns or called quietly to each other. Winterfell's walls had never felt so necessary. Even with the Boltons gone, the castle seemed perched at the edge of a storm far more dangerous than any human conflict. Was it enough? Would these walls hold if an endless tide of undead bore down on them? The stories he'd heard from the Night's Watch said that steel could kill the whites, but not the others themselves. Dragonglass and Valyrian steel were the only true weapons. Of Valyrian steel, they had precious few swords. As for dragonglass, it was rarer still. Stannis had discovered some caches at Dragonstone, or so rumor claimed, but none had reached Winterfell yet. He gripped the stone merlin so tightly his knuckles whitened. 1,000 worries churned through his mind, but the largest of them was the fragile unity in the courtyard below. If one spark of old grudges flared too hot, half these allies would tear each other apart before the others ever arrived. Lady Mormont distrusted the Karstarks. The Karstarks felt bitter about Robb Stark's execution of their lord. The Manderleys nursed their own resentments toward the Boltons' former supporters. The free folk bristled at any sign of scorn. And over it all loomed the question, would the North truly accept King Stannis Baratheon as their monarch, or rally behind Jon Stark, whom many wanted to crown as king in the North once more? He suppressed a sigh. So far, Stannis had put aside the question of the Northern crown in favor of forging alliances, but tensions simmered. Midge Mormont, in particular, had quietly told Jon she wouldn't kneel to a Southern king, only to a Stark. Others said the same, muttering that the last true king in the North had died at the Twins. But if Jon took that crown publicly, he'd be opposing Stannis and risking open rifts right when they needed unity the most. That was the last thing he wanted. This was not the time for internal strife. Yet each day, more warriors arrived, whispering that they had come to serve the House of Stark, not the Baratheon pretender. Jon tread carefully, encouraging them to stand by Stannis as well for the moment. Day by day, the uneasy alliance held. One day, it might fracture. And Jon did not know how to prevent it, short of telling them that he never wanted a crown at all. He turned away from the parapet, heading down the stone steps into the yard. Torchlight cast dancing shadows across the snow. The air smelled of horses, smoke, and old sweat. A few men straightened to salute him in passing, others gave nods. They called him Lord Stark. Sometimes he still found it jarring, but he forced himself to accept it. He was no boy anymore, no mere bastard. The entire North looked to him for leadership, whether or not the blood in his veins was truly Ned Stark's. He had a role to play for all their sakes. He crossed to Tormund, who gestured with a chunk of bread in one hand and a cup of ale in the other. Tormund's bright red beard glowed in the torchlight. Several men from different houses ringed the brazier, listening half in fascination and half in bafflement. Jon caught the tail end of Tormund's story about the Frostfangs and a legendary giant boar that could swallow a man whole. "I told that boar you'll not be feasting on Tormund Giant's bane," Tormund declared, finishing with a loud snort of laughter. "And I stuck it through the eye, I did. That's how I got this scar." He tapped the faint white line near his temple. One of the Karstark men, a newly arrived youth, blinked wide-eyed. Jon cleared his throat. "Evening, Tormund." "Jon Stark." Tormund turned, a grin parting his beard. "Come join the warmth." One of these pink-lipped southern lords brought a cask of barley ale. "Not half bad." Jon lifted a hand. "I'll pass. I need a clear head." His eyes shifted to the Mormont spear wives in the circle, the Karstark youth, 2 Baratheon knights in battered cloaks, and a pair of older free folk listening in silence. A group that would never have gathered together under any normal circumstances. The threat of the others had forced them to stand side by side. If only that unity could hold. One of the Baratheon knights, a big man named Ser Raemon, raised his cup. "So, my lord, do we truly march at dawn for Last Hearth? I hear Lady Mormont wants to ride north, but the roads are half blocked by snow." Jon nodded. "We plan to send a relief force. The Umbers need help reinforcing their walls, and if the Whites gather in numbers, we want them hammered before they can grow. Lady Mormont's eager to lead. The roads are indeed bad, but time is worse. Once the dead set their sights on us, we have no room for delay." He glanced at Tormund. "You spoke of scouting near the Long Lake?" Tormund gave a curt shrug. "Aye. Sent a handful of my best trackers. They've not returned yet, which I hope means they're going farther north. Or it means they ran into some nasty trouble. Hard to say." He tilted the last of his ale into his mouth, then wiped his beard. "But if you want me to lead more free folk north, I can. Or maybe I stay here, keep all these sour knights from stabbing each other. My people are more than a match for a few corpses, though." He spoke bravely, but Jon sensed the tension in his eyes. "We'll see," Jon said softly. "We'll talk more in the morning council." Leaving Tormund to his story and his ale, Jon walked across the yard toward the great hall. Servants bustled in and out carrying pots of stew or buckets of water. The main doors stood wide open to vent some of the smoke from so many torches. Inside, the warmth enveloped him, torches glowed on the walls, a few braziers flared, and long tables stretched the length of the hall. Men and women sat together, though not always comfortably, picking at bowls of barley stew or hunks of stale bread. A hush of tired conversation hovered, overshadowed by the day's anxieties. Toward the far end, King Stannis sat at the dais, flanked by Davos Seaworth and Lady Meage Mormont, their heads bent over a freshly unrolled map. Jon made his way to them. The dais had a decent vantage of the entire hall, but the empty seat where Ned Stark once presided made Jon's chest tighten. He forced the feeling down and joined them at the table. "What's the news?" Jon asked quietly. Davos looked up, lines of worry on his weathered face. "No new ravens arrived today, my lord. But Lady Mormont has been discussing the route north to Last Hearth. She insists we take the King's Road despite the drifts." "Still the fastest path," Meage growled. "Heading cross-country means forging trails. We'd lose days." Stannis tapped a gauntlet finger on the map. "Yes, but if the others truly roam, the roads might be riskier than you think." He sounded as though he disliked conceding any point. "If your Umbers hold back the Whites at the outskirts of Last Hearth, we can slip in. But if they've been overrun, we might be riding into a slaughter." Meage gave him a flat stare. "Isn't that what you came north for, your grace? To save the realm from such nightmares?" She turned to Jon. "We're going, lad. 100 or 200 spears. Enough to stiffen the Umber defenses. Mormonts, Karstarks, and a handful of those southern knights if they want glory." Jon noticed how she called him lad. She was older than him by at least 2 decades, likely remembering him as a boy. But her voice carried respect as well. They had forged a bond in the past weeks. "Agreed," he said. "I'd send more if we could spare them, but we need Winterfell secure. We can't risk a second force hitting us from another direction." He paused, letting the tension swirl. Lady Mormont, do you propose to lead the column yourself? She nodded firmly. Aye. My girls are eager for real battle, not just patrolling these old walls. Some of the older men want their share too. Jon turned to Stannis. And you, your grace, will you remain here? Or ride with them? Stannis's mouth pressed into a thin line. I cannot leave Winterfell unguarded. If the North is to rally, they look here. If I vanish, half the houses might desert or decide they no longer need my cause. I am king. I must hold the seat of power. And I must hold the seat of my ancestors, Jon said, voice quiet. The words carried a subtext that made Davos's gaze flicker. So far, Stannis and Jon had avoided direct confrontation about who truly ruled Winterfell, but each recognized the delicate balance that needed to remain. I'll stay with you. We'll see Lady Mormont's column off, then keep sending ravens to gather allies. Any word from the Glovers on whether they can add more men? Davos shook his head. Not yet. The Glover forces that did arrive are only a fraction of what they once commanded. They lost men to the Ironborn, the Boltons, the war in the south. Even so, they sent a few to join Lady Mormont's mission. Stannis let out a breath that hissed through his teeth. So be it. The North is battered. Let's hope it can still muster the will to fight the true enemy. Mead raked a calloused hand across the map. We ride at dawn then. I'm taking Tormund's free folk if he's willing. We might need their trackers. I'd also like to see how those wildlings fare in real battle. Jon said, I'll speak to him. He might prefer to remain, but if he's ready to go, so be it. Good. Mead glanced at Stannis. I assume you'll not hamper me with unnecessary orders, your grace? Stannis's jaw tightened. Your mission is to relieve the Umbers, if possible, and confirm the extent of this white threat. Report back as soon as you can. If the situation is beyond salvage, retreat to a strong position or fall back here. We can't afford to lose your force. Meech snorted. I don't plan on losing them. She clapped a fist to her chest, then turned and strode out of the hall to gather her lieutenants. Davos watched her go, then shook his head wryly. Bear Island stock. I'd not bet against them. He tapped the map. We'll have to be ready for anything. The moment we get a raven from them, we might need to send more men if it's worse than we fear. Then again, perhaps the Umbers have already crushed a small group of whites. The rumors might be exaggerated. Stannis gave him a level look. I wish I could believe that. But we've had enough warnings from the Night's Watch, from Tormund, from that half-dead messenger. This is real. Jon nodded, feeling the chill that never left him these days. Indeed. We do what we can. He drifted away from the dais, acknowledging a few respectful nods from soldiers as he went. His stomach rumbled. He realized he'd barely eaten since midday. The hall's lesser tables offered lumps of cheese, day-old bread, watery stew. He made do with a hunk of bread and a cup of thin ale, not wanting to linger. Tomorrow, Meej Mormont's force would depart and he had to ensure all was in order. Near the hall's entrance, Theon Greyjoy stood by a pillar, speaking in low tones with a pair of Manderly men. Theon wore plain clothes, his face drawn, the signs of a battered conscience etched in his features. He saw Jon and dipped his head, then turned back to the conversation. It seemed Theon was explaining the layout of some newly discovered storerooms or passages. Jon recognized the tension in the Manderly men's posture, uncertain whether they could trust a man who once seized Winterfell. Yet Theon, for all his shame, continued to prove his worth by revealing every nook the Boltons had used or that he had once known. Step by step, he paid his penance. Jon left him to it, stepping outside into the swirl of cold air. The yard had quieted somewhat. A few men still worked by torchlight, but many were turning in for the night, retreating to the keep or tents. The wind sighed over the walls, carrying a sense of anticipation. War was coming, perhaps the greatest war the North had ever seen. He made for the southwestern tower, where the old steward's chambers were now used for strategy. On the way, he passed a lone figure near the well. A man in a dark cloak, hood up. Jon recognized him as Farnell, an older knight from Stannis' retinue who had once scouted the Karstark lands. The man was gazing at the tower silently. Farnell, Jon greeted softly, pausing. You're out late. Farnell glanced over. Torchlight revealed the scars on his weathered face. Aye, my lord. Couldn't sleep. Been thinking on what we face if the dead truly rise. I fought in many battles, but never against creatures that can't be reasoned with or frightened. He gave a hollow laugh. Reminds me of an old story my mother told me about dark shapes in the wood. I used to laugh. Not so funny now? Jon sighed. We'll soon see how those stories hold up. If you fear it, you're not alone. But we'll stand together. That's all we can do. Farnell nodded, gaze distant. Just wanted to say. I appreciate that you're trying to keep us from each other's throats. This alliance is fragile. But it's better than the alternative. With that, Farnell turned and walked away, footsteps crunching in the frosty dirt. Jon remained for a moment, the silence heavy. Then he too headed inside. Morning came with a bitter swirl of fresh snow. Clouds pressed low, gray and ominous as the column assembled in the yard. Lady Midge Mormont, clad in a thick cloak of bearskin, walked among her troops, barking orders. The Mormonts carried shields emblazoned with the black bear, and their spearwives stood shoulder to shoulder with male warriors. The Karstarks contributed a small contingent under a grim-faced captain, while a smattering of Glovers, Manderleys, and Baratheon knights formed the remainder. Tormund himself stood at the rear, flanked by about 30 free folk, including a tall spear wife named Rowena who was rumored to have fought White Walkers beyond the wall. Altogether, they numbered perhaps 200. It would have to do. Jon moved among them, checking off final details. Sacks of grain, salted meat, and mead were loaded onto mules. The horses snorted clouds of steam, restless in the cold. A few men coughed or stamped their feet. Winter's chill penetrated every layer of clothing. Lady Midge's second-in-command, a burly warrior named Holger, saluted Jon. "We're about ready, my lord. Our plan is to make for the King's Road, then push north with as few stops as we can manage. Might take a week or more, depending on drifts." Jon returned the salute. "Safe travels, Holger. Remember that the Umbers may have had time to gather their own militia. If we find they've faced too many whites, we must decide quickly whether to hold or retreat. I trust Lady Mormont's judgment." Holger inclined his head. "She's a stubborn one. She'll fight rather than flee if possible." Jon spotted Tormund near a cart adjusting the harness on a shaggy northern horse. He approached quiet. Tormund looked up. "Going to see me off, pup?" Jon nodded. "I want to make sure you're not running off for good. Remember, we need you if the Umbers can't hold or if the dead march beyond Last Hearth. Don't get yourself killed." Tormund grinned, baring teeth beneath his red beard. "Bah, I'll not die so easily. The cold gods beyond the wall have tried to take me before. I spat in their eye then, I'll do it again." He sobered. "But truth be told, I'm no fool. If we're overrun, I'll sound the horn. We'll come back south if we must. Winterfell might be the last stand." Jon placed a hand on Tormund's arm. "Good. Keep each other alive." He hesitated. "And if you see any sign of the others, anything that suggests a larger force is gathering, send a raven or a rider immediately. We can't afford to be caught unaware." "Aye." Tormund's grin returned. "I prefer living. I'll let you know if I see some cursed ice demon out there." Jon nodded, stepping back. Lady Midge climbed astride a horse and bellowed for the column to form ranks. The standard-bearers raised the bear sigil for the Mormonts, the flayed man banners of the Boltons nowhere to be seen now, destroyed or burned. In their place, a few Northmen carried the dire wolf sigil of House Stark. That sight gave Jon a pang of fierce pride and sorrow both. Pride that his father's house had reclaimed Winterfell, sorrow that it cost so much. He forced the emotions aside. Stannis and Davos stood by the gate, with about a dozen Baratheon knights. Stannis offered Lady Midge a stiff nod as she passed him. "Bring me good news, or at least truth," he said. Midge snorted. "I'll bring both if the gods allow." Then she glanced at Jon. "We'll fight for you, lad. We remember the Starks. We remember Ned, and we won't fail him now." Jon felt a lump in his throat. "Give my greetings to the Umbers. Remind them the North stands as one now, or we die alone." She raised her chin in silent affirmation, then spurred her horse forward. The line of riders, wagons, and foot soldiers followed, passing through the opened gates out into a swirl of snow. Tormund shot Jon one last grin, then trotted off behind them. Wind whipped at their cloaks. Soon the column disappeared into the white haze. The gates clanked shut behind them. An uneasy quiet fell over the courtyard. Stannis turned to Jon. "There goes nearly half our standing force. If trouble comes from the south, we might be pressed." Jon met his gaze. "If trouble comes from the south, I suspect it'll be the Freys or the Lannisters, neither of whom want to march into the north in winter. I'd rather help the Umbers now while we can. If we do nothing and they fall, the whites grow stronger." Stannis gave a curt nod. "Agreed. But let's hope Lady Mormont doesn't overreach." He glanced up at the sky. "Davos, see to it that the Watchers keep watch for ravens hourly. We'll need word as soon as her column arrives at Last Hearth, or if something goes amiss." Davos bowed. "At once, Your Grace." They dispersed, men returning to their tasks, the yard feeling emptier without the bustle of the departing force. Jon gazed at the swirling snow beyond the gate and murmured a silent wish for their success. The next few days at Winterfell felt oddly still. The daily chores continued, repairs, drilling, forging arrowheads, but the sense of watchful waiting pervaded everything. The ravens flew out carrying appeals to the Umbers, the mountain clans, houses from the Rills to the White Knife. Some came back with short replies, others did not return at all. Perhaps the storms or opportunistic hawks took them. Or perhaps men simply had no good news to share. Twice, a rider approached from the south bearing small tokens from House Serwyn or lesser lords near the White Knife. Each messenger told the same story: the roads were nearly impassable in the deep snow. No large force could pass easily, which cut both ways, no southern invaders, but also no quick reinforcements from White Harbor or further. If the others came, Winterfell would stand on its own until spring, unless the watchers at the wall found a means to send help. And the wall, too, was undermanned. The new Lord Commander had only a few hundred black brothers scattered across battered castles. Jon spent hours each day in the training yard, drilling with men from different houses. They ran drills on how to face an unrelenting foe, how to fight side by side, shield to shield. He hammered home the need for discipline, for watchers to look behind as well as forward. Whites could come from any direction. He taught them how to burn the dead immediately, no matter the cost to morale. A few men blanched at the idea of torching their own fallen, but Jon insisted. You do not want a dead friend to rise against you. At night, he pored over old records in the library tower, searching for any reference to Dragoglass caches in the north. Many tomes had been lost or burned. The few that remained were scattered, the script battered by time. Sometimes he found a line about obsidian arrowheads used by the children of the forest or references to pockets of volcanic glass rumored in old mountain caves. But nothing conclusive. He had men scouring the castle's storerooms just in case the Starks had once kept a supply. So far, only a handful of arrowheads had turned up. Far too few. Theon would occasionally join him, flipping through dusty ledgers with a subdued air. Theon said little, but at times he would read an intriguing passage and show it to Jon. Sometimes it was worthless, ancient genealogies or trade receipts. Yet Jon appreciated the help. Each scrap of knowledge might matter. The swords in the castle's armory were likewise inventoried. Just 3 Valyrian steel blades, the Mormont ancestral sword, a battered heirloom from an extinct line that had found its way to King Stannis' retinue, and Longclaw, once the Mormont blade that had ended up with, but no, that was lost beyond the wall in a different telling of the story. At least, so the rumors said. They had none of the famed Stark blade ice, which had been melted down by the Lannisters. Jon's nights were restless. Often he paced Ned Stark's solar, remembering old ghosts. Sometimes he climbed the battlements to watch the moonlight glimmer on snow-covered rooftops. In those quiet hours, he might see a single torch moving along the walls, some sleepless guard patrolling. The emptiness of the castle felt overwhelming, but the tension hummed beneath it like a drawn bowstring. On the 4th night after Lady Mormont departed, Stannis summoned Jon, Davos, and a handful of knights to a small meeting in the old steward's room. A brazier burned in the corner, heating the cramped space. Maps lay spread across a plank table. Stannis stood with arms folded, an expression of frustration. Davos rubbed at his stubbly chin. Stannis spoke tersely. We have potential movement from the south, according to our latest messenger. Not a large army, but scattered Frey outriders, possibly scouring the roads near Moat Cailin. They may be checking if we're vulnerable. Jon frowned. Freys in winter? They'd hardly risk a major push. Walder Frey is known to be cautious to the point of paranoia. Davos nodded. True. But if they sense we're weakened by sending half our force north, they might try to cut off any supply lines from White Harbor or the Neck. Or they might just be gathering information. Stannis gritted his teeth. In any case, we can't ignore it. I'd send a small band to scout near Moat Cailin, but we can hardly spare many knights. The roads are terrible. Jon took a breath. If the Freys do come, they'll find it no easy task. Moat Cailin is a ruin, yes, but the swamps around it are treacherous. Let them try. We can prepare watchers on the safer routes. House Reed might also hamper them if they go too far into the marshes. Stannis seemed unconvinced. Or the Reeds might remain aloof, as they often do. Still, we can't let the Freys sense an opening. If they manage to build a foothold, they could annoy us all winter. The last thing we need is to fight on 2 fronts, living foes from the south, dead foes from the north. Davos placed his hands on the table. We could dispatch a small force from White Harbor to keep watch near Moat Cailin. If Manderly is fully with us, that might suffice, Jon said. Lord Manderly has men posted along the White Knife. If the Freys approach from the Neck, the Manderlys can interdict them or at least slow them. Stannis let out a soft grunt. Send a raven to White Harbor tomorrow. Request that they keep an eye on Moat Cailin. We'll remain prepared here, but we must not empty the castle further. Davos made a note, then looked at Jon. Any word from Lady Mormont's column? Jon shook his head. No ravens yet. They were to send one from halfway. Possibly the storm slowed them. We can only wait. The meeting ended on that uncertain note. Jon left, the tension in his chest tighter than ever. Every day without word from the northern column increased his worry. He wondered if Tormund had discovered a horde of whites or if Lady Mormont's party had found the Umbers safe. He found himself praying to the old gods under the heart tree each dawn, asking for their protection. It was almost a full night later when the raven came. Evening settled over Winterfell, the sky bruised purple and gold, the sun sliding behind the western hills. Jon was in the library, poring over a brittle scroll describing how Brandon the Builder might have negotiated with the children of the forest. The door banged open and a Karstark guard rushed in, breathless. A raven arrived, my lord, the guard said. From the north. Lady Mormont's seal? Jon's heart lurched. He stood so fast that the old scroll fluttered from the table. Take me to it. He followed the guard to the maester's turret, where Stannis, Davos, and the maester were already gathered around a small table. The raven's message was short, scrawled in Lady Mormont's bold hand. Have reached outskirts of Last Hearth. Umbers battered but holding. Whites present in large numbers. We engaged a swarm last eve, put them to the torch. Confirmed others at distance. Umbers fear bigger wave. We fortify. Need reinforcements if wave is large. Or prepare fallback to Winterfell. We'll write again soon. A hush gripped them. Jon studied the letter. Battered but holding. Whites in large numbers, a swarm. The others at distance, glimpsed but not directly engaged. He felt a cold fist wrap around his insides. At least Meej was alive. Tormund, too, presumably. The Umbers had not fallen. But how long could they hold if a bigger wave came? Stannis exhaled, brow furrowed. This is no rumor. They truly see the dead approaching in force. We might need to send help. But the roads, Jon tore his gaze from the parchment. If the threat is real, we have to consider marching north ourselves. Or at least dispatch a second force. If we wait until they're overwhelmed, we'll be fighting a larger host of undead. Better to face them while they're still somewhat contained at Last Hearth. Davos nodded slowly. But do we leave Winterfell near empty? If the Freys do act, or if other foes see us gone, we risk losing the seat. Stannis drummed his fingers on the table. A heavy choice. We cannot defend everything at once. If we lose Winterfell, the entire north might lose faith. If we lose Last Hearth, the dead might double in number, feeding on the corpses. Gods, this is vile. Jon stared at the letter again. Memories of old stories about the long night plagued him. Perhaps we can split our forces. Half remain to hold Winterfell under one commander, your grace, perhaps. The other half rides north under me. Stannis' eyes flickered. You volunteer to lead them? Jon set his jaw. Yes. I know the lands. I have a bond with the Umbers, and Lady Mormont might accept my authority more readily. That might unify the defense. We can attempt to hold them at Last Hearth or draw them south into a better trap. But we must be swift. The letter says the Umbers fear a bigger wave is coming soon. If we're too late, we'll only be fighting a larger undead host. Stannis tapped the parchment. We can't wait for better roads. If you believe you can muster enough men for a second expedition, do so. I'll keep a skeleton garrison here, enough to deter any southern vultures, and also keep up appearances. If the Lannisters or Freys approach, they'll find Winterfell manned. Meanwhile, you intercept the threat in the north. Davos blew out a tense breath. It's a risk either way, but it might be our only chance to stop the horde before it grows. I'll help gather volunteers. See which houses can spare men. Not everyone will follow you, but enough might. Jon gave a sharp nod. I'll talk to the Karstarks, the Glovers who remain, whoever might ride. The wildlings left behind might join, if Tormund's folk didn't all go. He recalled that Tormund had brought only a fraction. We'll also ask around for any dragonglass arrowheads we might have missed, or at least more pitch to set whites ablaze. Stannis' lips pressed together in a hard line. You have my blessing, so long as we keep enough knights here to hold the castle. I'll remain. The realm knows me as king, and I can't vanish again. Rally whoever you can by dawn. Speed is paramount. Jon folded the letter, mind already racing. He felt that old swirl of purpose and dread. Another march into the winter snows, yet deeper, to face an unimaginable enemy. But how could he refuse? This was the duty his father would have embraced. No, not his father, truly, but the man who raised him all the same. Ned Stark would have done anything to protect the North from that unspeakable threat. Jon would do the same or die trying. He hurried out, beckoning the Karstark guard to follow. They needed all the help they could get. Soon, men in the courtyard were hearing the news. Whites in large numbers at Last Hearth. Lady Mormont calling for reinforcements. A sledgehammer blow to their illusions of safety. Some men paled. Some muttered that it was madness to ride north in these conditions. But Jon overcame their grumbling by reminding them of the alternative. Let the umbers fall, watch the undead multiply, then face an even bigger swarm at Winterfell's gate. Better to fight now. He spent half the night organizing. The Karstarks pledged a modest contingent. The Glover men wavered but eventually offered a few dozen. The Manderley knights left behind also agreed. Baratheon knights were a harder sell. Some insisted their oath was to remain with the king. Davos intervened, persuading at least a handful who valued fame and glory in the face of the dead. Another cluster of free folk, about 20, agreed to ride behind Jon. That might be all they could muster on short notice. Sometime past midnight, Theon found Jon in the yard, where a row of horses was being prepared. "You're going north?" Theon asked, face tense. "Yes," Jon replied, scanning a battered list in his hand. "I'm to lead a relief force. I can't let the Umbers face it alone." Theon swallowed. "Then I'm coming too." Jon studied him. "It'll be perilous." Theon's gaze flickered, the old guilt ever present. "When is it not? Besides, I can at least fight." "I'm done hiding in shadows." Jon nodded. "All right, ready a horse. We ride at dawn." Theon offered a small bow and walked off. Jon watched him go with mixed emotions. If Theon wanted to prove his worth, there was no better place than a battlefield against the dead. Yet part of Jon worried that Theon might break under the horrors they were bound to face. Only time would tell. Through the rest of the night, men trickled into the yard, packing gear and rations. Davos oversaw last-minute supply checks, ensuring every mount carried sacks of hard bread or dried meat. Jon told them to bring as much pitch as possible. They might need to burn whites in large numbers. At one point, Ser Gon cornered Jon near the stable, face etched with concern. "You mean to do this yourself, right into the teeth of the dead?" Jon forced a wan smile. "Someone must lead." Gon lowered his voice. "Don't forget the secret you carry. If the others are unstoppable, it might be your life's end out there. Perhaps it's better if you remain at Winterfell." The mention of the secret, Jon's Targaryen blood, sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the cold. "I appreciate the worry, Ser Gon, truly. But I can't hide. If the realm is to be saved, we can't flinch from the threat. My father never would have. I must do the same." Gon bowed his head. "Then I'll ride with you. My wound is healing well enough, and I'll not let you go alone. I promised Ned Stark I'd protect you." Jon nodded, relief mingling with grim resolve. "Your help is welcome." They parted. Jon finished the final tasks, answering 100 anxious questions. Then, near dawn, he snatched a brief moment's rest in Ned Stark's solar, slumped in a chair by the cold hearth. He dozed fitfully, dreaming of twisted shapes in a snowy forest, lit by an eerie blue glow, and woke with a start when the first horns sounded outside. It was time. He rose, strapped on his sword, threw on his heavy cloak, and made for the courtyard. A new day's feeble light illuminated about 200 men on horseback or foot, plus a few supply wagons. Stannis stood at the steps with Davos and a handful of knights, offering a curt farewell. Soldiers parted to let Jon approach. Stannis inclined his head. "The rest of US will hold Winterfell and await news. If you face a force too large to handle, fall back here. Don't throw your lives away." "Understood." Jon nodded. "Understood. But with luck, we'll help Lady Mormont hold the line." Stannis' jaw worked. "The gods go with you. I'll pray that we see each other again soon, alive." Jon bowed slightly, then mounted the sturdy northern horse prepared for him. Snow dusted its mane, and the animal snorted in the cold air. Ser Gon joined him, also on horseback. Theon was a few paces away, face set. Karstarks, Glovers, Manderleys, and Baratheon volunteers formed ranks, their breath misting. The free folk stood off to one side, impatient to be moving. Jon guided his horse to the front. He raised his voice, letting it carry. "Men of the north, men of the south, free folk, listen. We ride to aid our friends and kin at Last Hearth. The Umbers stand against an enemy that does not tire, does not fear, does not show mercy. We must help them or see the dead multiply. Keep your wits, Keep your faith in each other, and remember to burn any white you strike down. We aim to stop them before they can spread. Stay close to your officers, watch for signals. May the gods guide us." A ragged cheer rippled among some, while others remained grimly silent. Jon urged his horse forward. The gates swung open. Outside, an iron-gray sky poured thin snow across the fields. Drifts of white stretched away, pitted and churned near the walls where travelers came and went, but deeper and deeper beyond. The king's road lay beneath layers of packed snow, uncertain but passable for determined riders. Jon led them out. The column stretched behind him, 200 strong, reminiscent of the war parties Robb Stark had once led, though smaller and overshadowed by dread. He could almost see ghosts of the past riding with them, Robb, Ned, even long-dead Stark ancestors. The memory guided him onward. They pressed north, moving at a steady pace. By midday, the swirling snow thickened, forcing them to slow. Visibility shrank. The world became a tunnel of white and gray, broken only by the forms of riders around him. Occasionally they passed a deserted farmstead or a small hamlet boarded up for winter. Eyes peered out from cracks, fearful of any visitors. Once they found an abandoned cart half-frozen in a ditch. Another time, they spotted a few direwolf prints in the snow, but no wolves in sight. They made camp that night near the ruins of an old inn. Fires were lit with difficulty in the damp cold, and men huddled together, swapping uneasy stories. Theon helped gather deadwood, his face lined with tension. Ser Gawain set up a small perimeter of watchmen. Jon took only a few bites of hard bread and salted pork before turning in. Sleep came grudgingly, and he dreamt again of silent shapes moving under moonlight. The next day, the pace slowed further. The drifts grew deeper, forcing the wagons to be dragged by teams of men in places. Some horses slipped, injuring themselves. Morale wavered. The temperature dropped so low that even men used to northern winters cursed under their breath. But Jon led them onward, reminding them that each league north might mean the difference between saving Last Hearth or arriving too late. On the third day, they encountered a small group of Umbers riding south, battered and exhausted. The Umber leader, a man with half an ear missing, recognized Jon at once and saluted. "My lord, you came." Jon dismounted, offering a steadying hand as the man nearly fell from the saddle. "We did. How goes the fight?" The man's eyes were bloodshot. "Bad, but we're holding. Lady Mormont's inside Last Hearth walls with our folk. Whites come in spurts. Groups of dozens, sometimes more, test the defenses, then retreat as if directed. The others, they linger in the gloom, out of arrow range. Our watchers claim they see tall shapes with pale blades. We've lost a score of men." Jon's heart pounded. "But the fortress holds?" "Aye, for now. The place is ringed by fresh palisades. The Umbers built outer walls of sharpened logs. We burn every white we kill. That's kept them from rising again. But it's only a matter of time before a bigger wave hits." Jon nodded. "You're heading south to find more help?" The Umber nodded weakly. "Yes, but I see you brought it already. Thank the gods. Should we turn around? Ride back with you? Get some rest," Jon said. "If you're strong enough, your men can join our column. If not, continue south to Winterfell. The king can see to your needs." The man swallowed. "I'll come with you. We can show you the best approach. But let my wounded men continue south." "Very well." Jon summoned Gawain to oversee it. The column resumed, now guided by the battered Umber riders. The short daylight hours raced by. At dusk, the snowfall eased, unveiling a bruised sky. Ahead loomed the dark line of a forest, the path winding through. The Umbers said Last Hearth was just a day's ride beyond. They camped in the shelter of pines, building bigger fires than normal to ward off any whites that might roam. Guards patrolled in shifts, but the night passed uneventfully, save for eerie hooting from distant owls. Some men woke from nightmares, sweat freezing on their brows. On the 5th day since they left Winterfell, they pushed through heavier drifts. The terrain rose gradually, leading toward the rolling hills that cradled Last Hearth. Late in the afternoon, they glimpsed the fortress. a squat keep of gray stone, perched on a low rise ringed by newly erected palisade walls. Smoke drifted from inside, and watchfires lined the parapets. Even from a distance, Jon could sense the tension. The gates were shut tight. Snow piled high on either side. A horn sounded from the walls as the watchers spotted them. Soon, the gates opened and a cluster of riders ventured out cautiously. Jon saw the black bear sigil among them, Lady Mormont. His heart lifted. He urged his horse forward. Midge Mormont met him 100 yards from the gate, a frown etched into her face. Her cloak was crusted with ice, her cheeks raw from windburn, but her eyes glinted fiercely. Tormund was at her side, cloak tattered. Umbers milled behind them along with a handful of Karstarks. "You made good time," Midge said, voice cracking with the cold. "Could have used you a day earlier, but we're not complaining." Jon felt relief flood him. "You're alive. We came as soon as we got your raven." Tormund let out a wheezing laugh. "Thought we might be feasting on your bones if you tarried. These Umbers are stubborn bastards. They and the Mormonts gave the dead a good thrashing, but it won't last forever." Jon's gaze flicked past them to the fortress. The logs forming the outer palisade looked newly cut and scorched in places, likely from burning whites. "You've had many attacks?" Midge grimaced. "Aye, 3 decent waves. One was nearly 100 whites. We burned them eventually. But each time we kill some, more appear in the distance as if testing us. The others themselves rarely show. Just glimpses. But we know they're out there." Jon suppressed a shiver. "We have 200 men behind me plus supplies. Let's get inside. We can plan our next move." She nodded and led them through the gates. The inside of Last Hearth was a scene of siege, barricades built near the walls, trenches dug into the yard, pyres still smoldering in one corner. Men limped about, some with bandaged wounds. The main keep looked intact, though windows were shuttered. Over it all hung an acrid smell of smoke and burnt flesh. Umbers wearing their sigil of chained giants roamed about, weapons in hand. Jon saw the castle's lord, young Ned Umber, a lad barely into his teens, standing near the entrance. He looked frightened but determined, a battered sword at his side. He brightened at the sight of reinforcements. "Lord Stark," he mumbled awkwardly, "thanks for coming." Jon placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, recalling that the Umbers had lost older kin in the war. "We're here now. We'll do our best to hold." Ned Umber nodded, lips pressed tight. He seemed on the verge of tears, but held them back. "The whites come mostly at night. Lady Mormont told me your father would never abandon us." A flicker of hope warmed his features. Jon's chest tightened. He nodded, not wanting to break the illusion. "Show us where you keep your men. We'll help strengthen defenses. We have pitch, some archers, more swords." As the sun sank behind the hills, men bustled about integrating the new arrivals into Last Hearth's makeshift defenses. Tormund took about 30 men to fill gaps in the palisade line. Sergon arranged watch rotations. Theon aided in distributing pitch. Jon and Midge walked the perimeter, stepping over half-buried corpses that had been dragged from earlier fights. Another pyre had been built outside the walls, with twisted shapes heaped together. "Never thought I'd see the day we fought side by side with so many different folk," Midge muttered. "But times change." She stooped to examine a burnt white's arm, blackened and brittle. "We found no living foes among them, only corpses. Some looked newly dead, others half-rotted. Ugly, unnatural things." Jon forced himself to look. The twisted black shapes still had tatters of clothing, unrecognizable as northern or wildling. Possibly both. What about the others? We glimpsed them on the ridge, tall silhouettes with eyes like pale fire. They watch, sending the whites forward in small groups, trying to wear us down or test our tactics. We suspect a bigger assault is coming, but no one knows when. Might be tomorrow, might be next week. The Umbers can't keep watch forever. We're exhausted. Jon's mouth felt dry. We'll rotate fresh men onto the walls. Keep some in reserve. The question is, do we stand a chance if the full horde comes? Or do we fall back to Winterfell? Midge scowled. I'd prefer to stand. This is Umberland. They won't give it up easily. But if we're truly facing thousands of whites, we might have no choice but to retreat south. We'd have to do it carefully or risk being overrun on the road. Jon nodded grimly. For tonight, we hold. Let's see what the others do. Night fell, cold and star-littered. Torches along the palisade glowed and watchfires dotted the courtyard. Many men huddled near the walls, weapons in hand, too tense to sleep. Jon prowled from one sector to another, exchanging brief words with captains. He found Theon in a corner of the yard, adjusting a pitch barrel. How are you faring? Jon asked. Theon offered a shaky breath. I've faced battles, but this is different. Something about dead things walking churns my guts. But I'll stand. Jon clapped him on the shoulder. Good. He scanned the darkness beyond the walls. The wind sighed, rattling the sharpened stakes. Eerie shapes flickered in the moonlight, but might be only swaying trees or drifting snow. Silence reigned, broken only by the faint crackle of fires. Near midnight, as Jon conferred with Mage Mormont at the gate, a horn sounded from the west side of the palisade. A chorus of shouts followed. The entire castle sprang into action. Jon and Mage sprinted across the yard, men forming up around them with spears and swords. Theon rushed behind, a torch in one hand. A swirl of confusion, watchmen shouting about movement in the snow, silhouettes approaching. They reached the western wall. Torches flared, revealing a line of pale shapes at the edge of the clearing beyond the stakes. Whites, possibly dozens. More emerged from behind, silent except for the crunch of snow. Their eyes glimmered with cold fire. Some were half-skeletal, others fresher, all with savage, mindless intent. A hush of pure horror swept the defenders. Then Mage roared, "Archers, loose!" A volley of arrows arced into the night, some tipped with fire, others normal steel. Whites jerked as arrows struck, some going down, others shrugging off the hits. Another wave of them advanced. Jon felt the hair on his neck prickle at the sight, a tide of shambling corpses, unstoppable by fear or reason. "Pitch," he shouted, gesturing. Men flung clay pots of pitch beyond the palisade. Flaming arrows followed, igniting patches of ground. A half-dozen whites went up in flames, stumbling. But more pressed in from behind. The whites reached the sharpened stakes, hammered into the earth, clawing at them or toppling onto them. Some were impaled, thrashing mindlessly. Others clambered around. The ring of defenders hurled torches and scalding oil. Screams and hisses erupted. The stench of burning flesh choked the air. Yet still the undead came. Near Jon, Tormund bellowed curses in the old tongue, launching a spear that skewered a white straight through. The thing shuddered, still crawling forward. Tormund had to yank out a handaxe and hack it apart. A black ooze spilled from the corpse, not quite blood. Theon slashed at another that had made it onto the palisade walkway, sending it toppling back into the snow. Men battered the whites relentlessly, lighting them ablaze whenever possible. The dead showed no fear. A harsh screech rose from beyond the tree line. Jon froze, heart pounding. Tall, spindly silhouettes moved at the edge of the gloom, half hidden by swirling snow. The others. He caught a glimpse of glacial blue eyes, the faint glimmer of what might be a blade of ice. Then they retreated into shadow again, letting their whites do the dirty work. A fresh wave poured from the darkness, 50, 60, maybe more. Some defenders wavered. "Fall back," someone shouted. But Mage hollered, "Hold the line." She snatched a torch and lobbed it at the nearest cluster, igniting one white's clothing. Another Mormont warrior rammed a sharpened stake into a white's chest, pinning it momentarily. Jon realized the whites were testing them from multiple angles, forcing them to spread their defenders. If one section of the palisade fell, the rest might be surrounded. He dashed along the walkway, calling for more men to shift left. Flames roared, shouts rose. The stench of burned meat stung his eyes. Still the undead pressed. After what felt like an eternity, the whites began to withdraw. A ragged retreat, if it could be called that. Some simply slumped, burned to cinders, others crawled back into the night, limbs dragging. The watchers hurled final torches to chase them off. And then it was over, leaving the defenders shaking. Charred remains littered the base of the palisade, some still twitching. In a few spots, fires crackled, lighting up swirling smoke. Mage Mormont panted, one arm streaked with blackish gore. She glared into the darkness. "Bastards. They'll be back." Jon tried to steady his breath. "We lost men. A dozen, maybe more." She spat. "Damned unstoppable things." Jon scanned the faces around him. Tormund's beard was singed, Theon's eyes were wide, Ser Gawain clutched a sword slick with black fluid. Others bore cuts or bruises. A handful lay on the ground, motionless, some being dragged away by trembling companions to be burned before they could turn. He swallowed. "We held. But they're testing us. Next time might be worse." Men busied themselves with tossing the shattered white remnants onto bonfires. The Umbers trudged about, verifying no partial corpses still moved. Tormund cursed whenever he found even a twitching hand. The night was far from over. Jon conferred with Mage, Tormund, and Ned Umber near a cluster of crates. "If the others sense we can hold, they may try a larger assault. Or they might starve us out. We have only so much pitch." Mage shook her head fiercely. "We can't let them starve us out. That's what we do to living foes. These are not living. We either beat them in open battle or risk them building unstoppable numbers." Tormund grunted. "Open battle against 1,000 corpses? We'd be wise to keep these walls." Still, a flicker in his eye suggested he agreed they couldn't endure indefinite siege. Jon considered. If they gather an army, we'll be outnumbered. Maybe we should strike before they converge. Launch a raid tomorrow, see if we can find where the others gather. If we kill even one White Walker, we disrupt their control. Ned Umber, pale-faced but determined, spoke up. We know a place in the hills where whites seem to come from. Our scouts saw shapes heading that way. Maybe that's a nest. Meech studied him. Risky. They might lead us into a trap. Jon set his jaw. Better than waiting for them to pick us off. If we can kill or drive off the others in that area, the whites might falter. She gave a curt nod. A small band then. We can't spare many. Tormund scratched at his singed beard. I'll join. Let's see how these demons like a free folk ambush. Jon felt a grim spark of resolve. Then tomorrow we try at first light. The rest remain to guard the fortress. If we don't return by nightfall. Don't bother waiting, Meech finished. We'll assume you've joined the army of the dead. She met Jon's gaze squarely. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Jon nodded, turned away. Dawn was still hours off, but few had the luxury to sleep. Men trudged about, refortifying, reorganizing. The night air reeked of ash. He found Theon kneeling by a fire, wiping gore off his blade. Theon looked up, an unsteady grin on his lips. Not quite like any battle I've fought, Theon muttered. These things, they just keep coming. Jon lowered himself to one knee, picking up a rag to help clean. Tomorrow, I might lead a sortie to find the others. If you want to come, you can. Theon's grin faded, replaced by a flicker of fear. But then he nodded firmly. I'll come. Anything's better than waiting to die behind these walls. Jon clasped his shoulder. Then rest while you can. He rose, stepping away into the swirling smoke. Every man here wrestled with his own terror, each in his own way. Some prayed, some sharpened swords. Jon thought of his father's words about courage, how it was the only thing that kept men upright in the face of doom. If he was not truly Ned Stark's son, at least he could carry Ned's spirit into this fight. Above, the moon drifted behind ragged clouds. The hours crept on. The dead lurked beyond the perimeter, but for the moment, no more attacks came. A hush settled as if both sides gathered strength for the next clash. Jon paced the palisade, nodding to exhausted guards. He stared out at the dark forest, imagining tall shapes with ice swords. The memory of those flickering silhouettes stirred dread in him. But the only path forward was to face them. When the eastern sky began to pale, the call went out for volunteers for the raid. About 40 men came forward, Tormund's free folk, some Mormonts, a few Umbers, Theon, Sergon, 2 Baratheon knights, and Jon himself. Others watched them warily, wishing them luck or shaking their heads at the risk. Then they slipped through a small sally port on the fortress's east side, armed with torches, swords, bows, a few meager dragonglass arrowheads. The forest swallowed them almost at once, thick pines heavy with snow. Dawn's light filtered in ghostly columns. Jon led the way, flanked by Tormund and Gon. The men moved quietly, breath fogging in the icy gloom. They aimed for the hills Ned Umber had indicated, following half-faded tracks from the previous nights. Unseen crows caught in the distance, wind rustled the branches. Each step felt fraught with danger. The group was well aware that one misstep could bring a swarm of whites upon them. They found a faint path winding between rocky outcrops. Patches of churned snow suggested undead passage, blackish stains, or footprints that didn't match normal living shapes. Tormund muttered curses, pointing out deep gouges in the bark of nearby pines as if made by clawed hands. Then they saw it, a clearing at the base of a rocky slope, pines parted in a rough circle. The snow was flattened, revealing hundreds of footprints leading in and out. At the far end, a dark crevice yawned beneath the hill. Steam or mist seemed to waft from within, though perhaps it was only trickery of the cold air. Jon motioned for the men to halt, scanning the area. Silence pressed in. A single figure emerged from the crevice, tall, unnaturally graceful, with pale flesh like living ice and eyes of piercing blue. Another. It carried a spear of glimmering material that looked like frozen glass. The being stepped into the clearing, gazing around. Then it raised its chin as if scenting the air and turned its head directly toward Jon's group. Now Jon hissed. Archers fired. One arrow clipped the other's shoulder but simply shattered on contact with an icy ring that might be armor. Another arrow missed. The other let out a high, eerie sound, and from the shadows behind it, whites lurched into view, at least a dozen, with more behind. They charged across the clearing. Form up! Tormund roared. The men scrambled, brandishing torches, trying to keep a formation. The whites crashed into them, skeletal hands raking, jaws snapping. Jon hacked down one, feeling it crumble under the blow. Another latched onto his cloak. He twisted, slicing its arm free. Sargon bashed one with his shield, driving it back. Tormund used a flaming torch to set another white aflame. Theon stabbed a twisted figure that once might have been a woman. The entire clearing erupted into chaos, the swirl of steel and shrieks. The others stood watching, spear in hand, as if assessing the fight. Jon pressed forward, determined to reach the White Walker. He had a single dragonglass dagger sheathed at his waist. If he could kill the other, the whites might collapse. But a wave of undead barred his path. He cut one down, flung a torch at another. The stench of burning flesh made him gag. Suddenly, the other glided forward, leveling its spear. One of the Baratheon knights charged it. The other sidestepped with inhuman speed, thrusting the spear into the knight's chest. Frost spread from the wound and the knight collapsed dead in an instant. A thin crackling sound emanated from the body as if his flesh froze solid. Jon cursed, slicing another white that lunged. Then he sprinted toward the other, dragging the dragonglass dagger free. The being turned to regard him with those sapphire eyes, as if intrigued. It spun the spear lightly, frost trailing from its tip. They clashed. Jon tried to strike with the dagger, but the other moved too quickly, parrying with the spear. The spear's contact with Jon's steel sword caused a shrieking note, freezing along the blade. The sword cracked. Jon stared in horror as shards fell away, leaving only half the steel. He stumbled back, the other raising its spear for a killing blow. Then Theon slammed into the other's flank, shouting a wordless cry. The other twisted, spear slashing Theon across the shoulder. Theon yelled, tumbling sideways. But the moment's distraction let Jon lunge with his dragonglass dagger. He aimed for the other's torso, but it pivoted still. The blade scored a glancing hit on its arm. A high, piercing shriek echoed, and the other jerked back, releasing a frosty mist. Its arm cracked where the dagger touched. Furious, it swung the spear again, forcing Jon to throw himself aside. Tormund hurled a torch at the other. It snuffed out with a hiss of cold before impact. The other spun, raising its spear to impale Tormund. Jon took his chance, launching forward with the dagger once more, thrusting it at the other's exposed side. This time, the tip found purchase. The other screeched, flailing as its flesh splintered like ice. A sound like shattering glass ripped through the clearing. In an explosion of frosty shards, the other disintegrated, leaving only a swirl of cold air behind. Immediately, the whites in the clearing spasmed. Many collapsed outright, crumpling into lifeless husks. Others staggered aimlessly, easy prey for the men's swords and torches. Within moments, the undead threat in this area was neutralized. Panting, Jon stood over the spot where the other had vanished. A thin layer of frost coated his gloves and cloak. Tormund laughed in relief, tossing aside a severed white arm. Around them, men methodically burned the fallen. Theon clutched his bleeding shoulder, grimacing but alive. Sargon helped the wounded Baratheon knight. No, that knight was gone, frozen stiff. Another 2 men lay dead or near to it. Jon's heart thundered. He had slain an other with dragonglass. That alone felt surreal. But he knew it was just one of many. The question remained, was this the only White Walker controlling the whites near Last Hearth, or were there more in the hills? They regrouped, scanning the area. Some men cheered quietly. Tormund clapped Jon on the back, face split in a wide grin. You killed it. By the gods, you did it. Jon exhaled, trembling. We might have only scattered one pocket. Let's burn everything, then get back to Last Hearth. We can't linger. They piled the fallen whites, hacking them to ensure none stirred. Theon hissed as Mage Mormont examined his shoulder, pressing a cloth to stem the bleeding. He nodded thanks, meeting Jon's eyes with a shaken expression. I owed you for saving me from that spear. You gave me time to strike. I owe you for distracting it, Jon said. We both live. Within a quarter hour, they set the remains aflame. The forest clearing glow. De-orange in the dawn gloom. Smoke billowed, stinging their eyes. Satisfied that they had done all they could, Jon led them away, returning to Last Hearth. They carried their fallen with them, a somber line of men shuffling through the pines. When they reached the fortress gates, watchers opened up. Word spread that Jon had slain a White Walker. A mixture of awe and relief rippled among the defenders. Tormund boasted that the pup stuck it good with a glass blade, while Theon wearily confirmed the story. Some men who had seen it themselves repeated it in hushed tones, as if struggling to believe. Even Ned Umber stared at Jon with wide eyes. Lady Mage gave him an approving nod. But Jon felt little triumph. The others were many. This was one small victory. We'll see if their numbers dwindle tonight, he told Mage, picking dried blood off his cloak. If we scoured out a main nest for this region, we might have earned a reprieve. She exhaled, rolling her shoulders. We can hope. If the attacks cease, perhaps we'll hold Last Hearth. If not, we might still have to retreat. Jon nodded grimly. We'll decide soon. Either way, this is proof enough that dragonglass can kill them. We need more. They settled into the fortress for another long day, tending the wounded, burying, or burning the dead. Tormund recounted the fight in colorful detail for anyone who asked how the others shattered like crystal. The men were weary to the bone but carried a flicker of hope, having witnessed that the great enemy was not invulnerable. Still, the question loomed, would more others come? As evening fell, the snows returned, swirling thick. Watchmen braced for another attack. Jon dozed near the gate, too exhausted to do more. But the night passed quietly. No wights appeared, no dreadful silhouettes in the gloom. By dawn, some began to believe the local threat had retreated or been ended. Others cautioned that it was only a lull. On the second morning after the raid, Mage Mormont called a council with Jon, Tormund, Ned Umber, and the other leaders. They gathered in a smoky chamber near the keep's main hall. More men than ever were crammed inside due to the cold. Food remained rationed, but for now they had enough. Morale seemed to be lifting. Mage folded her arms. We've had 2 nights without a single wight scratching at the walls. My scouts say the slopes are quiet, though they found fresh corpses, likely wights that fell lifeless when Jon killed the walker. No sign of others creeping near. Ned Umber, eyes shining with cautious excitement, added maybe that was the main White Walker controlling the local dead. The rest scattered. If so, we can hold. But I fear there could be more further north. Tormund agreed with a grunt. Aye. No sense in claiming final victory. The dead are too many. But at least for now we might have breathing room. Jon weighed the options. We can fortify the Umbers for the remainder of winter, or attempt to push further north in search of other White Walkers. The problem is we don't know how large their army is. We can't fight them all alone. If we go too far, we risk being surrounded. Ser Gawain, his arm still bandaged from a minor cut, spoke quietly. Winterfell stands, but can't easily send more men. If we push too far and fail, the entire northern flank collapses. Perhaps we should hold this keep watch. If the others regroup, we can warn the realm. Meech scratched her chin. Might be prudent. The men are exhausted. Another major campaign deeper into the wilderness might cost us all. Let's secure Last Hearth as a bastion, keep our lines of ravens open to Winterfell. If the others return, we can fight or fall back as needed. Jon inclined his head. That seems wise. We can also send riders back to Winterfell with the news, letting them know we succeeded in culling the local threat. They can prepare for bigger threats in the future. Tormund exhaled. So we remain watchful. I prefer a real war, but maybe watchful is best. If the others wanted a bigger war, they'd have come in greater numbers. Something holds them back. Maybe it's the magic of the wall. Maybe they're gathering strength. I don't know. Meech grimaced. We'll find out eventually. Thus, they decided, hold Last Hearth, send word south, remain vigilant. Over the next days, minor repairs continued. The perimeter was improved with fresh palisades, more pitch was rationed, wounded men recovered. Some of Jon's forces prepared to rotate out, returning to Winterfell to bring more supplies or updates. Ser Gawain planned to lead a small group south with the tidings, including the captive white shards for proof. Theon chose to stay, nursing his shoulder but determined to see the place through. Tormund remained too. The entire outpost took on an air of frontier vigilance, the first line of defense against the unknown horrors prowling the north. Finally, on a crisp morning when the sky gleamed cold blue, Gawain and a handful of men prepared to depart. Jon accompanied them to the gates, giving final instructions. Tell King Stannis everything that happened, the White Walker we killed, the whites that collapsed, the quiet that followed. Let him know we stand ready here, but we may still need reinforcements if a larger threat arises. Gawain bowed. I will. And remember, if that larger threat does come, do not throw your lives away. Retreat to Winterfell if you must. The north needs you, my lord. Jon placed a hand on the older knight's shoulder. We'll hold as long as we can. Safe journey. The roads won't be easy. With that, Gawain and about a dozen riders passed through the gates into the snow-laden fields, forging a path south. Jon watched them go until they vanished into the distance. Then he turned and strode back into the yard. The fortress stood battered but unbroken. Men patrolled the walls, Mormonts and Umbers side by side, with Tormund's free folk scattered among them, bragging about how they'd faced the dead and lived. Theon was in the corner, helping a Manderly man sharpen spears. Ned Umber lingered near the main doors, quietly determined. This strange alliance had endured a direct assault by the undead and come out victorious for now. Jon exhaled. He thought of the many houses across the realm, ignorant of the real war shaping up here at the edge of civilization. He thought of Sansa, possibly hidden in the Vale under Baelish's watch. He thought of the secret in his veins, the Targaryen blood that might complicate everything. Then he remembered the White Walker shattering under his dagger, the horse cheers that followed. Yes, the war was far from won, but if one walker could be destroyed, others could too. There was hope. He gazed north where endless snows rolled away into a horizon of pale light. Somewhere out there, more others lurked, possibly gathering an army. But for now, Last Hearth stood defiant. Winterfell stood, forging alliances among once hostile houses. Maybe it was enough to keep the north from darkness. If the day came that the entire monstrous host descended, he would be ready to lead the living against them. In that moment, he understood the vow that Ned Stark had once lived by: protect your people no matter what secrets or burdens you carry. A gust of wind stirred the old umber banners overhead. Jon turned away from the gates, cloak whipping around him, and marched into the yard. The men saluted, calling him Lord Stark. He accepted the title with a sober nod. He would continue to serve as best he could, as best as any Stark, trueborn or otherwise. If the others returned in force, they would find the living standing together, swords in hand, torches lit, too stubborn to submit to the chill of death. In that unified defiance, perhaps there was a path to a dawn that would break the long night once and for all. And Jon Stark, once Snow, once a hidden Targaryen scion, would walk it to the end, forging a future for the North that might never again bow to the terrors beyond the wall. If the cost was blood, so be it. If it demanded his life, so be it. The old gods, the new gods, and even the Red God might watch, but only the living could shape their fate. And with that silent oath resonating in his chest, Jon joined the others to fortify Last Hearth's defenses, one more bastion of hope against the creeping darkness that threatened them all. Jon stood in the courtyard of Last Hearth beneath a stark mid-morning sky, faint sunlight caught in the drifting flakes of snow. The previous night's uneasy calm lingered, but he knew better than to trust it. In his short time here, he had witnessed how swiftly the weather turned, how the hush of wind could hide the lurking dead until they clawed at the walls. Now, with a partial victory over one White Walker and its whites behind them, the men wore hollow relief on their faces. Relief tinged with a deeper dread that more horrors might soon emerge from the gloom of the northern wastes. He walked the perimeter, boots crunching across a thin crust of fresh snow. This keep had become a fortress in miniature under Lady Mormont's fierce guidance. Sharpened palisades ringed the yard, piles of pitch-soaked logs stood ready near the gates, and watchtowers had been reinforced with beams taken from the forest. A handful of small fires still smoldered beyond the palisades, burning the last remains of whites from the earlier fights. The stench hung on every breath, clinging to fur cloaks and weaving into hair. Groups of men milled about, intermingled, Mormont spearwives, young Karstark riders, Glover soldiers, a handful of Manderleys, Baratheon knights who had volunteered to come north, and Tormund's free folk. Side by side, they all shared the same haunted expression. Many had never dreamed of fighting animated corpses and pale-eyed others, but the lines of fear on their faces mixed with a rough pride at having survived, at least for now. Jon paused near a section of the palisade where a team of Umbers labored to replace splintered stakes. A broad-shouldered man in patched mail recognized him and saluted clumsily. "Lord Stark," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "We'll get these sharpened logs upright again soon. That last wave took a toll, but we're still here." He sounded almost astonished. Jon nodded. "You did well. Keep at it. If more come, we need to be ready." A short distance away, Theon Greyjoy stood near a brazier, nursing his healing shoulder. A fresh bandage peeked from under his collar. He had a cautious look in his eyes, as if half disbelieving he remained welcome among these people after all he had done in the past. Yet he had proven himself in the fight, distracting the White Walker that Jon managed to kill with dragonglass. Without Theon's intervention, Jon might have died on that snowy clearing floor. The memory sat with him like a strange, uncertain gift. He approached, boots crunching in the thin layer of snow that covered the yard. Theon straightened. "Your men aren't altogether comfortable with me," he said quietly, glancing at a pair of Umbers who gave him an unfriendly stare. "But they tolerate me more than they did at Winterfell. Maybe it's all the whites." Jon set a hand on Theon's good shoulder. "They have bigger worries now. And you've bled beside them. That counts. Try to rest while you can. Your wound's still not healed." Theon nodded, wincing. "Hard to rest when you think the dead might crawl under the walls any moment. But I'll try." Jon left him, crossing to the battered keep that rose at the center of Last Hearth. It was a stronghold built of gray stone, squat but unyielding. Inside, corridors bustled with men fetching supplies or trudging in from the watch. Braziers fought the chill in each hall. The Umbers had welcomed them partly from necessity, partly from the old ties to House Stark. Young Ned Umber was somewhere in these halls, valiantly doing what he could to keep morale from shattering. The boy couldn't be more than 13 or 14, but war had forced him into the role of his fallen kin. Inside a smoky chamber used as a command room, Lady Meage Mormont bent over a makeshift table with Tormund Giantsbane and a few Umbers. The remains of a hasty breakfast lay scattered: hard bread, dried meat, watery ale. Meage gestured at a crude map with thick-gloved fingers. Patrols report no sign of large undead movements since your raid. If there are others skulking about, they keep back. Tormund tugged at the ends of his red beard, which was still singed at the edges. A lull, I say. They're not done, but maybe they're not strong enough here, so they've pulled away. The real question is, do we hold, or do we chase deeper into the wild? Jon, stepping into the chamber, caught the end of that. Chasing them might be a fool's errand. We don't know how many White Walkers remain or how large their hidden host might be. We've battered one nest. There could be others. Meage looked up, her weathered face showing signs of fatigue and that ferocious energy she always carried. If the others truly want to break the north, they'll come in force eventually. But for now, we're stronger together behind these walls. We hold Last Hearth, keep scouts in the forest, and send out small patrols to check for stragglers. More than that, we risk losing half our men to the storms or an ambush. Jon took up a spot across the table, arms folded. I agree. We can't mount a major expedition. If we wait and they do nothing, we can at least keep this region safe. If they do muster, we'll have early warning. Tormund grunted. Holding a castle is better than sleeping out in the open, I'll grant you that. Still, I hate sitting like a hen on a nest waiting to be attacked. Meage gave him a half-smile. None of us like it, free folk. But sometimes we do what we must. With the roads half buried in snow and more storms likely, we can't haul an entire army deeper into the wild. Not unless we want half of us starving or freezing. Jon inclined his head, accepting the plan. Then we keep watch, rotate patrols, and keep the palisade strong. If Gawain and the others make it back to Winterfell safely, they'll bring more supplies or men in time. King Stannis might decide to send a second relief. If the worst happens, we can fall back south. A hush fell. They all knew that if the others came in unstoppable numbers, retreat might be the only choice. The undead in the clearing had been fearsome enough. 1,000 whites with a cadre of White Walkers behind them could wipe out Last Hearth in an afternoon. Meech set her jaw. Then that's settled. I'll see the men keep disciplined. The group dispersed. As Jon left, Tormund caught his eye. I'll keep my free folk busy. If they get bored, they might start brawling with your Karstarks for sport. We need them sharp, not battered from drunken scuffles. Jon gave a thin smile. Anything that keeps them from tearing into each other, do it. For now, we're all allies. They parted ways in the corridor. Despite the tension, a faint sense of relief spread across the keep, relief that, for the moment, no massive wave of undead slammed the walls. But Jon found it difficult to truly exhale. One had only to look at the battered men dozing by the fires, haunted by nightmares, to know that no calm would last forever. Outside, a swirl of gray clouds advanced from the west, promising more snow by dusk. Jon climbed the steps to the battlements around the keep's inner courtyard. From this vantage, he could see the entire ring of palisades, the open fields beyond, and the skeletal outlines of the forest. Umbers patrolled in pairs, a handful of Mormonts with them. A small group of watchers on the southwestern corner kept crossbows angled outward. The air bit like knives on exposed skin. He paused near a corner watchtower, exchanging a few words with a Karstark guard. The man pointed at a distant shape, a black dot in the snowfields. Some leftover white or beast, do you think? Jon peered. The shape was too far to identify, possibly a half-buried stump or a carcass. Hard to say. Keep an eye on it. If it moves, raise the horn. The guard nodded, gripping a crossbow. Jon's mind drifted to the secrets he carried. The northern lords and the free folk called him Jon Stark, and he tried to wear that title with pride, but in truth he had Targaryen blood. Ned Stark had hidden that all his life. Now that Ned was gone, Jon alone kept the secret, him and Ser Gawain, who had discovered it through Ned's final letter. Yet what did it matter now when the realm faced an enemy that threatened every mortal? The name Targaryen held no power against the dead. And if the North discovered he was not truly Ned's son, might they turn away just when they needed unity the most? No, better to keep it buried. Let them see him as the warden of the North's heir, or this new Lord Stark they needed. He stared at the horizon until the chill bit too deep, then headed back down. The day wore on in a restless cycle of tasks. Men carried sharpened stakes, hammered them into place. Others patrolled the forest edge. A pair of outriders ventured a short distance north, returning near dusk to report nothing of interest. The sky darkened early and the wind began to howl. They braced for a snowstorm. Indeed, that night brought howling gusts that rattled every shutter in the keep, made the palisade creak, and nearly snuffed the courtyard fires. Watchers huddled in furs. Now and then someone shouted a false alarm when the wind caught a branch or a swirl of drift and made it appear like a creeping white. But no real attack came. The night passed in uneasy vigilance, leaving men bleary-eyed at dawn. So life settled into a pattern, watchers by night, minor tasks by day, each hour overshadowed by the possibility that the others might return. Scouts traveled in short loops around the fortress, occasionally burning stray whites found wandering alone. They glimpsed no more White Walkers, saw no sign of a giant undead army massing. Each quiet day made them think perhaps they had broken this particular threat. But no one dared say it aloud for fear of jinxing themselves. Weeks slid by in that bleak new normal. The snows rose until the palisades had to be shoveled clear. Jon sometimes helped, setting aside any notion of lordly distance to grasp a shovel. The men took that as a sign, stark or not, he was willing to labor. Even Tormund teased him less, perhaps seeing that Jon shared the burdens. Theon's wound improved slowly, though it pained him in cold weather. He refused to idle, though, training with sword in the courtyard or assisting with chores. Some Umbers still muttered about him behind his back, but none openly challenged him. With the roads half-blocked, no fresh messengers arrived from Winterfell. Jon worried about Gaun's fate had he reached the castle with their news or perished in a drift. Time stretched in the white emptiness. Lady Meage crocheted a strategy to ration supplies. The stores of salted meat and stale bread might last months if they were careful, though morale sagged at the prospect of such meager fare. Tormund's free folk occasionally hunted in the forest, bringing back lean hares or even a stray boar if they were lucky. But the beasts, too, seemed to sense the oppression growing scarce. Amid the monotony, Jon found purpose in training. He drilled men in how to handle a white's relentless assault, aim for the limbs if you can't reach the head, sever them so they can't crawl. Always have fire ready. Burn everything. At times, his mind drifted to the unstoppable enemy that might lurk beyond the horizon, a force that dwarfed any they had faced. Yet for now they lived. He'd remind himself daily that each sunrise was a victory. One late afternoon, Theon approached Jon in the keep's corridor, a half-finished arrow in hand. He looked uneasy. "Jon, the men say you risk losing your mind if you keep waiting. They're antsy. Some want to ride out to test the land further. Others want to abandon Last Hearth and head back to Winterfell. Tormund's free folk especially hate the waiting like caged wolves." Jon exhaled. "I've heard the rumblings. But leaving this place might mean letting the others roam unchecked. And riding out in force is equally dangerous with no sure target. I'll speak to them. Maybe we can rotate some men home. A smaller garrison could still hold." Theon nodded. "Just be cautious. The free folk might see that as a sign you're retreating. The Umbers might see it as desertion. We're stuck in the middle." Jon managed a dry laugh. "Such is command. Thank you, Theon. I'll handle it." He did gather a council that evening, inviting Meage, Tormund, Ned Umber, a few Karstarks, and Glovermen. They huddled in a side chamber warmed by a single hearth. Smoke ringed the rafters. Tormund's big arms were folded across his chest and Meage's lips pressed tight. Ned Umber perched on a bench, trying to hide his exhaustion. Jon stood at the head, arms resting on the table. He explained the dilemma. The men were growing restless, some wanting to go home, others wanting to ride out. "We can't keep an army idle. We can't starve. We can't roam the wild blindly. We need a solution." Tormund rubbed his beard. "Some of my folk can handle a return trip to Winterfell or deeper south. Let them go if they want. The rest who choose to stay, we do so because we believe the real threat might come back. We'll stand watch." Meage nodded. "The same for the Mormonts. Some of my spear wives are eager to see if their families at Bear Island need them, but they can't get there by land, especially not in this weather. We're stuck. If we keep too many men, we risk dwindling supplies." A quiet tension. Ned Umber looked uncertain, dwarfed by these older warriors. "We Umbers have nowhere else to go," he murmured. "This is our home. If men wish to depart, we won't begrudge them, but the fortress is safer if we are many. We can't man the palisades alone." Jon listened, pressing his palm to the worn table. "Let's allow volunteers to leave, provided they travel in groups for safety. That will lighten rations, ease tension. But we must maintain enough here to hold." No more than half depart in total. Tormund grunted. I can live with that. Those who remain do so willingly, no bellyaching. They hammered out the details. By the next morning, perhaps 70 men, Karstarks, Baratheon knights, some Glover soldiers, and a handful of free folk chose to depart in smaller companies. Many were wounded or had families they worried about. They prepared for the arduous journey south. Jon gave them final instructions: carry word to Winterfell if you can reach it, and let the king or Lord Manderly know the latest. Ask for fresh supplies if the snows allow. The scene in the yard felt like a bittersweet farewell. Men clasped arms, uncertain if those leaving would survive the road or if they might be swallowed by storms and whites. Theon eyed the departing group with a longing expression. Jon noticed. You could go if you prefer, he said softly. No shame in that. Theon shook his head. No, I'll stay. I have no place waiting for me in Winterfell or anywhere else. I'd rather remain by your side. Jon squeezed Theon's forearm in quiet acknowledgement. Then he turned to see Tormund helping an older free folk woman onto a horse. She was missing 2 fingers from an earlier skirmish. Tormund patted her leg. Go on, Grima. Tell your kin we survived. If you make it anyway. Grima nodded firmly, tears in her eyes. Then she reined the horse around, joining the others. Soon, they rode off under a dreary sky, a meager column forging south along the half-buried road. Jon and the remaining defenders watched them vanish into white distance. The yard looked emptier after that, though still well supplied with stout hearts. Ned Umber stood near Jon, hugging himself against the cold. I pray they reach Winterfell. We need more supplies come spring. Otherwise, we'll starve if we must hold this place all year. Jon set a hand on the boy's shoulder. We'll manage. If we can hold until the weather eases, the realm can muster a real host. Or so I hope. Days fell into a new routine. With fewer men, discipline tightened. The watchers on the walls took double shifts, rotating in smaller intervals. Tormund made sure the free folk contributed to hunts. Mage Mormont, unstoppable as ever, led daily inspections of the palisade, checking for weaknesses. The knights remained quiet, no whites, no howling undead. Some began to hope that the others had abandoned this stretch entirely, at least for the winter's remainder. Yet Jon did not feel at ease. The hush felt uncanny, like a held breath. He found himself scanning the horizon every dawn, searching for silhouettes in the swirling snow. The wind carried odd moans sometimes, though it might have only been the branches. The monotony pressed in. Rationed meals, half-frozen corridors, the steady drip of melting icicles whenever a faint sun appeared. As the second moon of the year's turn approached, a subtle shift came in the weather. The storms lessened slightly, the winds not so ferocious, though the air remained bitterly cold. Daylight stretched a fraction longer. Men muttered about the slow crawl toward spring. Tormund declared that if the dead meant to come again, they'd do it soon, else the living might muster too large a force. On one crisp morning with the sky a bright, wintry blue, a horn sounded from the palisade. Jon, in the courtyard, froze, expecting another wave of undead. Instead, the watchers reported riders approaching from the south. Everyone braced, weapons at the ready, until the horsemen drew near enough for the watchers to see the banners, a crowned stag and a dire wolf. King Stannis' men, or so it seemed. Hope flared in Jon's chest. Perhaps Gawain had returned with reinforcements or supplies. He rushed to the palisade, where Tormund and Mage were already peering out through the gate slats. Sure enough, a party of about 30 riders advanced slowly over the snow, some leading pack horses. Banners fluttered in the wind, Baratheon's crowned stag, along with Stark's dire wolf. One large wagon sat behind them, wheels squeaking over the pack drifts. Open the gate, Mage barked. But keep arms ready until we confirm they're truly ours. The palisade swung open enough to admit the riders. The lead figure, bundled in furs, lifted a hand in greeting. He slid off his horse, revealing a stocky man with a lined face and thinning hair. Jon recognized him as Farnell, a knight who had served under Stannis and left last Hearth weeks ago to deliver news to Winterfell. Relief crashed through him. Farnell approached, knee-deep in snow, his face alight with quiet excitement. My Lord Stark, he rasped. We return from Winterfell. King Stannis sends resources, though not as many as we'd hoped. But he also sends word Ser Gawain reached the castle safely, so your messages were delivered. Behind Farnell, the riders dismounted. Among them, Jon spotted Gawain himself, alive and whole, though pale from the cold. Gawain quickly broke from the group, trudging forward. We made it, my lord, he said, breath-puffing. There were storms, and we lost a few men, but the king received our tidings. Jon clasped Gawain's arm. It's good to see you safe. What news from Winterfell? King Stannis remains there, forging alliances. White Harbor is near locked in ice, so large shipments are blocked. But the king was able to send some supplies overland: grain, barley, salted fish. Enough to ease your rations. He also sends more arrowheads, though not much in the way of dragaglass. No new caches found. Gon sighed, glancing over Jon's shoulder at the fortress yard. Looks like you've held well enough here. A small procession formed behind Farnell and Gon, bringing the wagon inside. Soldiers from the keep hurried to help unload supplies. Wooden crates, sacks of barley, salted fish. Not a bounty enough to last a year, but certainly a reprieve from the gloom. The men and women in the yard let out cheers or quiet mutters of relief. Food and no sign of an imminent undead horde. That was a blessing in this merciless winter. Jon took Gon aside, noticing the man's pinched features. You look exhausted. Did something else happen on the road or at Winterfell? Gon exhaled. Both, in a sense. The roads were brutal. We fought off a few stray whites in the woods near the shivering forest, but they were only lone stragglers, not an organized pack. Then at Winterfell, the king told me there are rumors the Freys might try to slip men north once the snows soften. Some clans near the neck reported small fry outriders months ago, but nothing large. Also, Lord Manderley is dealing with his own troubles. The Ironborn have been raiding the coasts again. So the king cannot spare more men, truly. Jon grimaced. So we can't expect a big relief force if the others return. We stand on our own. Likely so, Gon said. Stannis is determined to hold the north seat at Winterfell. He keeps it well garrisoned, though he welcomes any chance that you might send good news like you did quell a local threat. But if an army of the dead storms in, he's uncertain how fast he can come. The roads remain treacherous. Jon nodded. No surprise, truly. At least the meager supplies might tide them through another turn of the moon. Thank you. Get some rest. Gon trudged away to find warmth by a brazier. Meanwhile, Farnell oversaw the last of the unloading. Jon pitched in, along with Theon and Tormund, each taking a crate or a bundle. The men seemed almost buoyant at the prospect of more substantial meals. The sense of relief glimmered in their tired faces. Later, in the keep's main hall, an echoing space that had been used for large gatherings before the war, Jon, Meege, Ned Umber, Tormund, and Farnell convened with a few others around a big table. Braziers ringed the walls, giving off a welcome heat. Sacks of barley had been stacked in the corners. Gon settled down with a cup of hot mulled wine, wincing at the memory of the road. They traded updates. Farnell confirmed that Winterfell was stable. Stannis was dealing with half a dozen minor lords who still wavered about pledging full loyalty. And rumors persisted that the Iron Throne might dispatch someone to treat with Stannis or the northern houses. No one's arrived yet, Farnell said, but some claim a Lannister or Tyrell envoy might appear come spring if the snows ease. Meech snorted. We'll see if they dare step foot in the north. Ned Umber, leaning forward in his chair, asked, any sign the Lannisters or Freys want to attack us while we watch for the dead? Farnell shook his head. Not soon, we think. The roads hamper any large movement of troops. By the time they could muster, the snows would devour half their force. If they're wise, they'll bide their time. King Stannis believes the greater war is with the undead. He hopes the southern lords realize that, but we know how short-sighted some can be. Jon leaned on the table. We'll keep watch, same as before. With fresh supplies, we can last longer. If no new undead attacks come, maybe we'll hold until spring. Then, if the realm is fortunate, Daenerys Targaryen or the southern lords will have waged their own wars and we can unify against the others. That's the best we can hope for. Farnell nodded. At least we have some good fortune. Killing that White Walker might have rid us of the local threat. Word of it has spread among the men at Winterfell. Some are calling you the White Slayer. He smiled wryly. I suspect King Stannis wasn't entirely pleased to see your reputation grow so quickly. But he didn't speak ill of it either. He needs every symbol that the dead can be beaten. Jon felt a flicker of discomfort. I care little for titles. If it helps unify men, so be it. Meech gave an approving grunt. You keep that humility, lad. We'll need it if a bigger wave comes. The meeting ended on a note of cautious optimism. They dispersed, letting Farnell and Gon rest. Tormund took a portion of the barley to the cook fires, promising a better meal that night. Men, hearing the news, brightened measurably, seeing that they might not starve on half rations. That evening, the keep was nearly jubilant compared to prior weeks. Soldiers and spear wives lined up for steaming barley and fish stew that, while hardly a feast, was hot and filling. Some laughed quietly, sharing cups of thin ale. Theon busied himself with distribution, calling men forward by squad so no one hoarded extra. Meege joked with Tormund about southern knights who'd never faced a real winter. Even Ned Umber allowed himself a faint smile, sipping from a wooden bowl. Jon wandered among them, ensuring order. The old hall had cracks in the walls that let in the cold, but the braziers burned bright. He overheard fragments of conversation. Some men believed the others had retreated for good, that the White Slayers' victory had driven them away. Others, more somber, noted that the dead might simply be gathering strength. Yet, for the first time in a while, the air held a whisper of hope. At length, as the meal wrapped up, Theon beckoned Jon to join a circle of Mormonts and free folk near the hearth. They parted to make room for him. Jon sank onto a bench, letting the fire's warmth sink into his numb limbs. A tall Mormont spear wife with short-cropped hair, her name was Dacey, after the late Dacey Mormont who died at the Red Wedding, handed him a clay mug. Inside, watery ale or mead sloshed. Jon took it gratefully, sipping. It tasted of bitterness, but the heat of the hearth dulled any complaint. Tormund lounged on a stool, swirling his own cup. "Jon Stark," he rumbled, "I've been telling these fellows that if we get through the winter without seeing more undead, we might all die of boredom." He let out a belly laugh. "No, truly, though, I'll take boredom over rotting arms clawing at my face." Jon gave a crooked smile. "Agreed." Across the group, a younger Manderly man asked, "What if spring comes and we find that these others have circled around the wall somehow? Or if they strike the watch?" Tormund snorted. "No easy way around a giant stretch of ice. But if they wanted to smash Castle Black, we'd have heard by now, I reckon." Jon felt a flicker of concern. "We can't ignore the possibility that the others might gather near the western or eastern edges of the wall. The night's watch is undermanned, but all we can do from here is keep vigilant. If the watch needs help, they'll send ravens, or so we hope." The men nodded, subdued. They fell into quiet conversation about lesser topics, the hunts, the dryness of the fish, the possibility of forging better arms for the spring. Jon let them talk, half listening. Despite the gloom, it was comforting to see them gather like this: House Mormont, men from across the north, and even free folk, all under one roof, shielded by a single cause. When the time came for rest, the men drifted to their bedrolls or found corners of the keep with tapestries to ward off drafts. Jon paced the corridors, checking on the watchers. The night was quiet, a hush broken only by the faint whistle of wind through arrow slits. He ended in a small chamber near the Great Hall, once used by the Umbers to store hunting trophies. The trophies had been removed or burned to make space for cots. On a rickety table stood a single tallow candle. He slumped into a wooden chair, letting exhaustion roll through him. The memory of that White Walker's eyes flickered in his mind. If one dagger of dragoglass could kill a walker, then a well-equipped force with enough dragoglass might stand against a whole host. But where to find it? Stannis' men had scoured Dragonstone, but the supply was meager, the shipping routes blocked by storms, and it was rumored that the Lannisters or their allies might have seized the rest. He wondered, too, about Sansa, rumored to be hidden in the Vale. She had not reappeared. Nor had Arya. The realm spun with chaos, yet here he was, locked in a standoff with an enemy that defied mortal comprehension. For all his uncertainties about his parentage, about the rightful throne, this was the fight that truly mattered. Sleep found him eventually, and in his dreams he walked the dark corridors of Winterfell, hearing Ned Stark's voice telling him that duty was heavier than a mountain, while the wind howled with the sound of rattling bones. He woke sweating, though the room was cold. Outside, dawn cast a pale glow on frosted panes. The next days followed the same pattern. Guards kept watch, scouts patrolled. The new supplies staved off hunger. Some men built rudimentary living spaces near the walls, using scavenged timber to craft huts. Tormund and Theon even organized a small archery tournament in the courtyard one afternoon, hoping to raise spirits. Meej oversaw every detail with that fierce glint, ensuring discipline. Ned Umber hovered on the edges, absorbing the lessons of leadership. No fresh threats emerged. The winter sky turned bleak, but no unstoppable horde tramped from the forests. Now and then a lost white would blunder near, only to be swiftly burned. If any White Walkers prowled, they remained unseen. At last, Gon suggested sending a fresh messenger to Winterfell, letting the king know that no further attacks had occurred. Farnell volunteered to lead, saying it might quell any rumors that the keep was overrun. Jon consented, grateful to maintain lines of communication. Farnell departed with half a dozen men on a relatively clear morning, promising a swift return if the roads allowed. The slow weeks bled into what the northerners might call late winter, though the snows hardly lessened. The nights lengthened a fraction, and men talked about the possibility that, if the realm was truly blessed, the others had slunk back into hidden corners, leaving only scattered whites. The dread remained. No one quite trusted that an ancient evil would give up so easily. But the tension eased into a day-by-day watchfulness that sometimes even felt like normal soldiering. One evening, Theon and Tormund were in the courtyard, helping to salt the last of the freshly hunted deer. A few more months had brought down a pair of stags in the forest, a fine catch that would provide another week of meat if carefully used. Jon joined them, leaning on a wooden beam. The smell of fresh blood mingled with the cold. Tormund's voice boomed as he recounted some escapade of climbing an icy cliff beyond the wall. Theon, quieter, asked about the free folk's habits of marriage. Tormund, grinning widely, teased that Theon should find a spear wife to keep him in line. Theon made a show of rolling his eyes, but behind it lay a flicker of gratitude. He was part of something again, even if tenuously. Jon pitched in a chuckle, feeling that fleeting sense of camaraderie. If the realm were not on the brink of a second long night, he might have found some peace in this moment. Then a shout from the palisade cut through the laughter. He tensed. Men scrambled to vantage points. Another approach from the south? Or the whites? Jon rushed to the gate, Tormund and Theon on his heels. Meej emerged from a side corridor, spear in hand, roared for the gate watchers to speak. A Karstark guard called down, riders from the south, but they have no banners we recognize. Could be a small band. They claim Noel will. Jon climbed to the walkway, scanning the white plain. Indeed, about 10 riders approached, carrying a single banner, a plain gray cloth, no sigil. They halted at a safe distance from the palisade, one figure raising a hand in the universal gesture for parley. Meej frowned. Might be Sel's words. Or bandits. Jon narrowed his eyes. Let's see what they want. Keep archers ready. He directed the watchers to open the gate a crack. A pair of Mormonts and a Glover man stepped out, weapons in hand, to meet the strangers. Jon and Tormund stood behind the partial opening, peering through. The lead rider wore a battered cloak, hood drawn. As the Mormonts demanded their business, the hooded figure pushed back the hood, revealing a woman's face, sharp features, hair braided tight. She looked worn by the cold, but unafraid. We seek Lord Stark, she called in a carrying voice. We bring news from across the seas. Let us speak, and we mean no harm. Jon exchanged a glance with Tormund, then signaled for the watchers to let them pass, though carefully. The gates creaked open enough to admit the riders into the yard. The men inside tensed, arrows knocked. The woman dismounted, followed by a cluster of companions, rough-looking but not immediately hostile. Jon stepped forward, Meej at his side. The yard had gone still, everyone bristling with readiness. The woman's gaze swept the watchers, settling on Jon. You are Jon Stark? I am, Jon said, voice combat-edged. Who are you? She inclined her head. My name is Rylene Sand, once of Dorne, though I've traveled the free cities. I bring word that may concern you greatly, word of Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. Shock rippled through Jon's chest, though he kept his expression steady. The name Targaryen called to the secret in his blood. He sensed Meej stiffen, Tormund crossing his arms in confusion. Nearby onlookers exchanged wary glances, some bristling at the mention of a Targaryen. But the woman pressed on. She has marched west, Rylene said, voice carrying in the hush. She took ships from Meereen, landed in the southern parts of Westeros near Dragonstone. Dragons in tow. The realm stirs with new wars. The Lannisters fear her, some lords rally to her cause. I traveled north to find if House Stark stands with the Dragon Queen or not. A murmur coursed through the yard. Daenerys had truly landed in Westeros? With dragons? The idea that dragons lived again hammered at Jon's mind. He recalled old stories of Targaryen conquest, how Aegon and his sisters used dragons to unite the Seven Kingdoms. Now, centuries later, a new Targaryen queen had arrived with living dragons. He pictured them, monstrous creatures of fire and wing. Meej gave a bark of anger. We have more pressing foes than any Targaryen. The dead walk beyond these walls. Why does she come now? Rylene spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. She claims the Iron Throne by right of blood. She knows little of the threat in the north, or so I suspect. Some say she wants alliances. Others say she'll burn the realm if it refuses her. I do not know for certain. My companions and I rode here seeking answers, or at least to warn you that the south is in uproar. If the Targaryens conquer the crown, they may eventually look north. Jon forced his voice to remain calm. You say you came for me specifically? Rylene studied his face, seeming to weigh something in his features. A rumor spread that Ned Stark's bastard was crowned Lord of Winterfell by Stannis Baratheon. Some in the south believe you might join Daenerys if she offers to help your fight against the dead. Others wonder if you'll stand with Stannis alone. I was paid by a certain party to gather what I could. But mostly, I seek safety. The wars in the south are savage. I'd rather not be caught in them. Jon's thoughts spun. Another war for the Iron Throne and Daenerys Targaryen, a living Targaryen with dragons, had arrived. Meanwhile, the north struggled to hold off the others and Stannis clung to Winterfell. The realm was fracturing further. We have no immediate stance on Daenerys Targaryen, Jon said carefully. If she truly has dragons, that might help against the others if she is willing. But we can't pledge or war with her while the dead remain a threat. Renly nodded. I see. Then we only bring word. We mean you no harm. Let us stay a short while if you have food. We can repay and trade. We've traveled far. Meej glanced at Jon, expression uncertain. They had new supplies, but hardly enough to host a group of wanderers for free. Yet turning them away might stifle news from the outside. After a moment, Jon relented. You may stay for a short time if you abide by our rules. We have little to spare, but we'll share what we can. In return, we'll want any news you have of the southern situation, where Daenerys stands, how the Lannisters respond, anything that might affect the north. Renly dipped her head. Agreed. My thanks, Lord Stark. And so the gate closed behind them. The watchers relaxed, though the entire yard buzzed with the new rumor: a Targaryen queen had landed in Westeros with dragons. That name carried old memories of the Mad King's tyranny, of Robert's rebellion, and also the mystique of lost Valyria. Men argued in low voices. Could dragons help burn the undead? Or might the Dragon Queen simply care about seizing the throne, ignoring the North's plight? Jon felt an undercurrent of dread. The realm didn't need more turmoil. Yet Daenerys' arrival might shape everything. If her dragons were as mighty as legends claimed, they might tip the balance in any war, even one against the dead. Meej turned to Jon. What do you make of this, lad? The Targaryen queen truly in Westeros? He forced a calm tone. It complicates matters. King Stannis claims the throne too. If Daenerys is in the south, they'll clash or attempt alliances. Meanwhile, we fight an enemy that doesn't bend a knee. I'd rather she heard of the others, that maybe she'd bring her dragons north if they can truly kill whites. Tormund snorted. Ha! That would be a sight, burning corpses with dragon fire. But who's to say she'll come if she doesn't see advantage in it? Southern politics are as vile as a cesspit. Jon nodded glumly. We can send word to Winterfell about this. Let King Stannis decide how he proceeds. Maybe we can rally her to our cause eventually. But for now we remain as we are. The news brought another subtle shift to the keep's atmosphere. Some men daydreamed aloud about how dragons might tear through an undead host. Others worried that House Targaryen would never aid a region that once supported Robert's rebellion. The free folk shrugged, seeing it all as southern madness. Renly and her band took temporary lodging in a corner of the yard, near the stables. They offered bits of exotic coin in exchange for small supplies. At night, around the fires, Renly told scattered stories of how Daenerys had freed slaves in Essos, commanding armies of Unsullied, forging alliances with Dothraki hordes. It sounded more like a legend than recent history. The men listened, some in awe, others skeptical. Tormund joked that he'd bet a dragon if it kept him warm at night, drawing laughter and a few uneasy glares. Jon gleaned from Renly that the Lannisters' hold on King's Landing was shaky. Tommen sat the throne, overshadowed by Cersei and the Tyrells. Meanwhile, Daenerys had reclaimed Dragonstone, forging alliances with various lords disaffected by the Lannisters. Conflict simmered across the Crownlands, but the heavy snows in the neck prevented any southern armies from marching north. So for now, Stannis faced no immediate invasion, but might also receive no immediate southern help. Those days bled into nights of quiet watch. The whites did not return. Perhaps the local White Walkers truly had been scattered. Most believed that further north, deeper in the wastes, the main threat still lurked. But as long as they didn't come south, Last Hearth stood a lonely sentinel. Then, one dawn, an Umber scout galloped back from a routine patrol, face pale as the snow. He nearly fell from his horse at the gate. Jon, Tormund, and Meej rushed to meet him, dread already stirring in their guts. The scout's words came out in gasps. I saw half a dozen men, dead in the forest, torn apart. Fresh tracks leading north. Bones picked clean. Some tracks looked like giant footprints, possibly whites. I think they're near. They might circle around us if we're not careful. Jon's heart sank. Another band of undead? Possibly a new White Walker leading them. The scout had not glimpsed an other, only the signs of a savage attack. Meej cursed under her breath, calling for men to ready arms. Tormund spat, complaining that the peace never lasted. All the tension that had waned now roared back, crackling with fear. They decided on a quick response, send a patrol of 20 to the site, confirm how large the threat might be. If it was a small group of whites, they could burn them before they grew. If it was something bigger, they needed to know. Tormund volunteered at once, eager for action. Meej wanted to join, but the Umbers insisted on leading the effort themselves. In the end, Jon assembled a group that included Tormund, half a dozen Umbers, some Mormonts, and Theon. They rode out shortly after dawn, leaving Meej in command of the keep. Jon was torn, but decided it best to go. If this was truly a new nest of undead, they needed leadership, and he carried Dragaglass. He had proven he could kill a White Walker if it came to that. The gate rumbled open, letting them into the stark white fields. The sky was bright, an odd, frigid beauty shining on the drifts. They followed the scouts' directions into the forest. The hush pressed on them, broken only by the shuffle of horses and the occasional caw of a crow overhead. Gnarled pines closed in, each branch heavy with ice. Sometimes the wind rattled them, releasing a soft shower of flakes. Tormund took point, scanning for tracks. At last, they found the site, a patch of churned snow where bodies lay half-buried in red-stained drifts. The stench of death carried on the breeze, rotted meat. The men dismounted, grimacing. Umbers recognized the corpses as local hunters who'd gone missing days ago, torn limb from limb, bones gnawed or splintered. A wave of revulsion passed through the group. While Tormund and Theon circled the perimeter, Jon knelt by the remains, forcing himself to examine the ground. He saw footprints, some smaller, some large, indeed reminiscent of giant tracks. The prints led deeper into the forest, meandering. He counted at least 5 distinct white footprints, plus the giant ones. Possibly more. The rest had half-blown or melted away. One Mormont woman, a spear wife named Ghana, spat. So it's not an entire horde. Maybe a handful of corpses roaming with a giant white? We could handle that, right? Jon rose, unsettled. Possibly. Giants are fearsome when living. If turned undead, that might be worse. Let's see if we can track them. If it's only a handful, we can burn them. If we find more, we retreat. They pressed on, following the tracks. Tormund led with a keen eye, though the fresh snowfall had half-blurred the path. The silence deepened and each breath exhaled mist. The pines grew denser, forming a canopy that turned daylight dim. Now and then, a trunk bore claw marks or strange smears of dried gore. No whites in sight, but the tension crackled. A good hour passed, the group fanning out carefully. The forest floor dipped into a shallow ravine. Suddenly, Tormund halted, raising a hand. Everyone froze, weapons ready. A faint sound echoed from up ahead, a low moan or grunt. Then movement behind a screen of snow-laden bushes. Jon's pulse hammered. He signaled half the group to flank left, half to circle right. Tormund stayed near Jon, Theon crouched behind them, and arrow knocked in a shortbow. They crept forward with excruciating caution. Another moaning grunt came, followed by the scrape of something massive shifting through the trees. Jon parted a cluster of branches to behold a small clearing where the snow was trampled into a nest. And there, indeed, was an undead giant, skin gray and cracked, one eye missing, the other glowing faint blue. A spiked club lay half-buried at its side. With it stood half a dozen wights, all reeking of decay, rummaging among bones that might have been from the torn hunters. The sight of that monstrous giant, easily twice the height of a tall man, made Jon's stomach clench. A living giant was bad enough. This one, preserved by unnatural forces, would not feel pain or fear. It clutched a chunk of flesh, gnawing mindlessly with jaws that no longer needed food. The wights shuffled around it, silent. Tormund shot Jon a fierce grin, though it was laced with dread. We kill the big one first. No sense letting it come at us with that club. Jon nodded. He had no illusions about how deadly an undead giant would be in open melee. Use arrows, fire if possible. Then if it charges, we scatter. The group moved into position around the clearing, each man or woman readying a bow or torch. The signal came from Theon's arrow slicing through the air, lodging into the giant's chest. The creature roared, a wet, guttural sound that shook the branches. The wights jerked alert. Another volley of arrows followed, some normal, some flaming. The giant staggered, letting out a raw moan. Yet it did not fall. The undead rarely did from simple arrow wounds. Tormund hurled a torch at a wight. Flames licked across rotted cloth, setting it ablaze. Another wight lunged, only to be skewered by a Mormont spear. Jon sprang from the brush, half a dozen men with him, aiming to separate the giant from the wights. The giant flailed an enormous arm, knocking aside the branches. A barbed arrow from Ghana embedded in its neck. Still the giant stood, with undead fortitude. It raised its club, a tree trunk studded with iron spikes. With a bellow, it swung. Theon dove aside, the club smashing into a pine. Snow cascaded. Another Mormont dove too slowly and was clipped, sent flying with a sickening crunch. Jon cursed, rushing forward. If he could sever the giant's knee or burn it, maybe it would collapse. He slashed at the massive calf. The flesh was dense, half-frozen, chipped off in dark chunks. The giant lurched, half-turning, swinging again. Tormund yelled for men to get clear. Another white lunged at Jon's flank, but Theon's arrow took it in the back, distracting it. Jon tore free, parrying a skeletal arm as best he could. Fire arrows rained in from the flanking positions, setting 2 more whites aflame. The giant let out another roar, blindly backhanding an umber man who tried to stab it from behind. The man's body slammed into a tree with a nauseating thud. Jon smelled the tang of blood and decay. He pressed close to the giant's leg, hacking again. Slabs of dead meat fell away, oozing black. Then Tormund jammed a torch right into the wound. Flames licked at the rotted flesh. The giant bellowed louder, staggering. Arrows riddled its torso, but it refused to die. Another swing of its club shattered a trunk, sending splinters into the air. Ghana managed to hurl a flask of pitch, splattering the giant's side. A second torch flew after, igniting the pitch. The giant's chest burst into flame. It stumbled, arms flailing, setting a pine tree alight when it fell against it. With a mighty groan, the undead giant toppled, writhing in flame. The ground shook from the impact. Tormund roared triumph, but the fight was not quite done. The giant still tried to rise, reaching with blackened fingers. Another volley of fiery arrows pelted it, burying in the decaying flesh. Finally, the monstrous body collapsed in a shuddering heap, burning vigorously. Meanwhile, the rest of the whites had been destroyed, burned, or hacked apart. Several men panted in the snow, some nursing wounds. A Mormont lay still, face twisted. Theon dragged a wounded umber away from the blazing corpse. Jon stared at the conflagration, chest heaving. Even an undead giant could be slain if enough pitch and flame were used. But the cost was grim. 2 or 3 more men dead or likely dying. When it was over, they ringed the blazing giant, ensuring every last piece would burn. The stench was horrific. Tormund wiped sweat from his brow, breath ragged in the frosty air. A goddamn giant white. If 1,000 of those marched at us, he didn't finish. No one wanted to imagine that scenario. Jon murmured, "We do what we can." They gathered the bodies of their fallen, silent with grief. Even Theon's face was drawn and pale, a line of soot across his cheek. "No sign of White Walkers," Theon said. "This was a small band." Jon nodded. "It could be remnants from a bigger horde that never reached us. Or just random stragglers. Either way, we did them a favor by granting them final death." They turned back, carrying the wounded and the fallen. The scene repeated itself in Jon's mind, the giant's half-burnt face, jaws parted in that final moan. The knowledge that if the others truly commanded an army of such creatures, no fortress would stand for long. But for today, they had faced one threat and prevailed again. They returned to last hearth near dusk, greeted by worried watchers. Mead's expression tightened when she saw the dead men slung across horses. She swore under her breath, then set about making sure the wounded were treated. Another small victory, another harsh cost. The yard filled with the smell of new pyres as they burned the giant's remains. Jon explained the encounter. Mead shook her head. "If that was only one giant, we're lucky. I pray there aren't more drifting about." Tormund rubbed a bruise on his arm. "At least we can handle them if they come in small groups. Hard to imagine many more giants out there. My folks said their numbers were dwindling even before winter." Jon nodded, but his thoughts lingered on the bigger possibility. The others might not need 1,000 giants if they had enough whites or White Walkers. The realm remained unprepared. Dragons or not, if Daenerys stayed in the south, that fight might never come north in time. Time trudged on. The next morning, as men took stock, Mead approached Jon with a subdued expression. "We have to keep doing these scouting sweeps or stray pockets might slip around us. But every time we go out, we risk more lives. Should we hold behind our walls entirely?" Jon considered. "If we hide, whites might pick off scattered hunters and villagers, growing in number. As grim as it is, I'd rather deal with small threats before they become large. We keep the sweeps modest, no one goes alone. That's the best balance." She accepted that with a weary nod. By now, the watchers on the walls kept a continual vigil for any sign of massed foes. Rylene Sand and her companions observed from a distance, still uncertain what to make of the North's undead war. Rylene sometimes murmured to Jon about how Daenerys might be coaxed to help if she conquered King's Landing swiftly, but that was a faraway dream. Another fortnight passed in the cycle of tension and inactivity. Word spread among the men that winter might last years if the old tales about a long night rang true. Yet the next few days remained cold but free of storms. The horizon occasionally teased with pale sunlight that did little to melt the drifts. Then, one mid-afternoon, a new horn blast echoed from the walls. Everyone tensed. But this time, the watchers called that Farnell was returning, along with more men in tow. Indeed, a small column of riders soon appeared. Among them was Farnell waving a BA. Accompanied by half a dozen knights in Baratheon colors and a separate contingent. Some wore old northern sigils, others no sigils at all. The gates opened. The yard awaited them warily, anxious for news. Farnell dismounted, exhaustion on his features again. "My Lord Stark," he said, voice rough, "I return from Winterfell with fresh tidings and some men who want to join you." Behind him, a group of rough-edged fighters dismounted. "Sells-words," Farnell explained quietly, "or so they claim. They followed me north, seeking coin or a cause. King Stannis let them pass, thinking you might use extra blades if you trust them." Jon's gaze flicked over the sells-words, a half-dozen men of various ages wearing mismatched armor. Their leader, an older man with a graying beard, stepped forward. "Name's Lorgan Pike, no relation to the Ironborn. We came from the Riverlands, found the South too hot with all the Queen Wars. Heard talk of the real war in the North." He shrugged. "Better the dead than the madness of kings, I suppose." Jon wasn't sure whether to laugh or sigh. "The dead can't be bribed or reasoned with," he said carefully. "You'll get no easy fight here." Lorgan gave a thin grin. "We're aware, Lord. We're not squeamish if the coin is good. King Stannis said you have authority to contract us." Jon exchanged a look with Meej, who shrugged. "We could use more swords, though we have limited coin." Lorgan's grin turned wry. "We'll take provisions for now and promises for fair pay if we survive. That's enough. If we wanted easy gold, we'd have stayed south." Jon decided it was worth the risk. He could keep them under watch, ensure they proved loyal by fighting undead. "Fine. We accept your help. Obey our rules or you won't last long." Lorgan nodded and his men relaxed slightly. Farnell, meanwhile, turned to Ned Umber with a more personal message, a letter from a distant Umber cousin at Winterfell offering condolences for the losses, urging them to hold strong. Ned read it with trembling hands. At last, Farnell addressed Jon in a lower voice. "There's more, my lord. Something for your ears alone. King Stannis said you should read this." He handed over a small sealed letter bearing the Baratheon seal. Jon recognized Stannis's austere style as soon as he broke the seal. The letter read, "Lord Stark, word from the south confirms Daenerys Targaryen has established a foothold at Dragonstone with dragons in her possession. My scouts say she is forging alliances with certain lords. Meanwhile, the Lannisters cling to King's Landing. We're bruised. The Freys remain quiet for now. Winterfell is stable, though not heavily manned. We must remain vigilant. You may soon face new dilemmas if the Dragon Queen seeks the North's favor. We have no cause to yield to her, but if she truly has the means to burn the dead, we might consider all possibilities. For now, hold your position. Summon me if the others reappear in force. Let us pray they do not. If you find it wise to parley with any Targaryen envoys, do so cautiously. Our claim is superior to any Targaryens, but survival trumps claims if the dead come. Stannis Baratheon, King of the Undulls and the First Men." Jon reread it, tension twisting inside him. So Stannis, too, acknowledged that Daenerys might be a factor. But from the note's tone, Stannis did not want to cede any sense that the Targaryen queen outranked him. He recognized, however, that dragons might be crucial in a war against the dead. He shared the gist of it with Meej, Tormund, and Ned Umber in a private corner of the yard. They all looked uneasy. Tormund spat. "More kings and queens. Will they never stop? Meanwhile, the others are the real threat." Jon gave a curt nod. "We keep doing what we must. If Daenerys or any envoy comes north, we decide then. For now, we focus on defending the land from the dead." "That's reason enough." Meej put her hands on her hips. "Aye, lad. But watch your back if a Targaryen envoy does show. They might bring sweet promises or demands. Even so, if it means we get dragons scorching whites, I'll take it." Time pressed on, and the fortress adapted again to the presence of these new sells-words, to the quiet tension of waiting for an enemy that might not come soon or might come in unstoppable waves. Spring loomed, though in the north that might still be months away. The men found small amusements, dice games, patching up leaky corners, occasionally hunting. Theon's shoulder improved enough for him to train daily with shortbow or sword. Tormund boasted about how, if no giant whites remained, they'd have an easy time of it. Meej only scowled at him for tempting fate. One gray twilight, as Jon stepped outside to gather his thoughts, Theon joined him. They stood on the walkway, gazing over the palisade at the endless stretch of white fields. Soft flakes drifted from a featureless sky, turning everything ghostly. The quiet pressed in. At length, Theon said, "If the next wave never comes, we might remain here forever, half-starved in a partial fortress. If it does come, we might all die. Strange how we cling to this precarious fate." Jon sighed. "Yes. But what else can we do? The southern lords squabble, a Targaryen queen lands with dragons while the dead bide their time. We stand watch. And if the time comes, we fight. Theon managed a bitter laugh. A year ago, I never would have guessed I'd find purpose in an undead siege. But here I am. If it helps atone for Winterfell, he trailed off. Jon placed a hand on the rampart's rough wood, letting the hush of falling snow fill the silence. We all have regrets. The realm is drowning in them. But regrets won't stop the others. He turned, meeting Theon's gaze. You've proven yourself. That's enough. They lingered there, both men lost in private thoughts, while the gloom deepened. A hush of wind stirred the flakes, reminding them that even in quiet, the North's winter demanded respect. Eventually, they descended, rejoining the fortress's routine. Spring might come, or the others might rise in force. Daenerys Targaryen might unify the South, or tear it apart. King Stannis might hold Winterfell, or lose it to the next wave of ambition. Jon had no illusions. He was neither a prophet nor a conqueror. He was a bastard turned Jon Stark, a caretaker of an embattled outpost, with only a handful of dragonglass shards and a swirling secret in his veins. Yet in the courtyard, men greeted him with nods and called him my lord. Trusting him to keep them alive, he resolved to do just that. If the dead came, he would face them. If Daenerys arrived with dragons, he would speak to her. If Stannis demanded something else, he would weigh it. For now, Last Hearth stood as a bulwark. For now, they endured. And in that endurance, Jon felt the spirit of the North. Stubborn, battered, but unbroken. The others might be the worst threat the realm had ever seen. But so long as one fortress still stood, one torch still burned, the living would not surrender. He resolved that if a new long night fell upon them, he would meet it with sword and fire, even if it meant giving up the last illusions of normalcy, or revealing the final secret of his blood. Honor demanded no less, and so did the memory of the father who raised him, Eddard Stark. Night's shadows lengthened across the yard, torches flickering to life. High above, a wan moon struggled against the clouds. The watchers changed shifts, stamping numb feet. Sel's words took up places next to Mormont's spearwives. Theon stifled a shiver, rewrapping his cloak. Tormund boasted in a corner, speaking of the pup who slew the White Walker. Gon sharpened a blade. Meej supervised a new stack of pitch barrels. Rylene Sand and her band conversed quietly, perhaps planning their next move. Everyone had their roles, uncertain but vital. Jon exhaled, letting the crisp air fill his lungs. Whatever came next, be it a wave of undead or a new sunrise, he would stand as Lord Stark, Shield of the North. The swirling sky offered no answers, only the hush of drifting snow. But in that hush, he found a resolution that burned as fiercely as dragonglass. To hold the line against the night, no matter how long or dark it turned.